Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676. I won't give way to you. Wednesday, 1:30 p.m. The dazzling sunlight penetrated the light clouds and sprinkled down obliquely, dyeing the whole world with a warm color. Chen Xiao and her sister went out to buy fruit. They met Yang Sheng by chance and then went together. Although the class started at 2 p.m., there were already scattered students on the road. Not everyone is like Zhu Yuantong, who doesn't go to school until the time is close. On the way Chen Xiao was carrying fruit back to school. She saw a blood donation vehicle parked at the intersection. The body of the vehicle was shining in the sun, and the Red Cross logo was particularly eye-catching. Chen Xiao looked at it for a while. She saw her sister also staring at the blood donation vehicle, so she suggested, "Let's go donate blood." Yang Sheng looked at her, as if she was an idiot. Chen Xiao is a man of action. She took her sister to the blood donation vehicle together, and Yang Sheng waited for the two of them under the vehicle. Yang Sheng, well, let the medical staff feel their idiocy. Chen Xiao walked into the blood donation vehicle and suddenly felt a chill, as if the air was filled with coldness. She couldn't help but get nervous. She thought of the rumors on the internet, such as that people would feel weak, dizzy, and shaky after having their blood drawn. Chen Xiao took a deep breath. The nurse smiled. "Do you want to donate blood?" Chen Xiao, yes. The nurse saw the two people's nervousness, comforted them, and then gave them a form, and then took their blood pressure and body temperature, and was busy. It was not until they registered their ID cards that they found that the two were underage and minors could not donate blood. Especially Chen Xiao. She was in a daze, with dull eyes. She had obviously done a lot of psychological work, and even prepared for heavy bleeding, so why did she collapse in the middle of it? Yang Sheng crossed his arms and looked funny. "Look at how stupid you are." Chen Xiao left the blood donation vehicle embarrassedly. On the side road, Liu Chuandao and Duan Shigen walked together. Although they were classmates in the same class, ordinary male classmates would not take the initiative to approach girls if they were not very familiar with each other, because there might be an awkward situation of making conversation. But Duan Shigen was not ordinary, he was very confident. "Hey, Yang Sheng, Chen Xiao." Duan Shigen greeted happily. Liu Chuandao did not speak, because he kept reciting a string of mysterious numbers 32,341 in his mouth over and over again. Yang Sheng saw that Liu Chuandao was like a lunatic, so he asked, "What is he doing?" Liu Chuandao did not answer. In fact, he was practicing the formula of lightning 5 whips. As the saying goes, you can't become a Buddha without being crazy. He usually practices while sitting, standing, lying down, and walking. Duan Shigen is still relatively emotionally intelligent. When he heard Yang Sheng's question, he certainly couldn't say that his friend was practicing magic skills. After all, it would be too funny to tell others, who wouldn't be confused. Duan Shigen said, "He is reciting the formula for pi." Yang Sheng was puzzled. "Why don't I understand? Is it nonsense?" Chen Xiao was surprised. "Is it true?" Duan Shigen patted Liu Chuandao on the shoulder and said solemnly, "It's normal that you don't understand, because he is reciting it backwards." Liu Chuandao stopped reciting the formula, straightened his chest, and raised his back. "Yes, I'm reciting it backwards." Yang Sheng was silent. "Isn't pi infinite? How can it be recited backwards?" Soon, Liu Chuandao realized the mistake. After all, he was a man who was admitted to number 4 middle school with real ability, not a waste like Duan Shigen. While the mistake had not fermented, he quickly changed the subject. "Thinking of them getting off the blood donation vehicle just now?" Liu Chuandao asked. "Did you donate blood?" Chen Xiao, yes. The brother next to him, Duan Shigen, immediately boasted, "I tell you, don't donate. It's not a good thing. My relatives have donated and it's useless." Sister Chen Xiking said, "I heard that after donating, you can use it for free when you get sick in the future." Duan Shigen sneered, "Some people can use it for free. Foreigners can use it for free. Sister Chen Siking still didn't quite believe it. Duan Shigen shook his head. I used to hang out outside, and my co-workers talked about this topic. There are indeed benefits, but the benefits are not yours. So tell me, why do you still want to donate? Chen Xiaoyu said stupidly, because maybe someone is waiting for me to save them. The golden sunlight fell on her face, as if it was stained with a layer of holiness, illuminating the girl's pure kindness. Duan Shigen and Liu Chuandao were stunned. As a former big brother, Duan Shigen, who was used to the warmth and coldness of human feelings, was actually moved at this moment. Duan Shigen is not a good person, but facing Chen Xiaoyu, a good person, this kind of pure kindness, it is hard for him not to like her. Damn heartbeat. Duan Shigen was moved. He thought about it. Such a kind-hearted and beautiful girl often has overflowing sympathy, which is their fatal flaw. He only needs to pretend to be a little fragile to win the other party's sympathy. Just like in ancient times, a kind and beautiful lady saved a scholar in distress. And he, Duan Shigen, will succeed in this way. The ultimate dream of a man. Beautiful twins. If Chen Xiaoyu can be taken down, after feeling his charm, maybe the sister will also fall in love with him. Duan Shigen and Liu Chuandao looked at each other and reached a consensus. Duan Shigen found that Liu Chuandao's eyes were also wandering between the twins. He was startled in his heart. Damn it, Chuandao would not have the same idea as me. However, it is more important to take down the twins first. Duan Shigen suddenly covered his chest. Oh shit, my heart hurts. My heart hurts so much. I suddenly want to go to the hospital. Can you accompany me? Chen Xiaoyu and her sister felt puzzled. What does his heartache have to do with them? Even if it hurts so much, it has nothing to do with them. Seeing that they were indifferent, Duan Shigen was stunned for a moment and reflected, weren't they very kind just now? They kept saying they wanted to save others. I need to be saved. Duan Shigen thought he was not pretending hard enough. The next second, his body shook suddenly, as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly became determined. Determined twice, and determined 3 times. The old monk entered into a state of concentration. That state of continuous concentration was as if he was trembling with his heart. Liu Chuandao patted him on the back quickly. Gangzi, what's wrong with you? Duan Shigen said miserably. It hurts. At the same time, he used a very weak voice to simulate. It hurts too much. I want to go to the hospital. Please accompany me. Chen Xiaoyu, but we still have to go to school. Duan Shigen said sadly. You only missed 1 class, but I lost my life. Yang Sheng picked up the phone and said, I can call an ambulance for you, but let me make it clear first. After the call, you need to pay the 1 or 200 yuan fee yourself. Duan Shigen was cured immediately. After seeing this, Liu Chuandao next to him felt that Gangzi was too inferior. He gave Gangzi a look and decided to go on stage himself. Why is he so confident? Liu Chuandao lifted his hair, revealing his pancake face, because he thought he was much more handsome than Duan Shigen. If a man like him is willing to sacrifice himself to show the beauty trap, I'm afraid that no girl in this world can resist this temptation. Liu Chuandao walked forward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 or 4 steps, and suddenly, he rubbed his feet with oil. Liu Chuandao looked painful. It hurts my heart. My feet. Then, he looked at Chen Xiaoyu and her sister with that painful expression and hopeful eyes, hoping that they would lend a hand. Chen Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, do you need me to call an ambulance for you? You pay for it yourself. Liu Chuandao was no longer in pain. Yang Sheng shook his head. It's really a big toad leading a small toad, jumping around on the road. The 3rd class in the afternoon was a self-study class. Zhu Yuantang was sleeping. Jiang Ning left the classroom and went to the calligraphy classroom to practice calligraphy and cultivate his sentiments. In the back row, Jiuo Kunan and Shan Kekwan exchanged seats. Compared with Ma Shichen, who was playing games, Wang Lang who was watching people play games, and Hu Jun who was playing with his mobile phone, Jiuo Kunan, was the only progressive in the back row. He was intoxicated by the feeling of being surrounded by mud and only being untainted by the world. After a while, Jiuo Kunan took out the Chinese test paper and analyzed it question by question. Seeing the standard answer to a reading comprehension question, Jiuo Kunan complained. When Lu Xun wrote this article, did he really think so much? Is this an overinterpretation? Ma Shicheng said, overinterpretation is normal, right? Jiuo Kunan shook his head. I don't think it's normal. Ma Shicheng looked up and saw the class monitors. Xin Yaoling suddenly got up and left the classroom. He said, Xin Yaoling passed by here just now and glanced at you out of the corner of his eye. Jiuo Kunan was stunned. Really? Wang Lang Long, I'll vouch for brother Ma. Jiuo Kunan turned around, but only saw Xin Yaoling's slender back. His mind was hazy, and his heart was turning. Why did Xin Yaoling look at me when she was leaving? Did she want me to accompany her? But, since she wanted me to accompany her, why couldn't she come to me openly? I understand. It must be that the girl is shy and embarrassed. Why does she want me to accompany her? Is it because Shan Keiquan and I switched seats today, and I'm not behind her, and she missed me? Countless speculations turned in Jiuo Kunan's mind. Wang Lang saw that Brother Nan's face was changing. Ma Shicheng gave Lang a look. Compared with this, the interpretation of reading comprehension is nothing. Xin Yaoling walked into the calligraphy classroom in building 4. Through the window glass, he saw Jiang Ning's figure. She entered the calligraphy room silently from the back door and sat next to Jiang Ning silently. Xin Yaoling has been a little tired recently. Although she won the overall power of the New Year's Eve party of Class 8 last night, who can understand her grievances? Xin Yaoling has a strong personality, so she has no friends, whether they are friends of the same sex or friends of the opposite sex. Just like the day her computer broke down, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone to fix it, so she had no choice but to contact Jiuo Kunan. Last night she posted a message, without a long-term plan. I know nothing but to return to my old forest. Jiuo Kunan posted a long string of comments. Class monitor, Grin, you are very capable and have done a great job. I have never seen anyone as good as you. If even you are going to retire, who will shoulder the responsibility of our class? Not only Jiuo Kunan comforted her, but also several classmates she knew before, all of whom commented to comfort her. Only Jiang Ning commented, you are so hypocritical in the middle of the night. But it was precisely this kind of teasing between friends that made Xin Yaoling feel different. She has a fierce and sharp personality, and she is extremely unwilling to admit defeat. She does not need comfort. Calligraphy and sports are one of the two ways she vents her emotions. The main reason why Xin Yaoling came to the calligraphy room today was to prepare for the New Year's Eve party, because she heard that Jiang Ning's magic skills were extremely superb, and the show was extremely amazing. Whether she asked Jiuo Kunan or other students for confirmation, they all praised him. So, she came to the calligraphy room now, just to have a good talk with him. Why did she know Jiang Ning's movements? Because all the students in class 8 who went out needed to report to her. She looked at Jiang Ning, and he seemed to be unaware that there was a girl sitting next to him. He sat quietly in the corner, with a tall and handsome figure, and a faint scent of ink filled the air. Xin Yaoling liked this smell. Jiang Ning held the brush and gently swayed on the rice paper. The strokes were smooth and powerful. Every turn and every pause were full of the charm of the world. The words he wrote were like his temperament, elegant and worldly, without the standard of standardization. Xin Yaoling sat quietly beside him, without disturbing him, just admiring him silently. The poem Jiang Ning wrote was, my heart is like white clouds, always at ease. My mind is like flowing water, going east and west. Only after he finished writing, did he look at Xin Yaoling, and said with a smile, isn't this the busy boy in our class? How come you have the interest to come here to play? Xin Yaoling glanced at him, thinking of his naughty comments last night, and said seriously, do me a favor. There was a kind of strength in her tone, which was the confidence cultivated by being a class cadre since childhood and a leader among her peers. Her words made Jiang Ning stunned, and he couldn't help but think of Shen Qinj in his previous life, who liked to use this tone to order him around. Jiang Ning said, if you don't want to help, please go back. Xin Yaoling was stunned. Is the calligraphy room opened by your family? Jiang Ning picked up the pen and said leisurely, don't forget that you promised me a request. Do you want to regret it? Xin Yaoling remembered that day. In order to win a place for the class, to drink the evergreen liquid, she took the initiative to ask for it. Xin Yaoling's tone was a little weaker. I'm here to practice calligraphy. Jiang Ning, practice. Compared to the strong-willed Xin Yaoling, Jiang Ning still likes the soft Zheng Lu. When he came to the calligraphy room to practice calligraphy before, Zheng Lu would grind ink for him. Unlike Xin Yaoling, he is not self-conscious at all. He ignored Xin Yaoling and continued to write. Xin Yaoling was completely ignored. Please, she is the monitor of class 8, and now she has a tendency to monopolize power. When she was the monitor before, most of the classmates were willing to give her face. Xin Yaoling really wanted to leave and repay a promise she owed him. But considering the importance of Jiang Ning, she finally held back. For the glory of her dream, Xin Yaoling was willing to endure humiliation. She glanced at the student in front of her who was concentrating on practicing calligraphy and lowered her voice. I heard that you are very good at magic. Are you interested in showing it in front of the whole school? Sorry, not interested. Jiang Ning said. Xin Yaoling, don't you want to be famous in the whole school? Jiang Ning, I like to live a low-key life. Xin Yaoling, she knew that Jiang Ning had good grades and ranked second in the whole school, but he was not famous. The stage of number 4 middle school was too big, with nearly 3,000 students. If he could shine at the New Year's Eve party, he might be famous in the whole school. Xin Yaoling continued to bewitch. If you can be famous in the whole school, your future will be. Jiang Ning has been exposed to Zhu Yuantang's magic voice for many years, and Xin Yaoling's level of Taoism is far behind. You know, sometimes Tang Tang will lie down in his ear and bewitch him with her warm breath when she is anxious, but Jiang Ning can still remain motionless. Ling Ling is still too weak. Jiang Ning ignored the girl's voice and concentrated on writing the Book of Saints. 10 minutes later, Xin Yaoling's throat was dry from talking, and Jiang Ning naturally handed her a bottle of water. Xin Yaoling, thank you. No, you are also very hard. Jiang Ning said. Xin Yaoling drank some water before she realized what had happened. She was completely silent. Jiang Ning finished writing another line of poetry. Give up. He teased her. Maybe if you hold on a little longer, I'll agree. Xin Yaoling talked for another 10 minutes. Jiang Ning, no. Xin Yaoling almost broke down. She once again experienced the frustration she had just experienced when she became the monitor of class 8. 5 minutes before the end of get out of class, Jiang Ning walked out of the calligraphy room. He was going to the cafeteria. Jiuo Ran had a class this afternoon, so he couldn't get him lunch in advance. He had to fend for himself. He walked from the second floor to the first floor and saw a group of sweaty sports students jumping on the stairs at the entrance to exercise their leg explosiveness and block the stairs tightly. They were jumping fiercely. Although they saw Jiang Ning, they didn't give way to him immediately, but prepared to finish jumping first. After all, they were sports students, and in terms of strength, they were top-notch figures in the whole school. Although Jiang Ning was going to go to the cafeteria early, since he was blocked, he stood by and waited quietly until Xin Yaoling appeared in the back. She had a bright face and a great temperament. Most boys in this world, when seeing a beautiful woman, often lower their mentality, as if the other party was born superior. The sports student suddenly felt ashamed and immediately stopped jumping and hurriedly made way for her, like birds and beasts. Some sports students who love to show off even straightened their chests, tightened their arms, and showed their strong physiques, hoping to attract the attention of the beauty. If they can get a little glance at them, the vanity in the heart of the sports student will definitely burst. After all, normally, unless it is a chaotic world, ordinary sports students will hardly be able to get a woman with the appearance and temperament of Xin Yaoling in their entire lives. Xin Yaoling raised her foot and walked down the stairs. After seeing this scene, Jiang Ning thought that this group of sports students was really amazing. He walked down the stairs leisurely and suddenly waved and shouted, Ling Ling, I think we can consider that matter. Xin Yaoling was originally discouraged, but when she heard this, she turned around suddenly, her face full of surprise. You won't play tricks on me again this time, will you? Jiang Ning, haha, I really mean it. When Xin Yaoling smiled, her eye bags were particularly eye-catching, like two crescent moons hanging under her clear eyes. Okay. Jiang Ning and Xin Yaoling walked together. A handsome gym student saw this scene and felt sour in his heart, and there was a strong sense of loss. He blamed, "You guys are so useless. Why did you let go so fast just now?" Another short and strong gym student reminded, "Brother, you were the one who let go the fastest just now, and you used your hands and feet at the same time." Chapter 677. The same sad guest. Outside the window, night falls. Inside the classroom, the lights are soft and bright, illuminating rows of neat desks and students who are absorbed in their thoughts. Jiang Ning is guiding Chen Xiao in doing math problems. Chen Xiao's academic performance can only be considered above average in class 8, ranking around 20th. Even this score is still watered down, because she and her sister used the great transposition technique during the exam. In order to win back Bayuxia, Chen Xiao has worked very hard in recent months, and often asks Jiang Ning for advice during evening self-study. Jiang Ning casually wrote her a question. Let vector A equals m1, B equals 1, 2, and vertical bar A plus B vertical bar equals vertical bar A vertical bar plus vertical bar B vertical bar, then m equals? 3 minutes later, Jiang Ning asked, "This question is very simple, don't you have any ideas?" Chen Xiao, "I know the answer. It's equal to -2. At first glance, her genius is comparable to Zhu Yuantong, and she can actually know the answer. Jiang Ning, I just told you the answer, you must know it. What I want to ask is why the answer is -2. Chen Xiao, because you told me. Jiang Ning, don't you need the process? Can you get points without writing the process? Chen Xiao, no, this is a fill-in-the-blank question. The examiner only looks at the answer, not the process. Jiang Ning was silent for a few seconds. It's too hard to talk to you. Why are you so stupid? Lies don't hurt people. The truth is a sharp knife. This knife stabbed Chen Xiao's heart fiercely. If it were another girl, such as Zhu Chuchu, she might have turned pale. Her eyes were dull, her heart was sad, and she even felt that the world had let me down. But Chen Xiao was different. She said happily, "Jiang Ning, you know me. If I become smart, you will have nothing to do." She smiled brightly, as if thanks to my stupidity, I can show your usefulness. Jiang Ning even read a feeling of just be happy secretly. Jiang Ning thought about it, and decided not to bother with her. He picked up a pen, wrote down the process of solving the problem, and taught her little by little. Only when she understood it thoroughly, and could draw inferences from it, did Jiang Ning start the next question. After experiencing Chen Xiao's tempering, Jiang Ning felt that, even if his spiritual roots were completely destroyed, and he completely lost his talent for cultivating immortals, he could still rely on his teaching skills to become a gold medal lecturer and enjoy a good life. After teaching for half a class, Chen Xiao tackled one question after another. She still asked Jiang Ning without self-awareness, "Who do you think is smarter, me or Yuxia?" "Jiang Ning, how can you be as good as Yuxia?" Chen Xiao reflected, and then comforted herself. He said Yuxia is smarter than me, because he must have something to ask of Bayuxia. As the get out of class was about to end, Zhu Yuantang woke up from her deep sleep. She was sleepy and her hair was messy. In order to sleep more comfortably, she untied her hair tie. She fumbled for the hair tie and wanted Jiang Ning to help her tie it up, but thinking that she was in the classroom now, Zhu Yuantang gave up in disappointment. After tying her hair, she began to call Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning abandoned the stupid Chen Xiao and turned around to communicate with her. The second class of the evening self-study, 10 minutes before the end of get out of class. Xin Yaoling is high on the podium. Now, her influence is gradually increasing under one key decision after another, and the symbol of the class monitor is becoming more and more obvious. The break after this class will be a long break of 20 minutes. After work, 20 minutes is only a very short time, but in student days, these 20 minutes are surprisingly long. Jiuo Kunan exchanged seats with Shan Keikun again. He was bored playing with his mobile phone, his eyes drifting to the podium from time to time, and his heart of Taoism swayed. "Brother Ma, did you bluff me this afternoon?" Xin Yaoling didn't even look at me. Jiuo Kunan was puzzled. He observed 2 evening self-study sessions, and didn't see Xin Yaoling's gaze again. Ma Shichen continued to lie. "I did." Jiuo Kunan wondered, if she watched it in the afternoon, why didn't she watch it in the evening? Ma Shichen, because women are fickle. Wang Lang Lang was full of nonsense. Your eyes are so burning. How could she not feel it? But you have to know that it is class time now. If she looks at you affectionately, where is her dignity? How can she intimidate the whole class? She doesn't look at you because she is afraid of losing control of herself. Although Jiuo Kanan knew that Wang Lang Lang was talking nonsense, as the saying goes, honest words are unpleasant to the ears, but slanderous words are pleasing to the ears. He still felt surging and happy when he heard it. Jiuo Kanan held back his laughter and sighed. She must be very hard to plan the program list for the New Year's Eve party now, but it's a pity that I don't have any talent. He was very disappointed. As an honest rural child, he knew nothing about singing and dancing. How could he, who had no special skills, support Xin Yaoling with a blue sky? Ma Shiqing, it's not too late to learn now. Learn. Jiuo Kanan shook his head. How easy is that? Ma Shiqing looked at Shan Keiquan in front of him and said, if you are not satisfied with the current situation, try to change it. Don't be sober and degenerate. Jiuo Kanan followed his gaze and saw his good brother Shan Keiquan, who was explaining the problem to Lu Kiki. Shan Keiquan, who was once at the same level as him, has reached this level now? Jiuo Kanan was suddenly terrified. He was so scared. He couldn't bear to see Kwan's glory. Jiuo Kanan confided his inner thoughts. I also want to work hard, Brother Ma. Every night before going to bed, I tell myself that I must work hard tomorrow, get up early to recite, exercise, or not touch my phone. As a result, when the alarm clock rang the next day, I turned it off and continued to sleep, and then I did nothing all day. He was so painful. He felt that he was repeating what happened yesterday. When he thought that his future life would be spent like this, he felt suffocated, and his heart trembled. Wang Lang Lang clenched his fists. You have to learn to defeat yourself. Jiuo Kanan asked, how can I defeat myself? This question was too profound, and Wang Lang Lang couldn't explain it for a while. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Jiuo Kanan said dejectedly, forget it, I have seen through it, and this is how my life will be. Rural people like us have no future. Ma Shiqing comforted, don't think about it. Wang Lang Lang, don't give up on yourself, Brother Nan. I believe that there will always be a day when your head will fall to the ground. Ma Shiqing reminded, you said it wrong. It should be people fall to the ground. Wang Lang Lang said happily, no, it should be ground falls to people. Ma Shiqing, isn't it people's heads come out of the ground? Jiuo Kanan, he was too tired. During the break of the evening self-study class, Zhu Yuantang and the twins, Bei Yuxia and Yang Sheng went out of school to buy food. Jiang Ning didn't go, but he was not worried about them. He knew very well that Yang Sheng was a girl with a knife. Jiang Ning walked to the east corridor, enjoying the night breeze and overlooking the students playing badminton in the east square. Zhuang Jian, who was originally going to come here to relax, but just as he walked out of the classroom, he found Jiang Ning standing there. Zhuang Jian, whose face changed. After all, the two had conflicts, and there was a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over. He turned around and went back to the classroom without saying a word. Without the interference of others, Jiang Ning enjoyed the Feng Shui treasure land alone. He stood quietly, letting the weak night breeze blow his hair. His spiritual sense extended, and he saw the teaching building where the senior year was located. Many students had heavy bags under their eyes, buried under the mountains of books, and wrote test papers. He saw two boys gathered in a corner of the campus to smoke and discuss playing LOL in the evening. He saw the number 4 art building, and several girls were dancing like butterflies, dancing with their budding bodies. He also saw that in the huge square, students were chasing and playing, laughing, and shouting. These are all the colors of youth. Except for the heavy study tasks, high school is probably the best time. After filtering out the bastards in junior high school and entering the reality of college, everyone is on a relatively fair line. Jiang Ning just watched all this quietly. His mind was simply empty, not thinking about the conflicts of interest, intrigues, and coldness of human feelings in the adult world. At the door of class 8, Jiuo Kanan was extremely melancholy. He glanced at Cuiyu and Meng Jiui, who were laughing and cursing on the balcony. He was lost and did not choose to join them. because their laughter made Gyuokunin feel irritated. His heart was uncomfortable, and he just wanted to hide in the darkness. So Gyuokunin came to the east corridor. He held the balcony and looked at the classmates playing badminton in the square downstairs. The badminton was slightly deflected by the wind. Alas. Gyuokunin sighed. Jiang Ning glanced at him and said nothing. Gyuokunin suddenly said, "Jiang Ning, how did you practice your magic? It took a lot of time, right?" The magic performed by Jiang Ning on New Year's Day last year shocked the whole class. He regretted not recording it with his mobile phone at that time. Jiang Ning thought about the difficulty of cultivating immortals and said, "It really took a long time." Gyuokunin showed a look of as expected. Gyuokunin remembered that when he first started high school, Jiang Ning was not tall and his academic performance was not very good. It was said that he only scored more than 640 points when he entered the school, which was only 50 to 50 compared with him. Gyuokunin was surprised to think that perhaps Jiang Ning had also experienced the transformation of Shan Keiquin, which is why he became what he is now. What would make a man undergo such a big change? It must be because of the stimulation of a girl. Gyuokunin seemed to have discovered a big secret. After making a guess in his mind, he made up his mind. He still knew a little about the art of conversation. So facing the deep night, he took the lead in telling the story. "I used to have a girl who was very good at chatting. We chatted during the day, in the evening, and at night. We used love letters and said goodnight to each other. She said she would always be with me, but in the end, she left me and disappeared in the crowd." After saying this, Gyuokunin thought of Manman, and his expression became even sadder. He asked, "Have you had similar regretful experiences before?" High school students are not as indifferent as adults. Often, after one person takes the initiative to reveal his true feelings, another classmate who is a little self-aware will also say such things. It's not like when you enter the society later, colleagues gather together to talk about salary, but after you take the initiative to talk about it, others evade or even keep silent. Jiang Ning thought for a while and said in the deep night, "Indeed, there was a period of time when I was very frustrated. I was lost and listless every day. That was 3 months before the college entrance examination in the previous life. Shinkinji's complete indifference, coupled with the huge pressure of the entrance examination and the depression of living under someone else's roof, made Jiang Ning extremely upset. At that time, there was a girl in the next class. She had very good grades and a beautiful appearance. Every time I saw her ponytail bouncing, I would feel much better. As for other thoughts, I didn't have any. Besides, I was." Jiang Ning thought of this, and his expression was silent. At that time, his own life was on the verge of collapse, so how could he talk about the future? After listening to this, Gyuokunin also sighed. He patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder and said, "I understand this feeling. Ordinary people like us, even if we try our best." He thought of Zhu Yan, Liu Ye, and the current Xin Yaoling. Wherever he thought, he was full of sadness. Fortunately, he had a pure heart of Taoism. With a turn, he was instantly repaired. Gyuokunin said, "Even if you try your best, you can't get close to them at all." Jiang Ning, "Yeah, it's quite a failure. We were all losers in life." Gyuokunin felt the same way, and then changed the subject. "By the way, I forgot to ask, what happened between you and her later?" Jiang Ning thought of the stupid Tong Tong, so he answered, "We were together every day later." Gyuokunin's eyes were in disbelief and extremely shocked. "Ah. Jiang Ning, what's wrong, aren't you?" Gyuokunin's mentality collapsed. At night, a beam of light pierced through the silent bungalow. Zhu Yuantang's crisp voice rang out, "Mom, your invincible daughter is home. Come out to greet her quickly." Sure enough, within 5 seconds, Aunt Gu came out of the house with an apron around her waist. Zhu Yuantang quickly got out of the car, and because she moved too quickly, her feet even kicked Jiang Ning's waist. Jiang Ning couldn't figure out for a moment whether she was unintentional or intentional. After Zhu Yuantang jumped out of the car, she picked up the milk tea she bought at the school gate. "Mom, try our school's milk tea. It's expensive, 12 yuan a cup. It's made of milk, and there are brown sugar pearls in it. I bought you a cup." Although Aunt Gu's salary is not low now, the simplicity of rural people still makes her blame. Just drink it yourself. Why buy me something? I don't like it. She looked at the next door and said, give it to Chachu. Zhu Yuantang laughed. I bought a cup for you Chachu too, Mom. Drink it while it's hot. Aunt Gu had no choice now. She had to take her daughter's milk tea. She originally wanted her daughter to help with the job, but now she gave up quietly. Zhu Yuantang put a straw on her mother, stared at her with sparkling eyes, took a sip, and asked, is it delicious? The milk tea is made of black tea with real milk, and then added with brown sugar. In addition, Jiang Ning rushed all the way, and arranged a heat preservation formation for the milk tea. It must be delicious. Aunt Gu nodded. It tastes good. Then she took another sip. Zhu Yuantang pointed at her with her hands on her hips and said, ha ha ha, Mom, you just said you didn't like it. Have you changed so quickly? Aunt Gu paused and frowned. There is a porcelain basin in the kitchen that has not been washed. Go wash it later. Wash it clean, so I can check it. Zhu Yuantang's face fell. It was 10 o'clock. Zhu Yuantang wrapped in a thick cotton coat and arrived at Jiang Ning's happy house on time. As soon as she entered the house, the warm air hit her face. Zhu Yuantang immediately took off her cotton coat, revealing the cool nightgown inside. She found that her supreme throne was occupied by Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang was angry. Do you want to usurp the throne? Jiang Ning, what's the matter? Do you want to rebel? Zhu Yuantang didn't bother to argue with him. Her milk tea was still hidden in Jiang Ning's incubator. Compared to enjoying milk tea, as soon as she got home, Zhu Yuantang still liked to curl up in Jiang Ning's house after taking a shower and savor it slowly and leisurely. She liked this warm atmosphere. She took out the milk tea, which was still hot. She took a sip, and it was still hot. Zhu Yuantang picked up the phone and called Chachu. 3 minutes later, Zhu Chachu appeared at the door of Jiang Ning's house. She found that Tang Tang was not squatting on the chair as before, but curled up on the soft sofa with bare feet, holding an iPad computer in her arms. Put it there. Zhu Yuantang pointed to the incubator in the corner. Zhu Chachu shamelessly took the milk and pearl milk tea given by Tang Tang. Now the two little girls curled up on the sofa to drink milk tea. Zhu Chachu liked it. After taking a sip, although she didn't say anything, from the soft lines of her face, she could vaguely see that it was very much to her taste. Jiang Ning sat in front of the monitor, searching for pictures about ring shapes. The ring he had previously engraved for Bayuxia was just a green jade ring. Jiang Ning wondered if he could add some other element. Zhu Yuantang was watching a monster movie with her iPad, and Zhu Chachu was enjoying it with her. By chance, she looked up and found a big picture of a ring on the monitor. Zhu Chachu's mind was wandering. She lowered her head and rolled up her sleeves. She saw a bright red rope wrapped around her smooth wrist, which set off her fair and delicate wrist, making people want to touch it. Zhu Yuantang, who was watching a movie, noticed the movement. She also noticed that Chachu had a red rope on her wrist. Zhu Yuantang immediately reminded, Chachu, why are you wearing a red rope? Do you know what it means? Her tone was very solemn and rigorous. Zhu Chachu looked up, looking puzzled. This was the red rope she accidentally found while packing up today. She cut some of it and wore it on her wrist. Is there any taboo? She instantly had many bad associations, such as the red string would attract evil spirits or affect her fate, bring disasters, and other negative effects on herself. Jiang Ning turned around. What does it mean? Zhu Yuantang grinned and laughed happily. I don't know, I'm just trying to scare Chachu. Chapter 678 Returning the property to its original owner. It was Thursday afternoon, and it was lunchtime. The setting sun cast a brilliant light on the floor of the cafeteria's main entrance, which was actually quite magnificent. At the small dining table in the cafeteria, Zhenggu was still in Ansheng for training, and had not returned yet, so there were only 7 people left at the small dining table that originally held 8 people. Tangfu, a sports student, hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of rice, and then hurried away, not knowing what she was busy with. Shankawari, who was not good at speaking, ate in silence. Therefore, the atmosphere at the dinner table was basically maintained by the twins and Bayuxia, but today Bayuxia frowned slightly from the afternoon, as if she was thinking about something. Zhu Yuantang was born with an optimistic personality, but in the past, she only showed it in front of her mother and Chuchu, and was always silent, and particularly dull to the outside world. For example, in her previous life, Jiang Ning had always mistakenly believed that she was a weirdo with a strange personality. Even if Zhu Yuantang encountered inequality, she would only fantasize in her mind about how to get back at him and torture him severely, but when she met him for the second time in reality, she still acted like a coward. Now it's different. Because of Jiang Ning's influence, she is much tougher than before and dares to argue with Jiang Ning at the small dining table. HMPH. Zhu Yuantang clenched her chopsticks and taught him, "You can't give in, right? Will giving in mean less meat?" Jiang Ning, really? Chen Xiaoyu saw that the chopsticks of the two were fighting fiercely in the rice bowl, and they were deadlocked, neither of them giving in. In the end, Jiang Ning won, and he took the last piece of meat from the dry pot cauliflower. Then he ate it happily in front of Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang was so angry that he took a sip of pumpkin soup. After the dinner, Zhu Yuantang still picked up Jiang Ning's bowl and went to the outside sink to wash the dishes despite the quarrel. Bei Yuxia's bowl was also taken away by Chen Xiaoyu and her sister because Chen Xiaoyu had something to ask of Bei Yuxia recently. After Shang Keiwei left, only Jiang Ning and Bei Yuxia were left at the table. Jiang Ning tapped the table with his fingers and said, "Now that they're gone, can you tell me?" Bei Yuxia's expression was obviously not right. Something must have happened to affect her mood. Bei Yuxia smiled helplessly when Jiang Ning asked, "I lost my phone." When she came to school this afternoon, her parents had something to do and didn't drive her, so Bei Yuxia chose to take the bus. As a result, when she arrived at school, she found that her phone was missing. Her phone was not the new iPhone 6, but the 5S. However, in 2014, the 5S with 32GB of memory was still worth more than 3,000 yuan. More factors are not price, but files. Although iOS has iCloud, Bei Yuxia has many precious photos and videos that cannot be synchronized with the cloud. After the phone is lost, it is not easy to find it. She has no idea whether it was left on the bus or lost somewhere else. Thinking of the consequences of losing the phone, even though Bei Yuxia has an extraordinary mentality, she still can't avoid worrying. After listening to this, Jiang Ning asked, "Do you have the search function turned on your phone?" iPhone has a lost function. Bei Yuxia, yes, it is turned on. Jiang Ning took out his phone, turned on the assistance mode after some operation, and then handed the phone to Bei Yuxia. "Enter your ID password, I will try to locate it." Bei Yuxia did as he was told. Sure enough, a map appeared on the webpage, showing the real-time location of the phone. "Let's call and ask first," Jiang Ning said. Bei Yuxia dialed the number and tried to communicate, but the call was hung up as soon as the ringtone rang. Bei Yuxia wanted to try again, but Jiang Ning stopped her. The other party obviously doesn't want to return the item to its original owner. He took out the car keys and said, "Let's go." Bei Yuxia didn't react for a moment, and her eyes flashed with surprise. "Are you going to look for it at the location?" Jiang Ning didn't comment. "Yes, the battery life of the iPhone is too poor. If I miss this opportunity and leave tomorrow, the phone may be out of power and turned off, and I can't find it anymore." He stood up. "There is no time to lose. Let's go." It was afternoon school time, and there was still an hour before evening self-study. Bei Yuxia was a little hesitant. Although she wanted to find her lost phone, she was still a little uncomfortable with such a swift and decisive action. She was confused about whether she could find the phone, and she was worried about accidents on the way. Jiang Ning said to Huang Yazhu, who had just washed the dishes not far away, "Yazhu, you will tell Zhu Yuantang for me that I will go out of the school." Huang Yazhu agreed immediately. He sat at the dining table, waiting for the message, honest and loyal. Jiang Ning picked up the car keys and left with Bei Yuxia from the exit of the school supermarket and arrived at the parking shed. Bei Yuxia stood outside under the ginkgo tree, waiting for him quietly. When Jiang Ning pushed the cart out, he found that the students walking in the square cast amazing glances at Bei Yuxia from time to time. Bei Yuxia was wearing a white sweater coat as white as snow, which looked soft, and paired with high-waisted wide-leg pants. The pants were elegant and generous, and her legs looked slender. What was more eye-catching was that she had a side braid today, which was elegant and refined. The bright and simple temperament perfectly showed the white moonlight of her student days. Jiang Ning drove a titanium grey electric car, shining with cool lights, drawing a handsome arc, stopped beside Bayuxia, and shouted, "Get in the car." At this moment, Jiang Ning felt the envious and jealous eyes of the boys around him. Bayuxia heard that, since she had made a decision, she no longer hesitated, stepped on the pedal, and got on the electric car. Jiang Ning turned the ignition and drove to the school gate in the sight of a group of students. "You're looking for death. You dare to ride a bike in school." Someone thought he was doomed and looked from a distance. As a result, he was seen leaving the campus smoothly. Damn it, when did number 4 middle school change the rules? Many students were puzzled, but also eager to try. The long street in front of the school gate was quite congested. Jiang Ning slowed down a little. After passing the intersection, the speed of the car suddenly increased a lot, and the street scenes on both sides quickly receded. "It's about 8 kilometers away from us. It's in the suburbs, but fortunately it's not a rural area," Jiang Ning said. Because of Jiang Ning's acceleration, Bayuxia in the backseat couldn't help but move closer to him to seek some comfort. The wind in her face blew Bayuxia's hair, but at this moment, she felt both novelty and excitement, and an indescribable sense of security. She and Jiang Ning were riding in the same car, and she could smell the special smell on him. Bayuxia couldn't describe it specifically. It was not a handmade perfume, nor was it any fragrance she had smelled before. Just like a morning, she came to the fields and felt the flowers and the freshness of nature. At this moment, Bayuxia finally understood why Zhu Yuantang always said that Jiang Ning was a good driver, because the experience as a passenger was indeed very good. She even wanted this time to be longer. Jiang Ning asked, "Don't worry, you can get your phone." Bayuxia said softly, "Yeah." Jiang Ning turned into a commercial street and slowed down a little. The pedestrians on both sides looked at her. Unlike the little girl Zhu Yuantang, Bayuxia is beautiful. Her face, figure, and temperament are impeccable. She shines in the crowd and people can't ignore her existence. If you add personality, grades, vision, talent, family background, she is all round and has no dead ends. There are almost no shortcomings to pick out. In the eyes of ordinary people, she is already the ceiling. At least among the girls Jiang Ning knows, no one has the comprehensive conditions that can completely suppress Bayuxia. So Jiang Ning riding a bike to take her for a walk is completely different from taking Zhu Yuantang. Enjoying the attention of the people around him, Jiang Ning adjusted the lighting effect of the battery car, and the next moment, it was even more dazzling. Bayuxia wanted him to be more low-key, but was too embarrassed to speak. Jiang Ning joked, "There are no acquaintances of yours here, right?" Bayuxia reacted quickly and replied, "How could that be? I'm not famous." "That's good. I was worried that your relatives and friends would see it and then spread it to your parents' ears," Jiang Ning said. Bayuxia's expression was calm. "It's okay. My parents have seen you before, and my parents are very open-minded." Her parents have received higher education and are not the kind of old-fashioned and stereotyped people. Jiang Ning, "Oh." Bayuxia, "Yeah." Jiang Ning looked around and suddenly said, "What if I dye my hair yellow?" Bayuxia was silent for a few seconds. She was amused and angry and didn't want to talk to Jiang Ning. In this atmosphere of chatting and joking, Bayuxia gradually forgot the haze caused by the loss of her mobile phone. When passing a pedestrian street, she even pointed at the intersection. "There is a store inside. The almond lattes they sell are delicious, except for the slightly sweet dessert. Okay, after we finish, let's go and weigh half a pound," Jiang Ning said. Bayuxia's mouth corners slightly raised, and a shallow dimple appeared on one side of her cheek. "Okay." 5 minutes later, Jiang Ning stopped the battery car at an intersection. He glanced at the location on his mobile phone. At the same time, his spiritual sense unfolded and scanned the nearby buildings. Bayuxia took the opportunity to look at the surrounding environment. The sun was about to set, leaving only the last ray of afterglow. The wind blew on the street, and pedestrians hurried back and forth. There was a primary school nearby, but now it has been empty since school was over. Jiang Ning picked up his steps and walked forward along the street. After more than 20 meters, a cement road appeared in front of him. This road is a secondary road, and there is no traffic light at the three-way intersection. Jiang Ning looked at a tobacco and alcohol store on the side road and said, "I probably know where the phone is. Wait for me here." Although Baiyuxia lives in the urban area of Yazhou, she has never been near here. This place is in the suburbs. Judging from the traffic conditions on the road, it may not be easy to get a taxi. Besides, she doesn't know what will happen when she finds the phone this time. It's not that Baiyuxia is worried, but her parents often teach her not to be alone outside, especially not at night. Because not everyone has received a good education. Baiyuxia has never refuted her parents, nor has she reasoned with her parents, because she knows that bad people are unreasonable. As the saying goes, a king should not stand under a dangerous wall. Baiyuxia couldn't bear Jiang Ning to take risks. On the way here, she was in a much better mood. "Jiang Ning," Baiyuxia shouted. Jiang Ning came back to his senses. "I know the severity of the situation." Speaking of one, he walked into the tobacco and alcohol store. An old man in his 60s sat behind the glass cabinet. He was thin, with a stiff expression and a strange look. He was the type who was unkind and difficult to talk to. Jiang Ning scanned the interior of the tobacco shop with his spiritual sense. Behind the door, there was a fully automatic mahjong table. Several middle-aged men and women were smoking, and the table was full of red and green banknotes. Jiang Ning was happy. As expected, it was difficult to completely eliminate the things in human nature. According to Jiang Ning's spiritual sense, the lost phone was on the mahjong table. Jiang Ning showed the location to Baiyuxia, who thought her phone was in the hands of the old man. She felt tricky. Jiang Ning said to her, "Leave it to me." He needed to find a way to enter the secret door. Jiang Ning scratched his arm and asked, "Boss, do you have mosquito coils?" Who would have thought there would be mosquitoes in this weather? The old man glanced at Jiang Ning, and seeing that he was not young, he relaxed his vigilance and said stiffly, "Yes. I'll buy a bottle of water and lend you a plate of mosquito coils." Jiang Ning took a bottle of Chunai purified water from the freezer, 2 yuan a bottle, and gave the boss a 5 yuan bill. The old man took out a plate of mosquito coils, broke it in half, and handed the other half to him. Then he found 50 cents in change. "Jiang Ning, isn't the water 2 yuan?" The old man didn't show any expression. "1 plate of mosquito coils, 2.5 yuan. Baiyuxia, who was watching from the sidelines, changed her expression slightly. She had bought mosquito coils before, not to mention half a plate. Even a whole box of more than 10 plates of mosquito coils only cost 2 or 3 yuan. However, Baiyuxia didn't say anything. She was not a person who cared about pennies, and would not ruin a big thing for a little money. "Jiang Ning, yours is not a plate, but half a plate." The old man, "Enough for you." Jiang Ning put the water and mosquito coils on the counter. "Forget it. I won't buy it. You can return my money." The old man sneered. "I have already opened it. Return it to you?" "No." His face suddenly sank and he shouted, "Get out." After hearing this, Baiyuxia looked at Jiang Ning. She planned to solve it through official channels. Jiang Ning suddenly laughed and said happily, "I was just looking for a reason to deal with you." He suddenly stretched out his left hand and instantly spanned half a meter, accurately clamping the old man's neck. The old man's stiff face showed great astonishment. He was attacked by surprise. He stretched out his hand and tried to grab the hand on his neck, intending to break free, but he felt as if his neck was tightly clamped by an iron clamp, and the powerful force pressed on his trachea. His struggling hands gradually fell down powerlessly. Jiang Ning seemed to be holding a chicken. Baiyuxia was still in shock. She didn't understand why Jiang Ning would fight for half a plate of mosquito coils after a disagreement. From her understanding of Jiang Ning, he was definitely not a reckless person. Moreover, according to the rules of the current society, Jiang Ning, a high school student, would pay a heavy price if he was caught by someone, if he took the initiative. Baiyuxia forced herself to stay calm. She advised, "Jiang Ning, put it down quickly." Jiang Ning didn't look back. He was still holding the old man and said indifferently, "It's okay." Baiyuxia looked at his back and suddenly felt a sense of great strangeness. At the same time, her heart couldn't help but palpitate, and the blood in her body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It seemed that she could also become that kind of person. If it was described in detail, it would be extraordinary. Baiyuksha's mind flashed, and she stabilized her faith. She put aside the absurd idea. Jiang Ning let go of his hand, and the old man fell on the glass counter. His trachea made a ho-ho sound and he breathed in the air greedily. Jiang Ning looked at the partition door in the store and said, "The phone should be inside." Baiyuksha faintly heard the noise inside the door. She turned around and looked outside. This side road was very remote. Even if Jiang Ning took action in the street, no one would notice. Baiyuksha wanted to call the police, but she didn't have a cell phone. Jiang Ning walked towards the partition door. Baiyuksha was convinced by his force. Then, she thought of many news reports about national and even world fighting champions being hacked to death on the streets. Many people claimed to be able to split bricks with their bare hands and break rocks with their chests, but Baiyuksha had never heard of anyone who could withstand a kitchen knife. Baiyuksha wanted to stop him, but Jiang Ning had already pushed open the partition door. The thick smell of smoke hit her face. Jiang Ning waved his sleeves to blow away the smoke. The people playing mahjong in the room squinted when they saw the door being pushed open. A bald man shouted, "Where is Leowen? Leowen, Leowen." The fat lady shouted. Jiang Ning interrupted the noise and said, "Olden is asleep." The bald man cursed, "Damn Olden." Another strong man wearing a big gold chain asked, "Who are you? Are you a relative of Olden?" Jiang Ning showed the screen of his mobile phone and said in public, "No, I lost my phone. I found it here according to the location. Brothers and sisters, have you picked up an Apple phone?" As soon as this was said, the bald man and the strong man with the gold chain turned their eyes to the fat lady in Macup. The fat lady's face suddenly changed color and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? Go away." Baiyuksha did not stand idly by. In order to prevent things from changing, she walked forward and stared at the aunt. "Auntie, if the phone is with you and you are willing to return it, I'm willing to give you 500 yuan. After saying that, she took out 5 bills from her wallet. The fat lady's face flashed with greed and then stopped in an instant. She knew that she had picked up an Apple phone, which cost several thousand yuan. 500 yuan to get rid of her. What a joke. The fat lady yelled, "Get lost, you little bitch. Who took your phone? I'm telling you, if you dare to slander me, I'll tear your face apart." She stared at Baiyuksha's smooth and clean face, full of deep jealousy, which was the undisguised malice of a middle-aged woman towards a young girl. Baiyuksha took a step back silently. If Jiang Ning hadn't been here, she would have left without hesitation. Jiang Ning raised her phone, pointed it at the aunt, and said, "The location reality is in your hands. Don't you admit it?" A mean look appeared on the aunt's heavily made up face. She cursed, "You said it's on me, so it's on me. Will it respond if you call it?" Jiang Ning, "Hey, Siri." In the silent space, a mechanical voice suddenly came out, "I'm here." The fat lady looked at the handbag on the mahjong table and her face changed drastically. Jiang Ning, "See, you agreed." He stretched out his hand, "Give it to me." The fat lady looked at the 3 men at the same table, and the man with the gold chain immediately said, "How about this, little brother? I'll make a price of 3005. Take out 3005, and we'll give you the phone right away." The bald man next to him said, "Little brother, this price is very sincere. You have done something wrong, so you have to pay a price." The last man with a leopard tattoo on his neck was different from the other 3. From the beginning, he stared at Baiyuksha with greed in his eyes. "I'll make the decision. You give me 3000 and treat us to a drink, and this matter will be settled." As they talked, it seemed as if they had finalized the matter. After all, he was just a young man. What kind of waves could he make in the face of 4 adults? The fat lady was also fearless. Baiyuksha, who was usually calm, thought about the evil of human nature, but was still angry at the shamelessness of several people. His originally fair face flushed slightly, his chest heaved, and his eyes were full of disgust. People who are addicted to gambling often have all kinds of bad habits. The man with the leopard tattoo stared at Baiyuksha greedily, his eyes not concealing at all. He continued, "This is your girlfriend, right? You are so lucky, little brother. We have been very kind. You can turn around and leave to find someone to help you, but once you leave this door, you can't predict what will happen to your phone." The man with the leopard tattoo took out a small hammer from the side and made a knocking motion while muttering, "Little brother, forgive others when you can, and have a drink with me." He was still talking. Jiang Ning stepped forward and kicked. The sharp shadow of his leg cut through the air like a whip and hit the leopard tattoo man's chin, kicking his neck with a crisp click. As the leopard tattoo man fell on his back and hit the automatic Majin machine, Majin pieces flew everywhere and the scene was full of chaos. Jiang Ning said coldly, "Spare your mother's head." The other three people just reacted. The fat lady screamed and cursed, bursting out with the extreme vulgarity of middle-aged and elderly shrew, and all kinds of extreme insults popped out. Jiang Ning heard these ugly insults. His face became colder, raised his right hand, and his whole arm was like a taut bowstring, and he stepped forward. The fat lady stretched out her sharp nails and tore at his face. Jiang Ning's shoulder blades sank slightly, and the power condensed in his palms. The next second, he suddenly swung his palms, his muscles and bones bounced, and his palms whistled out, hitting the fat lady's face with a powerful and heavy palm. Bang! Jiang Ning said, "You are very noisy." Her insults stopped suddenly, her face suddenly twisted, and her body twisted with it. Her fat body flew 2 meters away and hit the concrete wall, and several teeth spit out blood. Jiang Ning wiped the makeup on his hands with paper. He finally knew what it felt like when the boys in the class fought with Pang Jiao. The gold chain man and the bald man were furious, their foreheads were swollen. One lifted a bench, and the other pulled out a steel pipe, smashing them at Jiang Ning. Bei Yuxia secretly worried for him. Die. The bald man smashed the steel pipe at the back of Jiang Ning's head. Jiang Ning's left foot slid back, and the steel pipe passed by sideways. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the steel pipe. Bei Yuxia clearly saw that Jiang Ning's palm was bulging with blue veins, full of power aesthetics. Jiang Ning held the steel pipe and grabbed it fiercely. The bald man's palm was numb, and he let go of the steel pipe. Jiang Ning swung the stick, and the steel pipe met the gold chain man's stool and hit it with a bang. Ka-ka-ka. The violent force smashed the stool straight through, and fragments flew everywhere. Finally, the stick was like a broken bamboo, hitting the gold chain man's shoulder, and a tragic bone fracture sounded. Jiang Ning swung the steel pipe in the opposite direction, hitting the bald man in the chest. He was hit hard and fell over. Jiang Ning threw away the steel pipe, walked to the Majin table, grabbed the fat woman's black bag, tore it open, and found Bei Yuxia's iPhone 5S inside. He stood in the chaos on the ground, took out the alcohol wet cloth, wiped it gently, and used an alcohol cotton swab to carefully clean the speaker and other places, and then handed the phone to Bei Yuxia. Jiang Ning said, "Now it has been returned to its original owner." Bei Yuxia was shocked beyond words. She knew that Jiang Ning could fight, and he was very good at fighting, but in the past, those things happened in class 8, and everyone helped to cover up, to prevent it from getting out of hand. Who would have thought that Jiang Ning was also so fierce in society? Isn't he afraid of being sanctioned? Bei Yuxia looked at the 4 injured people, unconscious, broken bones, and tooth loss. As the daughter of a doctor, she knew how serious the injuries were. Once exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. What should I do? What should I do? In extreme situations, Bei Yuxia remained calm, her eyes wandering. There were no cameras installed in the store, so what happened would not be exposed. There were no cameras on the side roads outside, but there were definitely cameras at the entrance of the elementary school, and they might have captured their traces. Bei Yuxia calmly thought about countermeasures to help Jiang Ning avoid punishment. As a result, she heard Jiang Ning on the phone. "Hey, there are people gathering here to gamble, and there was a fight. Bei Yuxia, is there anyone who confuses right and wrong like you?" Bei Yuxia picked up the wet wipes that Jiang Ning had used, wiped the steel pipes and purses on the ground. Jiang Ning saw her busy movements and said, "It's okay, I have someone." Bei Yuxia, huh? There was a sound of a vehicle outside, and Bei Yuxia's heart tightened. Then a man in a suit and leather shoes got out of the car. He walked steadily, and the distance of each step was extremely standard. He glanced at the unconscious old man on the glass cabinet, and his face did not change. He walked up to Jiang Ning and said, "I know about your matter. Let me handle it next." He had received special training, and later transferred to the local area. He was later poached by Jiang Ning and served as the secretary department with an annual salary of 1.8 million. During the summer vacation, he was responsible for the personal safety of Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning, yeah. He was about to leave when the man in a suit grabbed 3 red banknotes from the margin table. Jiang Ning looked at him. The man smiled and said, "I'll pay you the reward for reporting in advance." Jiang Ning took the banknotes and said, "Not bad." After that, Jiang Ning and Bai Yuxia left the tobacco shop. Walking on the main road outside, Bai Yuxia saw the police car whizzing in the distance. She moved her mouth, but finally suppressed the doubts in her heart. Jiang Ning took the initiative to say, "My parents are one of the executives of Jiang Ning when it was first founded." Bai Yuxia was silent. She lowered her head. The content of Jiang Ning company in Yuzhou was obvious to all. Her parents had more contact with it, and she was also aware of it. Someone privately gave a very appropriate evaluation. King of Yuzhou. Jiang Ning stopped and stared at Bai Yuxia, and suddenly smiled. "You don't think I'm scary, do you?" As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ning found that the atmosphere had changed subtly. Bai Yuxia was silent for a few seconds. She raised her face, and her fair and beautiful face had a hint of sharpness. Her eyes also changed, like the wind on the lake stirring the tranquil water, and her tone was unhappy. "Just now, I was still thinking about how to hide it for you." How could she think Jiang Ning was scary? In his eyes, was she such an ungrateful person? After saying this, she quickened her pace in a huff, as if she wanted to go ahead, leaving Jiang Ning with only a graceful back in the dim evening. Jiang Ning saw that her side braids swayed above her white sweater jacket with her steps, which actually added a bit of mismatched playfulness and cuteness to her. Jiang Ning knew that he had wronged her. He hurriedly caught up with her and took out the wooden box. "Bai Yuxia, this is for you." Bai Yuxia looked strange. Jiang Ning opened the box and saw a green jade ring with a warm texture appearing in Bai Yuxia's sight. At this moment, the street lights in the darkness around suddenly released light, and the world seemed to be ignited. Countless fragments of light were lured by the green jade ring and gathered on the surface of the ring. Bai Yuxia's face was illuminated by the bright light of the ring, and her eyes seemed to be shining with stars. Jiang Ning stood in the darkness, looking at the girl shrouded in light, and he smiled softly. "Do you like it?" Chapter 679, Tease. Do you like it? Bai Yuxia stood quietly on the street under the night sky. Her beautiful face was illuminated by the sparkling light of the jade ring. Her eyes were also as bright as sparks, staring at the elegant ring. Her heartbeat was like a plucked string, trembling gently. Bai Yuxia clearly felt an indescribable joy and expectation. That expectation made her raise her hand, and her white fingers were like petals, touching the jade ring. When her fingertips touched the jade ring, the starlight on the surface of the ring suddenly flashed. Bai Yuxia felt a throbbing in her heart, as if this ring originally belonged to her. She carefully twisted the ring with 2 fingers. Because of nervousness, her fingertips trembled slightly, as if she was afraid of hurting it. The silent action replaced her answer. Jiang Ning was quite satisfied in his heart. It was worth the effort he spent on this ring. Seeing this, he said, "So just now, I didn't misunderstand you." After Bai Yuxia accepted the ring, the corners of her mouth rose, and 2 dimples like crescent moons appeared on her cheeks, as if hiding countless joy. "Well, it's my problem. I was a little extreme just now." Bai Yuxia admitted her mistake. She is not a god, and she can't perfectly control her emotions at all times. Now that she thinks about it, Jiang Ning was looking for her phone today, and took unnecessary risks. Now he gave her a ring again. Thinking of this, Bai Yuxia stroked the ring on her finger, and felt particularly relieved. "Should we go back to school?" Bai Yuxia looked up at the sky. The sun had completely set, and night had arrived. Jiang Ning glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and said, "It's probably a bit hasty to go back to school now." Bai Yuxia, "Sorry," Jiang Ning said. "Do you usually have any bold ideas? For example, have you done anything bold?" Bai Yuxia saw him staring at her, and for some reason, she suddenly thought of the secret deal with Chen Xiaoyu. Her eyes were flushed, but fortunately the environment was dim, and it didn't attract attention. She asked back, "What bold thing?" Jiang Ning showed the car keys. "Take you to skip class. Let's go shopping." Bai Yuxia was stunned. Jiang Ning continued to persuade, the first class today is evening self-study, occasionally skipping a class, it won't have much impact. Bayuxia thought for a while, okay. After confirming, Jiang Ning found the battery car, he pressed a few buttons, and turned on the lights. This titanium grey painted battery car not only has dazzling headlights, but also has colorful LED light strips on both sides of the body, which are shining. Those gorgeous lights, jumping and interweaving, are full of rustic style. Well, Jiang Ning did it on purpose. He felt that Bayuxia, who was so serious, had a different kind of fun. Bayuxia sat in the back seat, looking at the almost dazzling light, and suddenly felt that she seemed to have become the coolest girl on the whole street, especially when Jiang Ning turned the accelerator to accelerate. The lights were like flowing fire, extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Even though Bayuxia was very well mannered, she was still embarrassed to ask, "Are you talking about a marquee?" Jiang Ning, this is a firework display. Bayuxia, shut up. The electric car was driving on a suburban road. The road was wide and flat, and the trees on both sides were looming in the night. The wind blew on Bayuxia's body, bringing her comfort. Her side braids swayed gently. In the night, she felt a sense of freedom that she had not felt for a long time. The street you pointed out before is good. Let's go for a walk, Jiang Ning suggested. Okay. Jiang Ning slightly accelerated, and the electric car pulled out a stream of light and rushed out. Bayuxia was already numb, and she accepted the current situation. She could even summarize why the gangsters were riding motorcycles to blow up the street, based on the surprised eyes of the pedestrians on both sides and her current mood. Because this kind of behavior is very easy to attract attention, and can get psychological satisfaction, but it's a pity that Bayuxia, who has lived in a beautiful environment since childhood, does not need that kind of false vanity. Well, if it was with Jiang Ning, Bayuxia suddenly felt that it would be nice to do it once in a while. Just when Bayuxia was thinking about this, a loud noise suddenly came from the back. It was the roar of the engine, which made Bayuxia look back. She saw an equally gorgeous electric motorcycle roaring and roaring in the night, and in an instant it surpassed Jiang Ning's electric bike. The young man riding the bike had dyed yellow hair, and there was a young red-haired man on the back seat. The yellow-haired young man noticed Bayuxia's appearance, and his expression was obviously stunned for a moment. Damn, so beautiful. Although they were yellow-haired and had no shortage of little girls, they could not get a girl with Bayuxia's appearance and figure unless they were willing to commit a crime. The red-haired young man in the back seat blew a loud whistle and gave Jiang Ning a middle finger down gesture. The yellow-haired man twisted the accelerator and approached. He blocked the position and blocked Jiang Ning to the side of the road, forcing the electric bike to slow down. After showing off their power, the electric motorcycle blocked Jiang Ning in front of him, making him meet the exhaust of the motorcycle. The two young men laughed with their mouths open, showing their masculinity. Bayuxia listened to the noisy noise beside her ears and frowned slightly. These young men riding modified motorcycles are very annoying. Sometimes in the middle of the night, there will be a sudden violent throttle sound in the city, which makes people unable to sleep. Jiang Ning looked at the electric motorcycle in front of him and said, "These two people have no chivalry at all. Bayuxia, they don't have it. These are the most unpresentable people. The small electric motorcycles they ride are not even comparable to those who really ride motorcycles. But in terms of disgustingness, the gangsters are the best." Even if Bayuxia is from a certain background, there is no good way to be teased by them. It takes a lot of energy to completely eliminate this phenomenon. Jiang Ning's eyes were calm. He said, "I'll show you what discrimination means. Bayuxia, chivalry? Hold on tight." After saying that, Jiang Ning turned the ignition switch. His electric bike was very fast and could reach more than 60 km per hour. Under Jiang Ning's control, the electric bike was as agile as a fish and instantly surpassed the electric motorcycle in front. At the moment when the two cars crossed, Jiang Ning looked at the two and shouted, "Stupid." After saying that, Jiang Ning instantly overtook. Bayuxia saw that the two young men showed a stunned expression, and she felt so relieved. As a good girl who has received a good education since childhood, she sometimes really likes this simple and extreme venting. After the young man reacted, he was directly furious. The two people chased from behind, cursing. After all, it was an electric motorcycle, and the extreme speed was far faster than the electric bike. They pulled the car closer, and the red-haired young man took out a steel pipe and waved it in the air. Alpaca. Jiang Ning leaned a little to the left and easily avoided it. He slowed down a little. The red-haired young man pointed at Jiang Ning's nose and cursed. Jiang Ning accelerated again and used his spiritual power to speed up at the same time, and the distance between the two cars quickly closed. Just when they were about to pass each other, Jiang Ning said, "Die." He kicked hard, and his footprint was like a hammer, hitting the other car's body heavily. With a loud bang, the other person in the car were kicked away by a huge force. Jiang Ning's strength was too great, and he kicked the electric motorcycle directly into the green belt next to him. Bang! The electric motorcycle hit the ground, rolled and drifted, and fell into a mess. Jiang Ning didn't even look back, continued to accelerate, and drove away. Bayuxia was impressed by his cold and decisive handsomeness. She turned around and looked at the young man who fell to the ground, not knowing whether he would live or die. She was stunned. Jiang Ning kicked them over directly? Isn't this a real-life version of violent motorcycle? In the past, Jiang Ning always gave Bayuxia the impression of being gentle, respectful and frugal. Only when they occasionally fought did she realize Jiang Ning's strength, but those things were still within the rules. However, after 2 consecutive fights tonight, Bayuxia seemed to know him again. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as daring and ruthless. He seems to follow his heart and never considers the consequences. Yes, his parents are the elders of Changqing, and these little hooligans can't hurt him at all. He does have this ability. Bayuxia gradually calmed down. She lived in society and was used to being bound by rules. She knew what to do and what not to do, and these instincts were integrated into her behavior. However, Bayuxia did not forget that there are many people in the world who trample on the rules. Little hooligans with nothing can trample on the rules, and powerful big men can trample on the rules. Only people like them must abide by the rules and solve all problems in a formal way. So she would hope that the other party would return the phone by paying, but she only received a strong malice. Even if the other party did not give it, Bayuxia would have no choice. Another example is the gangster just now. If she encountered it, she could only swallow her anger and suffer a loss. But Jiang Ning, like an ancient knight, saw injustice and drew his sword to kill it. The idea he implemented should be that life should be free and happy in the world. Bayuxia fell into deep thought. Her thinking and cognition were inadvertently expanded a lot with Jiang Ning's behavior. Jiang Ning in front suddenly asked, "Is it fun?" Bayuxia came back to her senses. She nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's fun." Jiang Ning laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, come again next time." Bayuxia chuckled. At the same time, all the troubles in her heart were gone. Night market. Jiang Ning parked the battery car and walked into the street with Bayuxia. Looking around, it was a bustling scene. The colorful neon lights flickered, illuminating the whole street. The air was filled with the aroma of food, and there were a variety of stalls selling fruits, handmade accessories, and several children running around under the colorful lights. Jiang Ning scanned the fruit stand on the street with his spiritual sense and bought 2 fruit salads. The two strolled along the street, and gradually, Bayuxia's unfamiliarity disappeared, and she began to chat and laugh with Jiang Ning. She walked to a ceramics stall, and the stall owner was a young lady who greeted her warmly. Bayuxia picked for a while, and took a fancy to a small and exquisite chinchilla. The porcelain was round and the overall color was grey, white, and blue, which was quite cute and pleasing. She bought 2, and gave one to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning touched the cold porcelain and said, "Where are you going to put it?" Bayuxia said, "On the desk." Jiang Ning shook his head and said carefully, "This can't be placed casually." Bayuxia saw his expression change, and she also looked serious and asked, "Are there any taboos?" Bayuxia lacked knowledge of Feng Shui. Jiang Ning imitated Tang Tang's words, "No, I'm just scaring you." Bayuxia heard this. She turned her head unhappily, and there was a bit of charm in her movements. She no longer looked directly at Jiang Ning, leaving only a clear and three-dimensional profile of his delicate face. However, when Bayuxia noticed Jiang Ning's helpless expression from the corner of her eye, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 680 The Last Retention. Noisy night market. Bayuksha was obviously pretending to be angry, but her tilted face was actually outlined with a smile, and her shallow dimples bloomed. She used to be calm and rational, but now she showed this kind of coquettish expression. The contrast was like a girl blowing in her ear, gently teasing her. Jiang Ning didn't use words to coax her. He looked at the streets on both sides of the food street. This food street is quite spacious. The stalls on the road are arranged like the seats of class 8. The buildings on both sides have opened some spicy hot pot, desserts, flower shops and other shops. Jiang Ning happened to see a trendy claw machine shop. Several young couples stopped in front of the store, so he suggested, "Let's go, grab a doll." Bayuksha listened. She turned around. Her expression was no different from usual, and she didn't see the coquettishness just now. She also noticed the doll shop. "I heard from them that you are very good at catching dolls." Bayuksha rarely grabs dolls because she thinks it is a scam. Like the scratch cards on the roadside, she never buys them. She will not fall into these probability traps. Jiang Ning, you also think I'm awesome? Bayuksha, I just heard them say that. Who are they? Jiang Ning asked. Bayuksha, Chen Xiaoyu and her sister. Oh, Jiang Ning nodded and thought about it carefully. It was probably last summer vacation when Zhu Yuantang boasted in front of them. Chen Xiaoyu believed it and repeatedly instilled it into Bayuksha. Bayuksha's eyes moved over. So, you should be awesome, right? Jiang Ning did not answer directly. He said, catch a few more for you, take them to Chen Xiaoyu and prove it to her. As he said that, he walked towards the doll shop. Bayuksha heard his words and analyzed the clues. Jiang Ning had never taken Chen Xiaoyu to catch dolls, otherwise he would not have said that. With this thought, her steps became much lighter. Soon, Bayuksha noticed the change in her mood again. She felt funny. What she and Jiang Ning experienced tonight was probably something Chen Xiaoyu had never heard of. Only she discovered the other side of Jiang Ning outside of society. Bayuksha couldn't help laughing when she thought of the silly image of the twins. She would keep tonight's experience a secret and would not tell Chen Xiaoyu. Compared with the claw machines in the mall, the doll shop on the street is much more professional, including the dolls in the claw machines. The appearance is obviously a level higher. In addition to the big dolls, there are many exquisite mini dolls. This store is fully automatic. Although Bayuksha doesn't usually play with these, she saw that Jiang Ning was quite interested, so she took out a 20 yuan bill and exchanged it for 20 game coins from the machine. Bayuksha first observed the customers in the store and found that everyone had empty hands and got nothing. She had a hunch that the difficulty of grabbing in this doll shop might not be low. She observed the claw machine again, looking for dolls that could be grabbed. Passing by a claw machine, Bayuksha pointed at the pink elephant in the glass. This one is in a good position. It should be easy to grab. Jiang Ning glanced at the elephant and asked, do you like its appearance? Bayuksha said honestly, actually, I don't like it very much, but it may be easier to grab. She has a normal mentality. Many people grab dolls, not just considering the appearance, but more considering the position of the doll and whether it is easy to grab. Jiang Ning changed to a good-looking one. Bayuksha, yeah. In fact, she didn't like this little elephant very much because the appearance of this little elephant looked very much like Songsheng in the class, especially the squinting eyes. She was going to continue browsing other colorful dolls. Bayuksha had just made way, and a group of young couples came over immediately. Hey, this one is by the exit. I guess it will come out if I move it a little bit. The boy analyzed. After that, he threw 2 coins and started to operate the machine. Bayuksha paid attention to it. The claws of the machine were shaking a little, and the doll fell off as soon as it was grabbed. The boy sighed and tried again unwillingly. Bayuksha continued to move forward. She stayed at a doll machine for a few more seconds. Unfortunately, the dolls inside were not placed in a good position, and this machine was more expensive. 5 game coins were required to grab one. Jiang Ning noticed her eyes. He looked at the Hello Kitty cat in the glass and said, well, not bad. The texture is better than other dolls. The classic image of Hello Kitty does have its reasons for being popular. The little cat with bright big eyes reveals a kind of gentleness and innocence. Bayuksha, it's pretty good. Jiang Ning asked again, do you want it? He looked natural, as if everything was under control, and he didn't doubt whether he could catch it. This kind of strength from the inside out touched Bayuxia, and she didn't doubt it at all. Bayuxia didn't say anything. She stretched out her hand and poured the game coins to Jiang Ning. Too much. Jiang Ning said. Bayuxia, it's okay, you use it first. Okay. Jiang Ning took out 5 coins and stuffed them into the game machine one by one. The claw machine started, and Jiang Ning gently moved the rocker. The grappling hook of this machine was very stable and could not be shaken at all. Many big guys who threw the hook would probably have a headache after seeing it. Jiang Ning's fingers flicked, and Bayuxia couldn't keep staring at his face, so she moved her eyes to his fingers. Bayuxia found that his fingers were particularly beautiful, slender, and smooth, with both strength and softness. Finally, Jiang Ning tapped the button, and the movement of the grappling hook attracted Bayuxia's attention. She only then realized that the grappling hook had been moved to the corner by Jiang Ning, which was extremely far away from the exit. At this distance, the probability of successfully grabbing the doll was extremely small. The couple next to them who failed to catch the elephant doll also cast their eyes. In the eyes of several people, the grappling hook successfully grabbed the doll, and the first step was completed, but the fragile grappling hook could change at every step during the movement. Bayuxia's eyes were calm, and she stared at the grappling hook closely. Then, the grappling hook successfully crossed the natural chasm with the doll, arrived at the end, and fell to the exit of the claw machine. Fuck. The boy in the couple was amazed and blurted out. The girl was surprised. It's possible from such a distance. Jiang Ning bent down to pick up the Hello Kitty cat and gave it to Bayuxia. Yes. Bayuxia lowered her head. Without the glass blocking the doll, she could see the pink and white doll. She touched it with her hand and found that the surface material was unexpectedly good. It felt very good. It was worthy of being a 5 yuan doll machine. The boss did not cut corners. Bayuxia's mood became cheerful because of this doll. Jiang Ning went to grab a few more dolls. Bayuxia's smile became more and more beautiful. The dimples were printed on her cheeks, and the side braids were shaking. Her eyes, as calm as water, surged like spring water. In the end, Bayuxia could hardly hold any more. She was already very outstanding, and she was holding a lot of dolls. These cute dolls made her look particularly beautiful, which really attracted many eyes. Now, not only did people know that she was beautiful, but also knew the strength of the boy next to her. Jiang Ning picked up a large plastic bag from the claw machine shop and put all the dolls together. Bayuxia finally didn't have to hold it. Most of her quiet temperament disappeared, and her steps were faintly excited. Then, Jiang Ning took her shopping again. When they passed a ring tossing stall, Bayuxia slowed down. This ring tossing stall was opened by a young man. There were many gifts on the ground, plastic dolls, car models, dolls, and even many drinks, such as Coke, Red Bull, etc. Couples, parents, and children gathered around the stall. Seeing this, Jiang Ning asked, do you want to play? Bayuxia smiled and said, yes. She spent 10 yuan and bought 6 rings. Bayuxia was going to throw 3 rings by herself, but she didn't win the first 2. The middle-aged man next to him had already thrown 7 or 8 rings, but none of them hit the target. He shouted, young man, your prizes are too scattered. The stall owner responded, no, they are all placed like this. Besides, my prizes are good. Look at that racing car. It's a genuine Audi double diamond. It's a child's dream. If it's sold outside, it will cost at least 50 yuan. Now you have a chance to take it home for 1 yuan. As soon as he said this, the child next to him shouted, Dad, I want that racing car. Bayuxia squeezed the last plastic ring in her hand. She aimed at the racing car and threw it out. She had given up hope. Jiang Ning stared at the flying ring. It was off. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power, and his invisible palm moved in the air to adjust its position. Then, in the eyes of everyone, the plastic ring just hit the model box. The young stall owner's face changed, revealing visible pain. Looking at the plastic ring, Bayuxia's face flashed a brief dullness, as if she was caught off guard. Her eyes, as steady as water, slightly glared. This surprise did not last long. She blossomed into a brilliant expression, the corners of her mouth raised, forming a perfect arc, and her dimples bloomed playfully. She grabbed Jiang Ning's wrist and shook it while shouting, Jiang Ning, look. Jiang Ning saw the stars in her eyes. His body was shaken slightly, and seeing Bayuxia's current side that was completely different from usual, Jiang Ning felt a sense of accomplishment, and was actually a little excited. After a while, Bayuxia realized that her behavior was inappropriate. Her face flushed, and she quickly let go of Jiang Ning's hand, lowered her cheeks, and did not speak. The young stall owner felt like he had suffered a critical hit when he saw the actions of the two. But life has to go on. Business has to go on. He picked up the box, walked over and introduced loudly, the things in this box are not simple. Genuine Bandai Gundam model. Dozens of dollars. Well, Jiang Ning scanned it. It was genuine, but this model was Q version. Even if it was assembled, it was probably only the size of a palm. The style should be Wing Zero. Okay, a bit cool. Jiang Ning took the box and saw the envious eyes of the children next to him. He handed 3 plastic rings to the children and said, go, it's your turn to save the world. Then he picked up the Gundam and walked away with the beautiful Bayuxia. The child stared at the back of the big brother. He clenched the plastic ring with his fingers and rejoined the ring-tossing battlefield. He must get the Gundam. They strolled along the pedestrian street. Bayuxia was annoyed in her heart. She didn't control her emotions just now, because she was so excited, because she got a model. But in the end, why was I so careless? Bayuxia blamed herself. She was embarrassed to look at Jiang Ning now. It's over. Bayuxia wanted to reopen the city. Jiang Ning gave her space to relieve her emotions. He took out his mobile phone and Tong sent him a message. Why haven't you come back yet? Where have you been? Okay, you don't want to reply to messages, right? I'll eat all your melon seeds. Scattered messages appeared in the chat list. Jiang Ning took a photo of the night market and sent it. Shopping. Preparing to buy snacks. Zhu Yuantang replied in seconds. I want to eat snacks. You buy them for me. Jiang Ning thought of her hungry look, so he teased her. Has your account been stolen? Zhu Yuantang. It's me. Jiang Ning, I don't believe it. Prove it. What's your name? Zhu Yuantang. I'm Tong. Jiang Ning continued to ask, what's the name of the dog in Uncle Zhang's house next door? Zhu Yuantang. It's Xiaoban. These things can't stump her at all. Jiang Ning wants to embarrass her. She can even tell how many potted plants there are on Jiang Ning's windowsill. Jiang Ning asked, how many thorns are there on the surface of the cactus on my windowsill? Zhu Yuantang was silent. Jiang Ning, you are not yourself. Zhu Yuantang was furious, and she quickly contacted Chuchu. Heba. Zhu Chuchu, who was writing a test paper in the house, suddenly received a message. Chuchu, go to Jiang Ning's house, and help me count the thorns of the cactus on his windowsill. Zhu Chuchu. She reflected for a moment, and she didn't offend Tong recently. After Jiang Ning teased Tong, he slowed down his pace. This store should be a place that sells lat almonds, right? Bayuxia raised her face. Her charming cheeks still blushed, indescribably tempting. Yes, it's this one. The two walked into the store. The enthusiastic female clerk immediately greeted them, and she introduced, the specialties of our store are sugar frosted hawthorns, sugar frosted cherry tomatoes, and lat almonds, she said, and at the same time, took out the sample and let the two taste it. Jiang Ning tasted the lat almond, and it tasted really good, sweet on the outside and crispy on the inside. There are also yogurt almonds. The price is the same for both, 41 catties. You can order as much as you want. Jiang Ning knocked on Bayuxia, who was forcing a stern face beside her. She seemed to want to use this solemn expression to eliminate the negative impact caused by impulse. Jiang Ning thought for a while and asked the clerk, 41 catties, right? Yes, that's right. Jiang Ning said again, then it's cheaper, 20.5 catties is okay. Sorry, sir, we don't talk about this here. The female clerk was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, okay, 20.5 catties is okay. Bayuxia couldn't hold it back and wanted to laugh again. She thought of the stupid Shen Xiaoyu and knew that Jiang Ning was probably imitating her on purpose. Jiang Ning, well, half a catty, don't add more. In addition to the latte almonds, Jiang Ning bought a bag of frosted cherry tomatoes and some beef jerky to eat when she returned to class. After coming out of the store, Jiang Ning stood at the door and looked at the night in the distance. Bayuxia thought he was going back to school, but at this moment, she felt inexplicably empty in her heart. She said nonchalantly, "Let's go shopping again. I have something else to buy." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681 See-Through. After Bayuxia finished speaking, she did not look directly at Jiang Ning, she only cast her eyes towards the bustling pedestrian street. Jiang Ning looked at her trying to hide her secrets, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? I was planning to buy some more things. Bayuxia heard his tone, and she felt annoyed and embarrassed. She found that her thoughts seemed to be seen through by Jiang Ning. This feeling of being completely exposed made her feel very insecure, as if Jiang Ning could come in at any time. At the same time, she felt inexplicably happy. Bayuxia's expression did not change. She ignored Jiang Ning's teasing, but said calmly, "Okay, let's go together." With that, she picked up her steps and headed for the bustling pedestrian street. Jiang Ning followed closely behind, and the two strolled along the street. Bayuxia stopped from time to time to admire the small stores of clothes and accessories on the roadside. She just observed, but rarely bought anything. According to Jiang Ning's observation, she probably looked down on these goods, unlike the frugal Chuchu. Finally, Bayuxia stood in front of a cart selling bracelets and rings. Seeing those rings, Bayuxia gently stroked the jade ring in her hand. The touch was warm and reassuring, as if it was a guardian spirit that kept her away from all disasters. "It's just a ring." Bayuxia felt so strange. Could it be because he gave it to me? As soon as this thought popped up, Bayuxia immediately dismissed it. It was too absurd. She turned her eyes back to the dazzling array of small commodities in front of her. After a while, she picked out an accessory. It was a magnolia brooch, made of metal and jade, with white petals, smooth and elegant branches, and an overall simulated design. Magnolia symbolizes purity, flawlessness, and elegance. "I want this one," Bayuxia said. The young female store owner saw it and said, "Sister, you have a good eye. You will look very beautiful wearing this magnolia flower. 52 yuan. I'll round it off for you. 50 will do." Bayuxia's voice was soft, like a mountain stream. "No need to round it off. I like the number 52. After saying that, she was about to lower her head to take the money. At this time, Jiang Ning handed over a 50 yuan note and 2 coins. The female store owner took off the magnolia flower brooch and gave it to Bayuxia. Bayuxia said to him, "I'll return the money to you later." Jiang Ning, "No, buy me some snacks." Bayuxia decided immediately, "Okay." She touched the magnolia flower brooch and thought to herself, "This is the third gift he has given me." White jade tiger pendant, green jade ring, magnolia flower brooch. Bayuxia suddenly had a thought. "I'm afraid that in the future, all parts of my body will leave his traces, right? No. Think about it again." Bayuxia felt that her sanity was wrong today. This is not good. She shouldn't be broken. Speaking of collapse, she thought of the work that Chen Xiao had sent her some time ago. Bayuxia took a deep breath. She was sober and rational. She had received a good education, her thoughts were profound, and she could always see through the essence of things. She was upright, and she would follow her own path. Then, she saw Jiang Ning reaching out his hand to her, his eyes like a painting painted with ink. Just a glance at each other, Bayuxia seemed to have a glimpse of another world full of ancient charm, where clouds and mists lingered, immortal mountains stood tall, ancient trees towered, and spirit birds and beasts were everywhere. Jiang Ning said, "I think you should try it on, so give me the things." Bayuxia was in a trance for a moment, but saw Jiang Ning smiling, and his eyes returned to their former depth. Even though Bayuxia claimed to be sober, she was still in a trance at this moment. She was confused. Oh, okay. She handed all the dolls and snacks in her hand to Jiang Ning. Then she picked up the magnolia brooch and quickly calmed down. She held the brooch with her white fingers and pinned it gently on her white sweater. Then, she stood up with her hands behind her back and leaned slightly to show it to Jiang Ning. There was a hustle and bustle around her, and people were coming and going. Bayuxia was full of tranquility. Her eyes were clear and bright, and the magnolia flower bloomed on her chest, making her more elegant and moving. Jiang Ning couldn't help but praise, "Your brooch is beautiful." Bayuxia looked at him deeply. Although she knew he was praising herself, why did it sound so ambiguous? Jiang Ning, the brooch is very beautiful, and it goes well with the clothes. Bayuxia felt that Jiang Ning must have done it on purpose. If other boys said that, she would definitely break up. Since it was Jiang Ning, Bayuxia turned around silently and walked in front. She threw all the snacks and dolls she had just given to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning followed behind and suddenly said, "You have lost some weight recently?" Bayuxia, how could she not know? Jiang Ning, your mind has become narrow. Bayuxia stopped talking again. However, she was not the type to get angry after all. She was in a good mood today. Bayuxia allowed him to take advantage of her with her words. She turned around and took the doll and snacks from Jiang Ning's hand. The two continued shopping. Bayuxia tried a coat, but didn't buy it. Jiang Ning saw a belt that cost $1 and wanted to buy it back to show off, but was stopped by Bayuxia. She felt that this belt was not worthy of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning passed by a red willow branch mutton kebab stall on the street. The mutton was roasted and sizzling with oil. The aroma of meat was fragrant. A big kebab was sold for 8 yuan, which was quite expensive. He bought 2 kebabs, and Bayuxia's lips were rosy and especially beautiful after eating them. Jiang Ning bought another box of ice yogurt to relieve her spiciness. Bayuxia drank most of it, and there was a little bit left. She couldn't suck it out no matter what, so Jiang Ning asked her to try harder. Bayuxia knew that he wanted to laugh at her. She glanced at Jiang Ning and silently threw away the yogurt box. 20 minutes later, Bayuxia walked to the corner of the street again. The moonlight in the sky was bright and clear, and the young man next to her was handsome and extraordinary. She knew that, no matter how good the banquet was, it would eventually end, and it was time to go back to school. Bayuxia, let's go. Jiang Ning showed his key and pressed it lightly. The battery car beeped twice. He took Bayuxia and drove into the distant night sky, heading for Yutao No. 4 middle school. The first class of the evening self-study. During the break, in the south corridor, Chen Xiao and Zhu Yuantang were leaning on the balcony, and their 2 little faces were full of sorrow. Tang Tong, my sister ignores me. Chen Xiao sighed. My mother just called me and asked me why the sesame oil in the kitchen cupboard was gone. I said my sister spent it all, and then my mother scolded her. In fact, it was me who spent it all. Chen Xiao was helpless. She didn't reply to my message. Zhu Yuantang used his self-taught palace fighting skills and suggested, she ignores you, and you ignore her. Chen Xiao thought about it and said, but my sister will touch me at night. Hearing this, Zhu Yuantang, can't you fight back? Chen Xiao, but I'm in the wrong. Zhu Yuantang shook his head, you are so useless, you should be in the right. Chen Xiao was sad for a while, and suddenly her cell phone vibrated, and she hurriedly took it out. Then she said in surprise, sister replied to my message. Zhu Yuantang said contemptuously, you are so happy to reply. Chen Xiao, you don't understand. She looked at Zhu Yuantang again, and saw her standing alone on the balcony. Chen Xiao remembered that Tang Tang always slept at the desk at this time in the past, but today during the evening self-study, she did not sleep, but studied for a whole class. Tang Tang, what are you doing on the balcony? Zhu Yuantang said calmly, get some fresh air. In fact, she was furious. Jiang Ning actually left without saying goodbye, and betrayed her for the entire evening self-study. Moreover, he dared not to reply to her message. Chen Xiao saw that the night wind blew up Zhu Yuantang's hair, but she stood still like a mountain, with a great demeanor of a general. Chen Xiao felt that she should learn from Zhu Yuantang. The back row of the classroom. Zhang Kai ran to the 4th seat and asked, Lukiki, the sports student I recommended to you, why did you delete him? He was very anxious. Since Zhang Kai joined the sports team, He found that many senior high school students, after exercising every day, were full of energy and wanted to have a girlfriend. Unfortunately, no matter what period, it is not so easy to find a girlfriend. So Zankai quoted a price of 50 yuan and marked the price of Lukaku's questions number. This woman looks okay, and she changes partners very quickly, often dating people from society. As a result, the group of poor athletes could not afford 50 yuan, so Zankai had no choice but to lower the price to 20 yuan before someone was willing to spend money to buy it. Zankai then found Lukaku and claimed to introduce her to a potential stock so that she agreed to be a friend. Zankai fought back and forth and directly earned 20 yuan. He was so beautiful that he had a 16 yuan braised chicken meal. As a result, after just 2 days, something went wrong. The athlete claimed to return the money. Lukaku said, "It's too ugly." Zankai appealed for the buyer. "It's not ugly, it's the type that you can look at it for a long time. Although you may not be used to it at first, you will look better and better as you look at it for a long time." Lukaku, "It's just ugly." Zankai emphasized, "The type that can look at it for a long time." Lukaku waved her hand. "Okay, it's good, but unfortunately I don't have the patience to look at it. The most important thing is that he is too poor. I asked him to go to the door to buy a few cups of milk tea for us sisters, but he actually said he didn't bring any money." Lukaku looked bored. Zankai, "Maybe they really didn't bring money?" Lukaku almost laughed. "In elementary school, you told the teacher that you forgot to bring your homework home. Did you really forget to bring it?" Wang Lang glanced at Kiki. After not seeing her for a few days, her level had improved a lot. Zankai said stiffly, "How can it be the same? You asked for 4 cups of milk tea, and you also specified that you wanted milk tea from that milk tea shop. Oh my god, 1 cup is 13 yuan, and 4 cups are 52 yuan. Who can afford it?" As soon as he said this, Shan Kaikun looked up and said that for a high school student in 2014, 52 yuan is definitely not a small amount. Nowadays, an overpass stay in an internet cafe from 10 PM to 7 AM the next day is only 10 yuan. Shan Kaikun's tone rose. 52 yuan, enough for me to stay in the internet cafe for 5 consecutive nights. Lukaku said disdainfully, "Then you spend thousands of yuan on your schoolmate's birthday? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Shan Kaikun was speechless. Damn, he just remembered that he was the most idiotic. Lukaku sneered, "And do you really think I want it? I'm just testing his attitude. Even if he agrees to buy it for me, I won't accept it. It's just a joke." Zankai's face rose. Did his sports student customer fall into a trap? Ma Shicheng suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. He laughed very funny, and Wang Lang next to him laughed, and then Hu Jun laughed. Lukaku felt that the laughter was particularly harsh, and she looked unhappy. "What are you laughing at?" Ma Shicheng, "It's okay, I just think you are so good at joking." At the school gate, the light of the titanium grey battery car dimmed a lot. Normally, Jiang Ning would only turn on one spotlight. He greeted the security guard at the school gate and entered the campus smoothly. Bei Yuxia sighed. She knew how strict the security guards were usually. During class, don't even think about leaving the school gate. Many students who skipped classes often climbed over the wall behind the dormitory. Immediately, Bei Yuxia thought of Jiang Ning's actions at night and understood it again. His parents are senior executives of Changqingai, which provides financial support to number 4 middle school. Perhaps he can still enjoy these privileges without relying on his grades. Perhaps I can use him as a face in the future? Jiang Ning parked the electric car in the carport, took some snacks, and walked towards building 3. On the way, he happened to meet the monitors in Yaoling. "Yo." Jiang Ning greeted. Xin Yaoling turned around and found that it was Jiang Ning and Bei Yuxia. The light here was slightly dark, and Xin Yaoling looked a little puzzled. As the monitor of Class 8 in the power center, Xin Yaoling knew why Jiang Ning and Bei Yuxia asked for leave, but now the two of them were carrying a lot of bags, and she couldn't help but think, are they going out on a date? However, Xin Yaoling was well versed in human relationships, and she didn't say anything, because it would only change her life, and there was less than a month before the New Year's Eve party, and she had something to ask of the two talents. "Xin Yaoling, do you need help?" Jiang Ning handed her the doll bag. "Thanks." Xin Yaoling lifted the bag and noticed the Hello Kitty cat on the top. Most girls like this doll, even someone as ambitious as Xin Yaoling. She looked surprised. Where did you buy it from? Hearing this, Bayuxia's heart surged with joy, but she didn't show it on her face. She said softly, I got it from a doll machine. Xin Yaoling stared at the big bag. At first glance, there were at least 7 or 8 dolls. How much did it cost to get it? Bayuxia's face flashed a little bit of imperceptible pride, which disappeared in an instant. She remained calm. About 20 yuan. Xin Yaoling, 20 yuan? Are you kidding? Bayuxia said calmly, I was lucky. Jiang Ning witnessed Bayuxia's demeanor throughout the whole process and thought that her level of showing off was much higher than Tang Tang's, full of lightness, as if it was a piece of cake. Jiang Ning decided to give her a helping hand. He picked up the square box and said, she is indeed lucky. She even got a Gundam when she tossed the ring. Xin Yaoling didn't understand Gundam, but she now understood Bayuxia's strength. Bayuxia remained calm. Let's go. Xin Yaoling, oh, okay, let's chat. She turned and climbed the stairs. Bayuxia walked behind. Her steps were leisurely. At a certain moment, her eyes met Jiang Ning, and then she saw a teasing look on his face. Bayuxia felt that she was seen through. The breath at the tip of her nose was a little chaotic. She chose not to look at him. Chapter 682 I Won't Lose. The second class of evening self-study. At a self-study class, the students are in a very relaxed state. Although many teachers emphasize that the second year of high school is the most important year, everyone is tired of hearing such words. There are many people playing with their mobile phones, watching movies, holding basketballs, practicing martial arts, and thinking about making money. Yuan and her classmates even created a small group to chat and communicate during class. Shenkinj stared at the homepage of the Kuaishao app, feeling a little worried. Since she changed her name to AAA Building Materials Wholesale Brother Liu, in order to peek into Jiang Ning's life, she often encounters people who ask her for advice on building materials. Those people are not important at all, and Shenkinj never pays attention to them. What bothers her the most is that Jiang Ning actually asked her if she has materials such as glass and volcanic stone, because Jiang Ning is going to make a fish tank by herself. This stumped Shenkinj. She was just a fake. Where can I get these resources? As a result, when Jiang Ning saw that she didn't reply, he questioned her in the chat that she was a fake. Shenkinj was so scared that she agreed and promised to give Jiang Ning a reply soon. Now Shenkinj looks like she has no desire to live. But this had to be done. She had finally found an opportunity to contact Jiang Ning. If she changed her number again, Shenkinj was not sure that she could meet him again. After all, she knew that there were often a group of cheap women holding his hands under Jiang Ning's videos, leaving messages and trying to add his contact information. But Jiang Ning did not reply. Shenkinj hinted to herself, come on. It's not hard. If she succeeded in getting building materials for Jiang Ning at a low price, maybe the two would become business partners. With Shenkinj's understanding of Jiang Ning's past, if they chatted online, they would definitely have a lot in common. Open book exams, who wouldn't know that? Shenkinj gradually regained her confidence. When the day came, when they were completely familiar with each other, Shenkinj would take off the mask and tell him that she was actually a girl. When they talked intimately again, Shenkinj would ask him out again. Thinking of Jiang Ning at that time, he showed an extremely horrified expression after seeing her. Shenkinj was secretly happy. Because she was too excited, she couldn't help but clamp her slender legs. Wait. Shenkinj was full of fighting spirit. She began to search for the glass material needed for the fish tank. She opened the Tiba app, joined the fish tank bar, pretended to be a cute girl, and asked the big guys for help. In this situation, Xin Yaoling took the lead in walking into class 8, breaking the relatively quiet atmosphere. Jiang Yanan saw the big bag in Xin Yaoling's hand, and her snow-white face showed surprise. She asked, class monitor, has our school distributed dolls? As soon as this was said, the other girls in the class looked forward, such as Meng Xian and others, who were misled by Jiang Yanan's words. Xin Yaoling picked up the bag and said generously, no, why would the school distribute this? These dolls are Before she finished speaking, Bayuksha appeared from the front door of the classroom, and a faint tranquility was revealed between her eyebrows. "They are mine." As she said, she took the bag from Xin Yaoling's hand. After a pause, Bayuksha took out the Hello Kitty cat and said, "Class monitor, pick one." Xin Yaoling was stunned for a second. Is that okay?" Although she is the class monitor, she was transferred to the class in the second year of high school, so she didn't have a deep relationship with her classmates. Who would have thought that Bayuksha, who didn't communicate much, would take the initiative to show her kindness? Bayuksha, well, pick it. Then I'm welcome. Xin Yaoling chose a blue and white cinnamon dog from the bag. The cinnamon dog doll shape is particularly cute, warm and healing. Chen Xiao was taken by someone first. She gritted her teeth. "My cinnamon dog." She hurriedly shouted, "Yuksha, I'm your former deskmate, what about me?" "Bayuksha, you choose." Chen Xiao hurriedly ran forward, and the new class monitors in Yaoling accepted Bayuksha's benefits and tacitly agreed to Bayuksha's behavior of spreading benefits in front of the classroom. Xin Yaoling touched the soft cinnamon dog, and his heart was warm. Chen Xiao chose the unicorn pony, and Yang Sheng chose the astronaut doll. When Jiang Ning saw them, she hesitated for a moment, and asked Bayuksha if she could choose one. Bayuksha agreed. Jiang Ning quickly ran to the podium, and chose a cute little yellow chicken. She was overjoyed and returned to her seat, surrounded by envious eyes. Shenkin acted calmly. It was just a doll. What was so special about it? After a distribution, the dolls in Bayuksha's bag gradually ran out. Not only girls, but many boys were also eager to get them. Bayuksha, the most beautiful girl in the class. If they could get close to her, many boys had never received gifts from the opposite sex since childhood. If they could get a gift from Bayuksha now, they couldn't even imagine what a wonderful thing it would be. Deng Qingfeng, Wan Yang, Kaiang Li, Liu Chuandao, Ko Kun and other boys were eager to get them. In school days, if a girl was too outstanding, it would be easy for boys to feel ashamed. Because Bayuksha was independent in class 8, no boy came forward to chat with her for the time being. Jiuo Kunan turned around and frantically sent a signal to his good brother Quan Jie through Likiki. "Go, Quanzi. You self-sacrifice charge." Shan Kaikun was also tempted, but that impulse disappeared in an instant. He had grown up. He once confessed his love to his junior Lan Zichen in front of everyone. He was no longer the Shan Kaikun who only loved one person. Jiuo Kunan felt extremely regretful and only hated that he could not replace Quan and personally perform the operation. During this action, many people did not even notice Jiang Ning walking behind Bayuksha. The only people who paid attention to him were Zhu Yuantang and a few people like Shen Qinj. While class 8 was struggling, Bayuksha put away the bag and walked down the podium. A sigh seemed to be heard in the air. Che Wen's eyes were like torches, and he was disdainful in his heart. "You are a bunch of idiots. How could she give it to you?" "But, Che Wen, may not." That's right. Just now Chen Xiao asked for a ragdoll as her former deskmate, and he was Bayuksha's current deskmate. There were still 2 ragdolls left in her plastic bag. As her deskmate, didn't he have great hope? Thinking that he might have a chance to get his hands on the ragdoll that others dream of, Che Wen's heart surged. Bayuksha walked down the podium and moved to her seat. Che Wen behaved very low-key. He even lowered his head and started writing the test paper, showing an expression that he didn't care at all. It was similar to other students buying snacks in the past. In order to prevent others from not giving them food, they pretended not to look at each other and pretended to be uninterested so as to cover up the embarrassment of others not giving them food. It has to be said that Che Wen's mind is online. He pretended vividly and perfectly. He seemed to be really immersed in the exercises, just like Chen Kan, who was obsessed with doing exercises from beginning to end. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Che Wen waited and waited, but Bayuksha never made any movement. He quickly put down his pen and found that Bayuksha had disappeared. Then, the voices of Bayuksha and Chen Xiao came from behind. Che Wen was hit hard. "Oh my god, she actually went to Zheng Lu's seat?" Zhu Yuantang glared at Jiang Ning and lowered his voice. "You still know to come back? If I had known you would come back so early, I would have gone to bed." Her eyes flashed with reproach. but she was so small that she didn't look intimidating at all, but rather very cute. Jiang Ning teased her, "It's not too late for you to go to bed now." Zhu Yuantang was angry. She wanted to stomp on Jiang Ning's feet with her little feet, but was afraid of dirtying his shoes, so she gently kicked the edge of Jiang Ning's shoes and said angrily, "Go to bed." After saying that, she planned to turn around and go back to her seat to sleep and never pay attention to the bad guy Jiang Ning again. At the same time, she would join Chu Chu to ignore him together and then abandon Jiang Ning's bedroom and move the capital to her bedroom. What's so fun about the game? She didn't want to play it. In a short period of time, Zhu Yuantang planned countless ideas to fight with Jiang Ning, and now she went back to bed immediately. At this time, Jiang Ning took out a cup of yogurt from the bag like a magic trick. "Here, the yogurt I brought you has chopped hawthorn and chopped pecans in it. It's precious." Zhu Yuantang's tone softened a little. "Yeah." Jiang Ning took out the almond lat and said, "This is delicious too. I bought it specially for you." Bei Yuxia's face became colder. Immediately, she felt relieved. Tang Tang was just a little girl after all. She had no idea what Jiang Ning and she had experienced tonight. I'm afraid that only Bei Yuxia had seen such a cruel scene. Zhu Yuantang, huh? Jiang Ning took out another bag of spicy small yellow croaker. "It took me a long time to choose this one." Zhu Yuantang, "You're awesome." She could hardly hold back the corners of her mouth. Chen Xiao witnessed the whole process. She really understood Tang Tang's character more and more. Chen Xiao touched the unicorn pony and said, "This doll is so beautiful. Yuxia, did you buy all of them?" Bei Yuxia, "I got them from the doll machine." Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. "It's all your credit?" Bei Yuxia said as a matter of course. "What else? She spent money to buy game coins. If it wasn't her credit, then whose credit was it?" Foolish Chen Xiao was shocked by Bei Yuxia's magical power, but smart Tang Tang had already seen through everything. She didn't need to think about it, and she knew it was Jiang Ning's credit. Huh? She nasally sounded. It was obviously Jiang Ning who caught the doll, but in the end, she was reduced to picking up the leftovers of others. Why did she have to do this? Jiang Ning took out the Q version of the Gundam box, put it in front of her, and said seriously, "This is what I prepared for you." Zhu Yuantang immediately took the box and found that it was a model that needed to be assembled. She had a great passion for this kind of toys. She had a small pile of plastic building blocks at home. Her mother bought them for her during the Chinese New Year when she was a child. Zhu Yuantang liked them very much. In countless lonely years, she assembled and disassembled those building blocks. After graduating from elementary school, she left her hometown and moved the building blocks with her to the river dam. Later, she was building blocks at the door of her house, but the naughty kid next door kicked them apart and laughed at her building blocks for being broken. Since then, Zhu Yuantang quietly put away the building blocks and sealed them in a cabinet. Now, seeing this assembled Gundam that suits her heart, Zhu Yuantang's mouth curved like a crescent moon. She had a lot to say to Jiang Ning and wanted to praise him, but there were people around her and she couldn't say it. She held the box tightly in her little hand. "You are sensible." Seeing her reaction, Jiang Ning understood her mood. It was worth it for him to deliberately lead the plastic ring thrown by Bei Yuxia to the Gundam box. Bei Yuxia drank a sip of water and felt helpless. "You are giving away the gift I won, right? Forget it. I also showed off the doll he caught anyway, so it's even." Bei Yuxia's high profile made the atmosphere of the whole class a little impetuous. Jiang Yanan showed off a little yellow chicken doll to Shenkinj. Shenkinj didn't take it seriously. It was just a doll, even if it was caught by Bei Yuxia. Shenkinj had always regarded Bei Yuxia as someone to chase after. Her looks, talents, and grades were all better than hers, but Shenkinj thought that this was only because Bei Yuxia's family was better off than hers. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell who would win or lose. Therefore, she would not have any thoughts about Bei Yuxia's doll. The difficult situation of living alone under someone else's roof tempered Shenkinj's will. Jiang Yanan wrote a small note. "Actually, these dolls were not bought by Bei Yuxia. Jiang Ning should have helped her grab them from the doll machine." Shenkinj's shoulders trembled slightly, and she wrote a reply. "Did you figure it out?" Jiang Yanan, I went to the Blue Horse Mall to skate before. Cuiu and Menjiu went out to buy drinks and came back to tell me that Jiang Ning grabbed a lot of dolls for Zhu Yuantang. Today, during the first class of the evening self-study, Bai Yuxia and Jiang Ning went out. What does this mean? Shen Qing's breathing was disordered, her heart was pounding, and her eyes were flashing, full of anxiety. Even if she was close to Zhengluo and the twins, Shen Qing still didn't care, because she knew her own advantages and she would win. But, if that girl was Bai Yuxia, Shen Qing thought from the bottom of her heart, she really didn't feel half sure. She breathed quickly, her fingers trembled, and she kept telling herself, I will win, yes, I will win. She would not be afraid of any challenge. Then, Jiang Yanan saw that the 3 big words I will win were written on their message paper. Jiang Yanan was puzzled. What do you mean? Shen Qing came back to her senses and saw Jiang Yanan's questioning. She quickly calmed her breath. She calculated in her mind, trying to hide her guilt. In a moment, she thought of an excuse. Shen Qing said solemnly, we will win. The national football team will win. Jiang Yanan's brain was about to crash. In the back row of the classroom, Bai Yuxia attracted the hearts of many boys in the class, and the discussion was heard. Lukaki heard the discussion between Jiuo Kunan and Ko Kunan front, and she was annoyed. As a result, the topic of the students next to her was still related to Bai Yuxia. Lukaki was uncomfortable. As the internet goddess of class 8, Lukaki usually enjoys countless praises, so that she was gradually affected, and she had a high opinion of herself. As a result, today, Bai Yuxia was a little high profile, and immediately occupied the topic of class 8 with an absolute attitude. Lukaki felt pressured and unconvinced. After thinking about it, she posted the beautiful photos that she had spent a long time editing last night to her questions space, with the caption, some stock photos. In just a few minutes, likes and comments came in. Lukaki turned around and ordered, Dan Kaikwen, Hujun, help me like my space. Dan Kaikwen switched to Tiba and clicked the like. Lukaki asked tentatively, how is my photo? Wang Lang immediately praised, it's so beautiful, sister. Looking at the entire number 4 middle school, it can be said to be in the top 3. I don't know how many boys will click to save it and think of you when they see it on countless silent nights. Lukaki was pleased to hear this, and she asked again, how about in our class? Wang Lang gave a thumbs up. Invincible. 2 words. Invincible. Lukaki extended the topic. Oh. Invincible in our class? Compared with others? Wang Lang said honestly, it's 50-50 with Bai Yuxia. It must be said that Lukaki's Makup and photo editing skills are extremely high, and she has perfectly achieved the transformation of a living person. Shan Kaikwen was disdainful. Compared with Bai Yuxia, is Lukaki a good match? Lukaki noticed his disdain and asked, Shan Kaikwen, what do you mean? Shan Kaikwen didn't want to argue with her, so he simply didn't say anything. Lukaki was arrogant. Isn't what Wang Lang said wrong? If you have any opinions, just say it directly. Ma Shichen laughed. Do you really regard the Makup and photoshopped pictures as yourself? Lukaki, haha, Makup is a skill to look good. She felt that her offensive power needed to be improved, so she added, my appearance can be improved by Makup. Excuse me, can your bottom ranked grades be improved? Ma Shichen, who said I can't? I copied a lot in the examination room. Lukaki laughed. It was too funny. She mocked, can you copy all the way to the college entrance examination? Ma Shichen, can you keep on removing your Makup? Chapter 683 You lost weight. Night, 9:50. Next to the neon-lit city, there is a dim field, and a row of bungalows are located on the field, like a residence in another world. The faint moonlight fell, and the light footsteps of the girl broke the silence around. Mom. Zhu Yuantang wrapped in a cotton coat, and slipped to the door. Because it was her mother's coat, it was draped over her body, like a coat. Aunt Gu glanced at her daughter. Zhu Yuantang asked, where is Jiang Ning? Aunt Gu, in the house. Oh, then I'll go find him. After that, Zhu Yuantang took a brisk step and slipped into Jiang Ning's house. Hua Fengmei, who was standing by, saw this scene. Her face, which was slightly cold due to the vicissitudes of life, showed a knowing smile. Your Tang Tang is now more diligent in looking for Chachu than when she was a child. Aunt Gu's face was full of tenderness and kindness. She said, this little girl has never been obedient since she was a child. Then, she said, but I'm quite relieved that she is like this now. Aunt Gu's generation, when they were the same age as Tang Tang, had already borne the pressure of life and were far from being as happy as her daughter. The lines on Hua Fengmu's face softened a lot, and her tone was full of envy. Jiang Ning is a good one. Good grades, good looks, tall, independent, speaks and acts in a friendly manner, and it is said that he is also strong. Which mother-in-law would not be satisfied with such a boy? Hua Fengmu thought of her own Chachu. If Chachu could meet such a boy, even if she was as demanding as Hua Fengmu, she would definitely be satisfied. Hua Fengmu thought about it and reminded implicitly, don't be too indulgent, and pay attention to safety. Aunt Gu was stunned for a moment, and smiled. Tang Tang is still a child. Jiang Ning knows his limits. A few days ago, Tang Tang fell asleep while playing games in Jiang Ning's room, and he was carried home by him personally. After more than a year of living together, Aunt Gu has seen Jiang Ning's character. Hearing this, Hua Fengmu sighed in her heart. Tang Tang has a place to go in the future, but what about Chachu from her family? Chachu is like her, with a cold temper and not talkative. Don't expect her to take the initiative to get along with other boys. So Hua Fengmu is usually very strict with her. With Chachu's temperament, if she has no ability, she will suffer a great loss when she enters society, so she must study hard. Jiang Ning, your noble majesty has arrived. Come and greet him quickly. Zhu Yuantang held the mobile phone as if he was holding the jade seal of power. If Jiang Ning took out a dagger and turned into a cold-blooded assassin, Zhu Yuantang might really start shouting and ordering all the ministers to come and protect him. But Jiang Ning thought it was too childish and disdained to play with her. So Tang Tang walked into the room like an emperor. When she came in, she found that her throne had been occupied. Zhu Yuantang snorted coldly, traitor, do you want to rebel? Jiang Ning showed his Gundam box and said lightly, what have I done wrong? Zhu Yuantang gritted his teeth and said, I obey your order. So she sat obediently on the square stool next to her. Fortunately, this stool was covered with a blanket by Zhu Yuantang before, so it was soft. She happily opened the Gundam box. That's right, this box was the one Bayuxia had put in the ring. Zhu Yuantang originally wanted to start the game in class, but with great perseverance, she chose to give the box to Jiang Ning and leave it until she went home at night to enjoy it slowly. Zhu Yuantang tore off the plastic film and opened the box. Inside was a sticker and several plastic plates with various Gundam parts stuck on them. Give me the knives, Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning shared the props he usually used for carving. When it came to model building, Zhu Yuantang's attitude changed from her usual casualness. She was very serious. After unscrewing the parts from the plastic plate, she would also use a file to modify and cut off the plastic burrs on the edge. She sat upright and dawdled a little bit. Jiang Ning reached out and pinched her serious little face. Zhu Yuantang immediately puffed up her lips and retaliated with a thunderous look. Seeing that she was playing seriously, Jiang Ning turned on the player and played some light music. He logged into Tang Tang's game account and started a game. Just as Jiang Ning was immersed in the game, Zhu Yuantang's phone suddenly lit up. She put down the parts in her hand and saw who was looking for her. Shankaiwari, game. Zhu Yuantang replied quickly, continue the truce. Oh, okay. In a residential area in the city, in an esports style bedroom, Shankaiwari felt very sorry. Without Zhu Yuantang, she suddenly didn't want to play games anymore. She stared at the game interface and saw that Zhu Yuantang's account was clearly online. It was not any other messy account, but a real account. Is she hated? Shankaiwari's D-like eyes were full of inferiority. Is she too boring? Yes, other girls are often good at socializing and can chat with others when they form a team. But a timid person like her doesn't even dare to communicate with others when playing games. She only dares to curse. Shankaiwari felt uncomfortable for her cowardice. She stared at the screen blankly and found that Ning Ning Tai was in the game. Did she find other game friends? Shankwei couldn't help but imagine. Was she abandoned? Zhu Yuantang's skills were too strong. Without her, Shankwei would only be beaten up by others in the top game. She didn't want to lose Zhu Yuantang, so Shankwei thought about it and finally decided to improve her friendship with Zhu Yuantang. After a long wait, she saw that Zhu Yuantang's game was over, so she plucked up the courage to send a message. Bayuxia brought a lot of dolls today. Zhu Yuantang began to assemble the Gundam, and she deliberately assembled it very slowly, to make every part fit perfectly. This cheap Gundam may not be worth mentioning in the eyes of many people, but in Zhu Yuantang's eyes, it is a treasure. She saw the message from her game friend and replied, "Dolls? Yes, Bayuxia has a lot. Unfortunately, she already has the coolest and most handsome assembled Gundam, although it is a Q version." Shankwei, there are many small animals in the dolls, kittens, ponies, and puppies, and the shape is very cute. Zhu Yuantang. Indeed. Shankwei finally plucked up the courage to be outgoing for once, but Zhu Yuantang's message was too brief, and she didn't know how to reply for a while. Shankwei doesn't know how to chat, but she has people to refer to. She returns to the list and browses some messages sent to her by boys, including her former classmates Zhu Chundeng, Che Wei, and An Qingfeng. Shankwei flipped through the answers. Whenever she replied to such short words, the other party would either extend the topic or choose to praise her. Shankwei's ideas are more advanced. She chose to combine the two. She sent a message again. "Do you like small animals? I heard that girls who like small animals are particularly gentle." Zhu Yuantang. "I like small animals." Shankwei continued to ask questions. "What small animals do you like?" Zhu Yuantang. "Rabbit." Shankwei referred to the messages from the boys in the list again. "Oh, it's time to resonate." Shankwei. "I like rabbits too. They have long ears, beautiful eyes, and short tails. They are so cute. What do you like most about rabbits?" she asked. Zhu Yuantang drooled. "Because it smells so good. Spicy rabbit meat smells especially good." Drool. Shankwei sat in the gaming chair in a daze, staring at the message list, her pretty face full of confusion. It's beyond the scope. Who can tell her now? What should she do? Around 10:20 in the evening, Zhu Chuchu brought a stainless steel rice bowl and walked into Jiang Ning's bedroom. Zhu Yuantang smelled a spice smell. She had just been aroused by the spicy rabbit meat, and now someone took the initiative to bring her delicious food. Zhu Yuantang saw the shelled edamame in the bowl. She tilted her head slightly, thinking in her eyes, "Edamame?" Zhu Chuchu said, "It's braised edamame." After school this afternoon, she suddenly wanted to make some snacks, so she chose 2 pounds of edamame from the vegetable market in Heba. After cleaning, stir-fry the spices with many kinds of spices, pepper, cloves, cinnamon, etc., and then put the edamame in for stewing, which is very suitable as a snack. Zhu Yuantang found that the edamame was very beautiful, with attractive colors, and scattered dried chilies mixed in it. Needless to say, the taste is definitely spicy enough. "Chuchu, is it delicious?" Zhu Yuantang put down the Gundam parts and asked. When Zhu Chuchu heard this familiar words, it seemed as if she had returned to her childhood. She remembered that, when she was a child, no matter what snacks she bought, Tang Tang would always come up to her and ask her if they were delicious. If Chuchu said it was delicious, Tang Tang said she would try it too. If she said it was not delicious, Tang Tang said, "Give it to her." This problem has troubled Chuchu for a long time. Today, she came prepared. Zhu Chuchu said, "It's the flavor I like." Zhu Yuantang. "Great, what you like is what I like." Zhu Chuchu gave up resistance and handed the stainless steel basin to Tang Tang. "You gave it to me. What are you eating?" Zhu Yuantang couldn't bear to see Chuchu alone. Zhu Chuchu, "I ate some at home." Zhu Yuantang is very loyal. She has a stutter and she must not let her sister starve. She found a paper cup and poured a paper cup of edamame for Chuchu, letting her sit on the sofa to enjoy it. At first, Zhu Yuantang put the rice bowl with edamame on the desk. She continued to build Gundam, occasionally touching an edamame to taste. It was spicy and delicious. Compared with the edamame sold on the street, the edamame she bought was large and full, and it was very satisfying to eat. Chuchu's cooking skills are getting better and better, and she can also do some new tricks. The idea suddenly flashed through Zhu Yuantang's mind. However, for Zhu Yuantang, isn't it a good thing I eat? Zhu Yuantang spit out the edamame shell. She was restricted by building Gundam, and her hands were in a semi-confined state, so she ate slowly. Jiang Ning was much more casual. He chose a war movie, and tasted the edamame while watching it. After a while, there were fewer edamame in the rice bowl. Zhu Yuantang saw that this was not going to work. She warned that they should follow the round system, and Jiang Ning could only take one after she took one. As a result, Jiang Ning did not follow the rules at all, and he kept taking the braised edamame to eat. Zhu Yuantang was furious, so she moved away and put the rice bowl on her thighs, using the distance advantage to attack Jiang Ning. With the distance limit, Jiang Ning's movements were indeed much slower. From frequently taking edamame from the computer desk, it became occasionally taking edamame from the rice bowl on her legs. Zhu Yuantang could finally sit back and relax and build Gundam with peace of mind. At this time, Chachu's voice came from behind. Tong Tong, do you know how to retrieve photos that were accidentally deleted? Zhu Chachu looked at the phone with some worry. This involved Zhu Yuantang's professional field, and she said happily, ha, of course I know. She picked up the rice bowl, ran to the sofa, and helped Chachu operate the phone. The gallery has a recycle bin, or recently deleted options. Look. Zhu Yuantang clicked twice, and found the recycle bin option. Zhu Chachu, oh, this is the first time I know this. She thought that, after deleting the pictures, they would disappear completely. Zhu Yuantang was on the commanding heights and criticized righteously. I told you not to play with your phone properly, and to study every day. Now you don't understand, right? Zhu Chachu. Zhu Yuantang clicked into the recycle bin, and saw a few pictures. She laughed and said, oh, Chachu, you can take selfies? She looked at Chachu with a teasing look. Zhu Chachu quickly snatched back the phone. She glanced at Jiang Ning with a cold expression. Use it as a mirror to check if there are any acne on your face. Zhu Yuantang. Oh. She returned to the computer desk with a smile and continued her assembly journey. Zhu Chachu regretted it. If she had known that Tong Tong would say this, she would have spent more time and searched on Baidu herself, and she wouldn't have to ask her for help. Now that Jiang Ning heard it, he might think she was conceited, right? Some of her female classmates in her list posted selfies in their space every day. Some people commented behind her that those girls were ugly but conceited. Zhu Chachu didn't want to be said that, and she had been threatened on questions before, so she never exposed herself on the internet. But as a girl, she occasionally wanted to know what she looked like today, so she took a selfie and left it for her future self to watch. Although the frequency was very rare, Zhu Chachu wanted to go home, and she was about to say goodbye and leave. At this time, Aunt Gu shouted outside, Tong Tong, come home to get something. Zhu Yuantang pretended not to hear, and Aunt Gu began to count down outside. When the timer was over, Zhu Yuantang responded, I'm coming. This time she didn't selfishly pick up the rice bowl, but turned around and said, Chachu, my Gundam is almost not finished. Please help me check it, please. After that, Zhu Yuantang slipped away like the wind. Only Jiang Ning and Zhu Chachu were left in the room. Well, Chachu couldn't leave now. Since it was Tong Tong's explanation, Chachu naturally couldn't refuse. She got up from the sofa and moved to the square stool. She was dignified and elegant, wearing a plain white nightgown that matched her fair skin. Jiang Ning was watching a movie next to her, and Zhu Chachu felt his presence, which made her a little embarrassed. Jiang Ning said kindly, Tong Tong is too careless, you help her check. Is there any spelling error? As he said that, he found the Q version of Gundam's blueprint. Okay. Zhu Chachu picked up the blueprint with her tender fingers, and she put her knees together, gently landed on the ground, and her toes slightly turned inward, like a fairy walking out of a scroll. This tranquility lasted for 3 minutes. Until one moment, Jiang Ning, who was enjoying the movie, groped for the position of the rice bowl as before. Then, his palm actually touched the bottom, and touched Chachu's thigh. Although there was a layer of skirt fabric between them, Zhu Chachu still felt the heart-shaking tremor, which made her heart numb. Her cold face was flushed, as if covered with a layer of mist. She looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that he had touched the wrong thing. At this moment, his hand was on Chachu's soft, smooth, and cold legs. Jiang Ning collected all his consciousness and said seriously, "Chachu, you have lost weight." Chapter 684 Test. Chachu, you've lost weight. As Jiang Ning finished speaking, the atmosphere in the bedroom froze. Jiang Ning placed his palm on Chachu's cool thigh and gently stroked it through her thin skirt. Chachu's body trembled, and the moisture in her eyes almost overflowed. She had never thought that she would be treated in this way by Jiang Ning. He actually treated her like this while Tang Tang was away. Or with this excuse, in this way. Haha, testing her weight loss? It's too frivolous. Is he worthy of Tang Tang's trust and himself? Chachu felt extremely confused. In her heart, Jiang Ning was like a big brother next door, clear, handsome, and responsible, but now he was. She thought that she and Jiang Ning would become good friends who respected each other, but who would have thought that he would be? At this moment, Chachu felt a strong disappointment in the world. Chachu immediately wanted to get up, rush out of the door, and escape from Jiang Ning's clutches. However, Jiang Ning's palm seemed to contain strange magic, and it sent out a slight electric current, which made her legs soft and her body tremble. She couldn't muster any strength at all. Chachu sat there blankly, her mind was in a trance. The girl in a plain white dress had a rosy face and a hazy and blurred look in her eyes, which made people want to kiss her. Jiang Ning then slowly withdrew his hand. He found that Chachu was not in a good state. It seemed that his unintentional action had greatly stimulated Chachu. So Jiang Ning thought for a few seconds, and he coughed lightly to bring Chachu back to her senses. Chachu looked at him silently, and the light in her eyes dimmed a lot, clear and cold. Just like the day when Jiang Ning first met her last winter, she was obviously just an ordinary little girl, but she always seemed to be carrying something heavy. The coldness around her seemed to solidify all the grievances and pains, and always inadvertently revealed a bit of soft sadness. Chachu was silent, as if silently telling of her sadness. She had regained some strength, but she did not leave in a hurry. She did not even know what she was waiting for. After this accidental touch, Jiang Ning roughly understood Chachu's state. It was a long road. He decided to explain, and the first sentence he said was, "It's all Tang Tang's fault." Chachu listened quietly. Jiang Ning's logic was clear. "You brought food today. You know Tang Tang's personality better than me. She was afraid that I would eat snacks, so she put the food bowl on her legs, creating difficulties out of thin air. I could only reach out to the food bowl to get something. Because I was watching a movie, it became an instinct until just now." Finally, Jiang Ning concluded, "I just made a careless mistake." He spoke sincerely, and his attitude was genuine. "I'm sorry." Chachu's face seized a lot. She was not stupid. She was suddenly stimulated just now, and was in a hurry, so she was panicked. Now she sorted out the details. Chachu realized that it was not Jiang Ning's intention, but his unintentional act. Chachu gradually calmed down. Since he didn't take advantage of her intentionally, it meant that Jiang Ning was still the same person as before, not vulgar or mean. "Well, it's okay," Chachu said softly. "Jiang Ning, I'm so sorry. Wait for me to get something." Jiang Ning left the bedroom and walked to the living room. He opened the refrigerator and took out a few strawberries from it. These were picked from Huki Mountain and were spiritual fruits. Tang Tang, that idiot, didn't know that Jiang Ning had hidden delicious food in the refrigerator. He picked up the glass box, returned to the bedroom, put it in front of Chachu, and said, "Apologize." Chachu stared at the bright and juicy strawberries. She seemed to smell a faint fragrance. She was speechless for a long time. What is this? Compensation? Does he think he is Tang Tang? Chachu felt strange. "Jiang Ning, I was going to eat it tonight. I was busy watching the movie before. Let's try it together." As he said that, he took one and handed the strawberry to Chachu with his right hand that had just touched her thigh. Chachu opened her lips and took a bite. The wonderful taste of the spiritual fruit in the world of cultivation made her decide to eat strawberries to calm down. When Tang Tang finished her housework and returned again, she found that Chachu had left. Zhu Yuantang saw the motionless Gundam and snorted. I told you that Chachu would definitely not be able to build a Gundam. She studies every day and has ruined her brain. Zhu Yuantang took a bite of the marinated edamame and continued to build a Gundam. Jiang Ning took out a palm-sized jade stone and did handicrafts next to Tang Tang. Zhu Yuantang saw it and said, "What are you making for me?" Jiang Ning, "A jade chain, one that isn't locking." Zhu Yuantang thought for a moment, and then his eyes widened. "Like a gold chain? That's super difficult." Jiang Ning drew a chain on the jade with a pencil and said, "It may be harder than you think, because the interlocking jade chain is not strung together, but is made from a whole piece of jade, hollowed out, and carved out bit by bit. If any one of the links goes wrong, all the previous work will be wasted. Among all the jade carving techniques, the one that makes jade carvers worship is a live ring chain carving. Even in ancient times, craftsmen who could master this technique were usually very expensive, and in most cases, the live rings only had 2 rings, not a jade chain made of countless jade rings." Just by listening, Zhu Yuantang could imagine the difficulty. Appreciating her shocked, admiring, and respectful eyes, Jiang Ning's mouth curled up. "Who are you going to give it to?" Zhu Yuantang blinked. "When you finish carving, you will definitely give it to someone, right?" Her eyes were full of expectation. Jiang Ning teased her. "Yes, it will definitely be given to someone." Zhu Yuantang asked, "Whom?" Jiang Ning, "Someone who lives in a bungalow, works hard, is beautiful, introverted, hardworking and frugal." Zhu Yuantang pursed his lips. "It must not be Jiang Ning, you." In an instant, Zhu Yuantang's face was filled with joy. "Me." Jiang Ning answered in his heart. "It was you in the previous life." In fact, he nodded gently. "Yes." Zhu Yuantang, "Huh, you know how to repay a favor." It was obviously given to her, but he said a long string of words to praise her. She was happy in her heart, as if she had eaten honey, and her little body was light and fluttery. It was worth it that she usually washed clothes, cooked and served Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang warned, "Don't do this next time, it's too troublesome." Jiang Ning, "It's not troublesome. Do you like it?" Zhu Yuantang was shy. Of course she liked it. Why should she ask? A jade necklace carved with super amazing craftsmanship. However, since the jade necklace is so difficult, Jiang Ning must have spent a lot of effort. Zhu Yuantang suddenly didn't want him to carve it anymore. What if he stared at the jade every day and became nearsighted? "You gave it to me before." Zhu Yuantang touched her chest, where there was the jade pendant that Jiang Ning gave her. "If I get another one, how can I wear it?" she asked stupidly. Seeing her silly look, Jiang Ning said as a matter of course you change them. And this is a jade necklace, which is different from a jade pendant, but I know how big you can wear it. Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang's delicate neck. Zhu Yuantang, "Oh." She fumbled around her neck with her little hands, and suddenly thought of a fatal question. "What if I grow taller in the future?" Jiang Ning laughed out loud. She didn't expect that she was so idealistic. Zhu Yuantang glared at him. "How tall do you want to grow?" Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Yuantang thought for a while. "As tall as Chachu." In her eyes, Chachu was already very tall, 15 centimeters taller than her. Jiang Ning, "That's easy. Why don't you measure according to Chachu's height?" Originally, Zhu Yuantang was bragging. She was already 15 years old. Girls at the age of 15 are in the late stage of puberty. Even if they can grow taller, the increase will be very small. However, she couldn't show her weakness. Zhu Yuantang had to say against her will, "Good idea, just measure according to Chachu's height." Jiang Ning, "I'm starting to carve now. There's no time to lose. Go quickly." Zhu Yuantang didn't know that this was a provocation, so she accompanied him to the end. "Okay." Zhu Yuantang searched for a while in the house, picked up a hemp rope, and ran to Chachu's house next door. Aunt Hua was chatting with Aunt Zhang at the door, and Zhu Yuantang asked, "Where is Chachu?" "She just went to bed," Aunt Hua said. Zhu Yuantang, "I have something important to do with her." After that, Zhu Yuantang hurriedly stepped into the door. She gently pushed open Chachu's door and found that the lights were off. Only the hazy moonlight shone through the window and sprinkled on the floor and bed. Zhu Yuantang took the hemp rope and tiptoed to the bedside, looking down at the sleeping beauty Chachu. Zhu Yuantang knew that Chachu had a heavy workload and was very hard every day. So, she didn't wake Chachu up, but gently lifted the quilt and gestured on Chachu's neck with the hemp rope. The rough touch of the hemp rope rubbed Chachu's delicate neck, causing her to open her eyes from her sleep. She saw a figure appear in front of her in the dark night, holding a rope, like an evil ghost demanding her life. Zhu Chachu was shocked. Zhu Yuantang saw that she woke up, her face changed color, and the next second, she deliberately struggled with the rope and stretched out her voice. Chachu, accept your fate. Friday, early morning. The vast fields were covered with a thin layer of silver frost. A row of old trees stood alone at the edge, with bare trunks watching over the winter and looking forward to the arrival of spring. In the bungalow to the north, wisps of light smoke rose from the chimney. Chachu was making breakfast. After washing up, Zhu Yuantang dragged her sleepy body and rushed to Chachu's kitchen listlessly. As expected, Jiang Ning was burning a fire behind the stove. Zhu Yuantang said, "I'm so sleepy." Jiang Ning, which day are you not sleepy? Zhu Yuantang, not on Sunday. Jiang Ning was speechless. Chachu, aren't you sleepy? No. Zhu Yuantang, okay, Chachu, you are a natural early riser. She was obviously complimenting someone, but why couldn't Zhu Chachu be happy after hearing it? Immediately, Zhu Yuantang said, I'm different. I suspect that there is a lazy ghost living in my body, because sometimes I'm very diligent, and sometimes I'm very lazy. Zhu Chachu, excuse. Jiang Ning, maybe it's not a lazy ghost, but a diligent ghost. You are lazy, and the diligent one is the ghost. Zhu Yuantang pouted in resistance. Speaking of ghosts, Zhu Chachu thought of the scene of her life being asked for last night. She was really scared at the time. Later, she interrogated Tang Tong and learned the truth. It turned out that Jiang Ning was preparing to carve a jade chain and asked Tang Tong to measure the data. Even Chachu, after hearing everything, couldn't help but think, why did you measure my size? Could it be that Zhu Chachu didn't dare to think too much, for fear of disappointment? She cooked in an honest manner. After breakfast was ready, Jiang Ning and Tong Tong ate as usual, and the three of them gathered around the dining table. Today's breakfast was vegetable, tofu and mushroom soup, egg pancakes, and a plate of lettuce fried with pork shreds, which were fried spicy. Just after sitting down and eating a few bites, Jiang Ning suddenly said, I remember Aunt Gu brought 2 cans of small fish yesterday, which can be just right for meals. Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up. Yes, if you use egg pancakes to wrap the small fish, it must be delicious. Jiang Ning, well, Tang Tong, go home and get the small fish. Zhu Yuantang heard the tone of command from it, and she frowned. Are you ordering me? Jiang Ning admitted, yes. Zhu Yuantang put down his chopsticks. I don't know if you thought I was your subordinate, helping you with chores. Jiang Ning, then do you want to eat the small fish? Anyway, it doesn't matter whether Chachu and I eat it or not. He ate as usual. Zhu Yuantang was helpless, and she went home angrily to get the small fish. Zhu Chachu looked at Jiang Ning and felt amused. Yuzhou number 4 middle school, girls dormitory. Chen Xiao and her sister Chen Xiqing were boarding students, living in the same room. The piercing alarm clock rang throughout the dormitory, and Chen Xiao showed a painful expression. It was already winter, and it was getting harder and harder to get out of the quilt. Her first thought was to skip classes, and her second thought was to ask for leave. But, she couldn't do that. Chen Xiao struggled to get up from the bed. She sat by the bed for a while, and soon woke up. The other girls in the dormitory went out to wash up, leaving only Chen Xiao and her sister. Chen Xiao found that her sister was still in a daze on the bed. She quickly ran to her sister, pointed at her and shouted, swearing in the tone of a god, from now on, I will replace you and dominate your life. Sister, you have been deprived of your identity in this world. My sister is going crazy again. Chen Xiqing thought to herself. She said, oh, remember to come to my class for morning self-study. I'm going to sleep and now. Chen Xiqing lay down again. Chen Xiao hurriedly begged her sister to get up quickly. The two sisters quarreled for a while, and Chen Xiqing finally got up. Half an hour later, in the square under building 3, Chen Xiaoyu met Chen Qinj and found that she was different from the past. How to describe it? Probably radiant and full of confidence. Because before, Chen Xiaoyu always felt that she had a gloomy temperament. Chen Xiaoyu approached and said hello. Hi, Shen Qinj. Shen Qinj was stunned when she saw Chen Xiaoyu. The girls in class 8 each had their own small circles and did not have much contact with each other. She did not expect that Chen Xiaoyu would take the initiative to say hello. However, Shen Qinj smiled politely and responded. The greetings from both sides stopped there. Shen Qinj climbed the stairs and recalled what she had gained from the forum last night. Now she has a clear understanding of the types of fish tanks. Next, she will have friendly exchanges with Jiang Ning as AAA Building Materials Wholesale Brother Liu. Shen Qinj thought to herself, Chen Xiaoyu, when I succeed, I will be as tolerant to you as I'm today. Well, as a winner, recommend a book. Why did an ordinary warrior kill the immortal with one sword? Xiangsha Invincible Style Funny. Chapter 685. Let's go find off-field support now. 2014, Friday morning. The bell for the second class rang, and teacher Jiuo Ran left the classroom, leaving behind a graceful figure. Many boys looked away with lingering eyes. The beautiful female teacher in her youth is often like a delicate rose, blooming in the youth of her classmates. Perhaps many years later, when the young students enter the society, experience the ups and downs, and then get married and start a family, they have forgotten her name, but they can still recall her sweet smile and spend their whole lives savoring it. The young students do not feel nostalgic about the past. What they are experiencing is youth. The next is a 25-minute long break. Shen Qinj held her mobile phone tightly, and a certain impulse appeared in her eyes. She wanted to log on to the Kuaishou app immediately, tell Jiang Ning the news about the fish tank, and chat with him all night, with souls blending together. But she held back. Shen Qinj is not stupid. She knows deeply that not only the order of people's appearance is important, but also the timing of good news is also particularly important. Appearing at the best time can bring the greatest benefits. Therefore, she planned to put the good news in Jiang Ning's free time, such as late at night, to maximize the effect. As Jiuo Ran left, the class suddenly became chaotic. At this time, the beautiful and generous Xin Yaoling stepped onto the podium. Everyone, be quiet, I have good news about the next class. Someone shouted, isn't the next class Mr. Chen Haiyang's class? English teacher Chen Haiyang is very strict and extremely strong. Many students hate this kind of teacher because they have to be highly alert throughout the class and can't be distracted. Xin Yaoling, no, the next class is the class of physical education teacher Gu Wei. As soon as this was said, the class was quiet for 2 seconds, and the students' minds jumped out of their minds. What a rebellion! The physical education teacher rebelled. Xin Yaoling said, the physical education teacher had something to do in the original physical education class, so he asked Mr. Chen Haiyang to change. Someone asked, didn't Chen Haiyang ask him to leave? Logically speaking, if the physical education teacher had something to do, then his class would definitely be ruthlessly occupied by other subject teachers. Xin Yaoling shook her head. Even though Chen Haiyang had taught Mr. Xiao of Changqingai, he still couldn't reprimand the physical education teacher, because that was Xiao Xuanshang's resentment about missing physical education classes when she was a student. Just like that, English classes were changed to physical education classes. After hearing this, Yu Wen looked flustered. She patted Shen Qinj at the table in front of her and said, it's over. I didn't bring my table tennis racket. The last time she saw Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng playing table tennis, they interacted very friendly, so Yu Wen suddenly had an idea and found a new trick to tease Huang Zhongfei. What if she played table tennis with Huang Zhongfei? Imagine that when playing table tennis, she deliberately lost the ball, and then in front of Fifi, she twisted her waist to pick up the ball, showing him the most beautiful and moving figure. Wouldn't he be very confused? For this reason, Yu Wen specially practiced twisting her waist at home for a long time, ready to perform for Fifi. But the physical education class came too hastily. Shen Qinj said, it's okay, there are some in the equipment room. After number 4 middle school received funding, it was not short of sports equipment such as basketball, badminton, and table tennis. After all, they even built a gym. Thinking of number 4 middle school, Shen Qinj recalled the town middle school she used to go to. That middle school was too run down, and it didn't even have a plastic track, let alone sports equipment. Before every class, Jiang Ning would always call her to play together, but Shen Qinj would always refuse with disdain, not wanting her classmates to know that she and Jiang Ning were too close. After hearing this, Yuan was relieved. That's good. Let's go now. She called Jiang Yanan and Shen Qinj to get the equipment together, to prevent the situation where there were not enough. Shen Qinj saw her panic and laughed secretly, thinking that her jumpiness was very funny. She stood up and went out with Yuan. On the way to building 4, Shen Qinj reminded her, "You are too concerned." Jiang Yanan said, "When likes the monitor, it's normal." Yuan, "I know, but I can't overcome it." Jiang Yanan, "Yes, it's very difficult." Shen Qinj thought for a while and said, "I will teach you a way. Imagine there is a small pond in the woods, with all kinds of fish swimming in the pond. Each small fish represents an emotion. You become the pond instead of always staring at a small fish." This is a mysterious statement, and Jiang Yanan seems to be thinking about it. Yuan said as a matter of course, "But the monitor is the best fish in the pond. How can a woman who has danced with sharks look down on carp?" Jiang Yanan, "First of all, sharks can't live in small ponds. Yuan, love can make the sea flow backwards." Shen Qinj thought to herself, "It's against the will of heaven." Chen Xiao and Bei Yuxia were relaxing in the corridor outside. They were looking at the scenery. The boys from class 9 next door, such as Shen Zhu and Ji Zuan, were looking at them. Chen Xiao leaned on the balcony and looked down at the square below. Several girls were chasing and playing. She recalled the past. "I really miss it. I used to be such an innocent girl." Bei Yuxia looked at her like an idiot. "Aren't you a girl now?" Chen Xiao sighed. "It's different. I'm mature. I used to make a fuss because of a little thing, but now I feel that nothing can cause my mood to change." She sighed. At this time, Chen Xiqing, a sister from class 10, appeared at the end of the corridor. She shouted, "We have physical education class next class." Chen Xiao was stunned at first, and then shocked. "You are also in physical education class? Doesn't this mean that the sisters have directly become complete in this class?" Unexpectedly, the physical education teacher Guwei accidentally facilitated such a rare event. Chen Xiao was overjoyed at the rare opportunity. It was so unexpected that she couldn't stop smiling. Bei Yuxia said calmly, "Are we going to the milk tea shop?" The twins nodded. "Well, I'll leave it to you." Bei Yuxia pointed to Zhu Yuantang, who was sleeping in the classroom. So Zhu Yuantang was taken out of the school as a pass card by them. On the playground, everyone ran a circle and dispersed on the spot. Yang Sheng held a badminton racket and waved at Jiang Ning, signaling him to come and play quickly. Zhang Kai saw this scene and cursed angrily. Bad luck. He was beaten by Yang Sheng in table tennis in the last physical education class, and he still regards it as a shame. He wanted to take revenge, but he couldn't beat him. Liu Chuandao patted his shoulder and glanced at Jiang Ning, who was playing with the short-haired girl. His tone was full of contempt. "Let's go. What's the point of playing badminton? Basketball is the romance of men." Wu Zhaoqi, who passed by, gave him a thumbs up, and his liking for Liu Chuandao increased a lot. Basketball court. Song Sheng, Huang Yazhu, Miao Zhe, and Qiang Li were also playing basketball. Yazhu got a haircut? Qiang Li asked. "How much did it cost?" Huang Yazhu answered honestly, 3 yuan. "I'm so cheap." Qiang Li was shocked. The average price of a haircut in the city has reached 10 yuan. Huang Yazhu's old face showed the joy of saving money. He said, "I don't pursue a hairstyle, so I went to the barber shop in the old community and let the old man cut it." Qiang Li, "Take me with you next time." Huang Yazhu, "Okay." Miao Zhe also raised his hand to express his opinion. Song Sheng looked at Miao Zhe's skinny figure and said, "Zizi, you can't train like this. Yazhu is much stronger than you. Go back and buy some protein powder to drink." Miao Zhe, a fitness novice, asked, "Is the protein powder with technology?" He was worried that there were bad hormones. Song Sheng explained, "Protein powder is a good thing. The protein content is higher than milk, and it is very easy to absorb, and not easy to get fat." Myo ZHE was puzzled. Since protein powder is better than milk, why do you rarely see people drinking it? Song Sheng was happy. Of course it is expensive. A can of protein powder costs 3 or 400 yuan. It will be gone in 1 or 2 months. It is much more expensive than milk. Myo ZHE smiled awkwardly. While they were chatting, a group of boys approached the basketball court. Duan Shigen was in high spirits today. Because of the class adjustment of class 10 in grade 12, he found his best friend who had fought in the arena. Now that his brothers are by his side, Duan Shigen walks with the wind. Mouse, Deng Xiang, let's go. A large group of them rushed to the basketball court, which was really impressive. Duan Shigen saw Song Sheng and others and shouted, brothers, come together. Song Sheng waved his hand to refuse. He knew that this group of people in the class often played basketball. If he joined the battle, he would definitely be tortured and would definitely have no experience in playing basketball. You guys play yours. Song Sheng was neither cold nor hot. Duan Shigen negotiated. Song Sheng, can you give up this place for a while? We are going to play a competition. Song Sheng narrowed his eyes and said bluntly, what does your competition have to do with me? Deng Xiang saw Song Sheng's narrowed eyes and was particularly displeased. If it was in junior high school, he would definitely beat him up. But the times have changed, so Deng Xiang changed his career and could not take action. The proud eagle learned to swallow his anger. Duan Shigen is the boss after all, and his spirit is different. Hahaha, little brother has a bad temper, let's change places. After that, he led the brothers to move to the side court. As soon as they settled down, Wu Yunzi from class 16 of the first grade of high school led a group of people to meet him. He was wearing a white sports suit, wearing very cool sunglasses, holding a basketball, and said loudly, do you dare to play a game? Deng Xiang recognized the boy and his face changed immediately. They had a conflict with Wu Yunzi on the basketball court because of Wu Zhaoqi. In a real person group park, the two sides were already enemies. Deng Xiang was very aggressive. Come on, let's do it. Wu Yunzi threw the ball to his classmate Chang Yi, and he turned around and said to Lan Zichen, Zichen, this is the first official match for our class. Although Lan Zichen knew Wu Yunzi's character and knew his strengths and weaknesses, as a classmate, she could not avoid daily contact with him. Wu Yunzi took the initiative to show her kindness, sent snacks, helped with cleaning, carried water, and other favors. Lan Zichen could not completely separate. Lan Zichen stood at the side of the basketball court and smiled. Well, come on. Wu Yunzi was blessed by God. Come on. On the basketball court, the game was going on. Table tennis court. Yuan had never bloomed like today. She was like a sunflower, glowing with strong brilliance, as if illuminating Huang Zhangfei and illuminating this world. Well, Huang Zhangfei was her whole world. Huang Zhangfei served the ball. Bang. The ping pong ball bounced on the table. Yuan's eyes were 12 points out of 10 for Huang Zhangfei, and the 2 points she owed were for rolling her eyes at Ma Shicheng and Jiuo Kunan. Oh, squad leader, you're so good at serving. Yuan covered her mouth and giggled. While she was talking in a coquettish way, she twisted her waist, swung stiffly in a circle, and then swung her body 180 degrees. She picked up the ball reluctantly, and then swung 180 degrees again. Wang Lang was dumbfounded, and he didn't even watch Ma Jie playing games. Jiang Yanan and Shen Qinj, who were at the edge of the podium, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Not only Yuan's movements, but also her expression of being the most beautiful woman in the world, were simply amazing. Yang Sheng was playing badminton nearby, and couldn't stand the disgust, so he suggested, Jiang Ning, let's change the venue to continue. Okay. Jiang Ning left. Now, the area has completely become Yuan's home court. She said coquettishly, oh, I didn't catch it again. She first used burning eyes to comfort Huang Zhangfei, and then started to trigger the waist twisting joint move. Ma Shicheng cheered. 1, 2, 3, hula hoop, turn. Yuan failed to start, and almost twisted her lumbar disc. Jiang Yanan frowned and smiled to one side. Yuan wanted to blow up the playground and blow away all the people she didn't like. Then she wore a white wedding dress and hugged Huang Zhangfei in the smoke of the explosion. The basketball court was in full swing. Wu Yunzi's team had Lan Zichen and the girls in the class as cheerleaders, so every time he scored a goal, the scene was always very sensational. After all, many female classmates were not like Lan Zichen. They didn't know Wu Yun's true nature. They only knew that he was tall and handsome, played basketball very well, had excellent grades, and was generous. So many advantages gathered in one boy, enough to make him the most dazzling existence in the class. In contrast, Duan Shigang and Deng Xiang were marginal figures in class 8 and class 10, and no one cared about them. Deng Xiang originally had a sister named Gong Zuan, but now the two sides were drifting further and further apart. Morale was one aspect, but in terms of technology, they were scattered soldiers without any teamwork, and compared with the specially trained Linup of Wu Yunzi and his team, they were not even a little bit behind. Outside the 3-point line, Chang Yi made a fake move, and easily confused Liu Chuandao. He took this opportunity to pass the ball to Wu Yunzi under the basketball hoop. Wu Yunzi took the ball, bounced his feet, jumped up with all his strength, raised his palm high, and his wrist actually exceeded the hoop. Bang, the basketball went into the basket. Almost slam dunk. The female classmates in the first grade cheered like crazy. Wu Yunzi's teammates came over to hug him, and he smiled handsomely, as if he had reached the peak of his life. In contrast, the team Duan Shigan was in was dejected. Deng Xiang complained, "Hey Ozzy, you should have passed the ball to me just now." Jeheo was helpless. "It was blocked. I can't do anything." Duan Shigang, okay. Wu Yunzi stood out from the crowd with his height of 1.85 meters. He said with a condescending attitude, "Do you want to continue?" Deng Xiang gritted his teeth. "Continue." Wu Yunzi smiled. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, the female classmates in his class came up with various drinks, Red Bull, Coke, and Pulse, and gave them to him. Wu Yunzi was so excited about winning. Liu Chuandao said, "Fuck." He was jealous. There were so many girls, why couldn't he get one? As if he felt the eyes of his opponent, Wu Yunzi looked surprised. "Are there no girls to cheer you up?" Immediately, he seemed to understand and said, "Forget it, don't come to cheer. After all, your ball skills are so bad." He shook his head, full of contempt. He single-handedly suppressed the basketball teams of Class 8 and Class 10 of Grade 2, and left them speechless. At this moment, Wu Yunzi's brilliance reached its peak. He felt invincible. Wu Yunzi looked to the southwest, at Wu Zhaoqi, who was jumping up and down like a monkey. He shook his head and laughed. Who would have thought that he would ever bother with such a person? Then, Wu Yunzi looked further away, and saw Jiang Ning playing badminton. He thought of Jiang Ning's fancy dunk that day. Wu Yunzi admitted that it was indeed extraordinary, but it was a pity that basketball was a team game. Finally, Wu Yunzi came back to his senses, take a break, and play another round. Cuiu saw the dark expressions of Gangzi and Chuandao, and his eyes were strange. He lowered his voice and said, "Do you want to take revenge?" Chuandao Liu immediately asked, "What do you think?" "Cuiu, watch me do it." Cuiu shouted, "It's great to have someone cheering. There are 4 beautiful girls in our class. I will call them now to support the game." When this was said, the boys in class 8 were surprised at first, and then they seemed to think of some painful memories, and their faces turned ugly. Duan Shigan hurriedly stopped him. "No." Chuandao Liu said painfully, "Don't." Deng Xiang from class 10 couldn't figure out what they were thinking. He looked confused, and didn't know why. Wu Yunzi heard this, and saw their painful expressions. He instantly guessed in his heart, they know that their skills are too bad, so they don't want the girls in his class to watch the game to avoid losing face. But Wu Yunzi was delighted. Once the 4 beauties came, with his unparalleled ball skills, he would definitely be able to incite them to rebel. Just imagine, by then even the senior girls in the second year of high school would cheer for his name. How domineering that would be. TSK, the 4 beauties. Wu Yunzi had the same physical education class as class 8 of the second year of high school. He knew very well how many beautiful girls there were in this class. Since there are 4 beauties, it must include girls with short hair. Well, there is also a very beautiful one, and there is also a calm and generous one, who seems to be a female monitor. Wu Yunzi was wondering who the 4 are. It's not a good review. In order to prevent them from changing their minds, Wu Yunzi immediately used the method of provoking them. You're laughing, and you're shouting? Do you still expect a counterattack? Cuiyu pointed at him and said cruelly, you wait, I'll go now. Wu Yunzi was so happy that he still had the style of a male god. Okay, since there are girls in your class, I'll reluctantly block a few more of your balls. Cuiyu, haha, whoever is a coward is a grandson. Wu Yunzi, would I be a coward? Cuiyu showed his mobile phone. Okay, I'm recording it. After that, Cuiyu and Meng Jiui rushed to the gathering point of class 8 together. Wu Yunzi was surrounded by flowers. With anticipation, he was imagining how to show off on the court. He also paid special attention to Cuiyu's movements, looking forward to seeing which of the four beauties would be able to surprise him. Cuiyu walked forward, and when he passed the gate of the playground, he happened to meet Bayuxia and the twins who were returning from buying milk tea. He greeted them. Hey, you are buying milk tea, do I have some? Bayuxia, the milk tea is gone, but the ice cream is still available. She took out 2 chocolate ice cream cones from the plastic bag. Each cone only costs $1, but the taste and texture are surprisingly good. Cuiyu was stunned. He mentioned it casually, but who would have thought that Bayuxia, who usually kept people at a distance, would actually give him ice cream. He was flattered, and couldn't believe it. After all, Bayuxia's reputation in class 8 is too high. She has excellent looks, grades, and talents, and is picked up and dropped off at school by a BMW every day. She is excellent in all aspects, and is out of reach. He subconsciously looked at Meng Jiui, and found that Meng Jiui was staring at Bayuxia motionlessly. He quickly pulled Meng Jiui to prevent his good brother from falling in love with someone else. Wake up, Gizzy. Thanks. Cuiyu took the ice cream cone, and his mood was relieved, and his steps were so brisk. On the basketball court, Wu Yunzi discovered this scene. He was shocked. Fuck, it's really her. It's her. It's her. Wu Yunzi took a breath and calmed down. The next second, he saw the two parties exchanged a few words, and then the boy continued to walk towards the table tennis court, and it seemed that he was going to find another girl. Not bad, not bad, I guess there is another girl. Wu Yunzi continued to observe. Cuiyu tore open the wrapping paper and ate the ice cream. Eating ice cream in the middle of winter is exciting. Passing by the class monitors in Yaoling, Cuiyu waved and greeted him. Class monitor, are you basking in the sun? Xin Yaoling responded kindly, yeah. Wu Yunzi, okay, another victory. Cuiyu walked to the side of the table tennis table and showed off to Jiang Ning. Are you envious of the ice cream given by Bayuxia? Shan Kaiquan and Jiuo Kanan looked at him with envy. Jiang Ning joked, aren't you afraid of having a stomachache when eating ice cream in such a cold weather? Cuiyu, I'm a tough guy. Wu Yunzi on the basketball court clenched the Coke bottle and said excitedly, it's settled. Cuiyu ate the ice cream in big mouthfuls, endowed with an aura of courage, and finally walked towards the small team consisting of Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, Li Shengnan, and Wang Yanan. Cuiyu stood still, facing the terrifying deterrence of the demon god. He organized his words and said solemnly, Jiao, someone invited you to watch the basketball game. Chapter 686 No need. At the same time, Ancheng, Xianyang Art Studio. There are more than 10 drawing boards randomly placed in the studio. Male and female students are sitting in front of the drawing boards, holding paintbrushes and scribbling. In the corner of the studio, a girl with single eyelids, wearing Adidas and Nike, faces the empty drawing board, crosses her legs, and leisurely eats melon seeds. Next to her, Zhenglu is painting on the drawing board with deft fingers. The loose clothes can't hide her well-developed figure. With the movement of her arms, thrilling lines are looming under the clothes. The single-eyed girl saw this scene, and her eyelids twitched involuntarily. She felt as if she was showing off silently. She didn't stay on Zhenglu for too long, because it would only make her feel more inferior. She moved her eyes to Zhenglu's drawing board, and saw a boy's profile on the paper. It was obviously a sketch, but it was painted in the style of ink painting. The boy in the painting seemed to be looking into the distance. His nose was straight, and the halo at the corner of his mouth showed a faint smile, exuding a unique charm. The girl with single eyelid saw it and couldn't help asking, I've seen you paint several times recently. Who is it? What's the star you're chasing? What's his name? Zhenglu's dark eyes were full of love. In a strange city, she frankly admitted, he's not a star, he's the boy I like. The girl was visibly stunned when she heard it. She looked at him again. Did you beautify him? Zhenglu shook her head. In my heart, he's better looking than this. The girl with single eyelids ate another melon seed. She was a native of Ansheng. Recently, she came to the studio for training and met Zhenglu from Yazhou. She was shocked by her beauty. She had a thin waist, big breasts, and a great figure. Moreover, she was very serious about painting, focused on it, and had solid painting skills, which was admirable. She took advantage of her native advantages and often took Zhenglu out to find delicious food. After a few visits, they became familiar with each other. Who would have thought that Zhenglu actually had a boy she liked? The girl with single eyelids said, Sister, with your ability, can't you take him down with just a few clicks? Zhenglu, no way. TSK, you are young and don't know the treasure. The girl teased. Immediately, she said, I see you have been drawing the side face for several days. Why don't you show me the front face? Zhenglu shook her head. I can't draw it. The girl didn't believe it. How is it possible? In my opinion, your painting skills are rare in the entire studio. It's not an exaggeration to call you a dragon and a phoenix. Although she said it was powerful, Zhenglu looked at her empty drawing board and always felt that her description was not a good word. I really can't draw it. Zhenglu thought of Jiang Ning's eyes, which were as dark as ink, as if they had experienced reincarnation, and contained some indescribable colors, and her heart trembled. The girl with single eyelids was still asking, is it because the front face is not good looking? Don't you want to make a fool of yourself? Zhenglu replied softly, no, I don't dare to look. Number 4 middle school, basketball court. Wu Yun's mood changed from surprise, to ecstasy, to forced calmness, and then suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Cuiyu was walking in the front. He was not important. The main thing was that there were several heavyweight creatures behind him. From a distance, it seemed as if pieces of bright stone pillars were rolling towards him. Liu Chuandao on the court understood Cuiyu's plan and laughed. Then, he told Du and Shigen and the others, brothers, let the water go hard later. Wu Yunzi must be handsome. 2 minutes later, the 4 golden flowers came to the basketball court to watch the game. Wu Yunzi's handsome face fell down and became extremely ugly. What did he see? Wild boar, bear, yak, flounder? No, these are not the 4 beauties I want. Wu Yunzi roared in his heart. When Pang Zhao saw Wu Yunzi, she almost ruined her life. She shouted in a tender voice, what a handsome boy. Zhang Yifei was infatuated with him. Ah, he is so handsome. Li Shengnan didn't say anything, but just stared at Wu Yunzi quietly. He was tall, handsome, and could play basketball. He was absolutely a high quality male. If she could have a kiss with such a man, she would be willing to live 10 years less. The recklessness of the 4 golden flowers attracted the little girls in class 16 of grade 1 to look at them with contempt. The girls were not harmonious. The comparison of their looks could reach an outrageous level. Looking at the ugly appearance of the 4 golden flowers, the girls in class 16 of grade 1 became confident. Cuiyu led class 8 and class 10 and walked up. Keep playing. Wu Yunzi was furious. You are lying to me, right? He turned his anger into motivation and decided to ruthlessly blow up this group of people. The game started again. Wu Yunzi dribbled like the wind, shooting, scoring, shooting, scoring. With Liu Chuandao and the others deliberately showing weakness, Wu Yunzi was invincible and shocked everyone. Ah, Wu Yunzi is so handsome. The girls outside the court cheered and screamed. Wu Yunzi was immersed in this state. He had an epiphany and his basketball skills were improved. Wu Zhaoqi, who was nearby, had already cast a serious look at him. Wu Yunzi performed a near dunk again, which was so handsome that he felt that he was only a little bit away from a real dunk. Wu Yunzi raised his middle finger to the male students in the second year of high school to express his ridicule. Cuiyu announced the halftime break. A group of girls rushed to Wu Yunzi like landing on the beach, ready to serve them drinks. At this critical moment, a heavy weight that could be called a tank suddenly drove up from the back and instantly crushed the delicate girls and directly crushed a road. Then, Wu Yunzi was surrounded by Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan. Wu Yunzi faced Pang Jiao's big face and suddenly felt sick. Wu Yunzi, you were so cool just now, and you looked so handsome when you shot the basketball. Can I buy you some water? Pang Jiao offered the orange juice she bought. Only half a bottle. Wu Yunzi used a smile to hide his embarrassment. Pang Jiao also helped him unscrew the bottle cap, but Wu Yunzi immediately waved his hand to refuse. What a joke, that was the water that this female warrior had drunk. Pang Jiao was rejected. But Pang Jiao was unyielding. She put the orange juice to Wu Yunzi's mouth, but fortunately Wu Yunzi dodged it quickly and avoided it directly. She fed it several times, but Wu Yunzi dodged it all. His dodging skills were simply maximum doubt. Pang Jiao gave her good sisters a look, and Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan stepped forward, like left and right protectors, and directly grabbed Wu Yunzi. Wu Yunzi suddenly found that he could not move. He struggled hard, but his body seemed to be handcuffed. Pang Jiao blew on the bottle mouth, and a smile spread across her big face. My dear, it's time to drink some water. Wu Yunzi looked horrified and blurted out, no, no. He was really scared. Wu Yunzi, was upright and honest. He had only dated beautiful girls in his life. How could his innocence be ruined here? He was like a trapped beast, fighting desperately. He struggled and swung frantically. He was worthy of being a basketball player. Pang Jiao's orange juice was not fed to him in the first time. It didn't matter. Pang Jiao still had a second chance. Cuiu, Liu Chuandao and others immediately took out their mobile phones to record the video. Deng Xiang was stunned. He suddenly felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, when he was in the first year of high school, he broke into class 8 and didn't provoke them. Lan Zichen couldn't stand it any longer. She shouted, "What are you doing?" Wang Yanan stepped forward to help. Wu Yunzi is tired from playing basketball. My sister kindly gave him a drink to prevent him from fainting from hypoglycemia. What are you yelling about? Wu Yunzi saw Pang Jiao still poking him with the bottle mouth. He said angrily, enough, enough. The tone of this sentence was quite serious. Pang Jiao couldn't help but stop. Yes, yes, you are really good at being hooligans. The girls in class 16 of grade 1 spoke up collectively, cheering and scolding. For a while, the scene was like ducks. Wang Yanan knew that her good sister was still in the observation period of staying in school, so she couldn't make a big fuss, and Wu Yunzi had a strong personality, not like Che Wei and other cowardly wastes. So, Wang Yanan, the think tank, dismissed Pang Jiao and the others. The basketball court returned to peace. Wu Yunzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the burly bodies of Pang Jiao and the others, and a layer of haze covered his eyes. If he hadn't refused to obey, his face would have been completely lost today. Wu Yunzi didn't dare to think about what terrible consequences he would face. He took the grape juice from a girl in the same class, drank it, and thought to himself, I can't touch you in school, but I may not be able to do anything to you outside of school. In a short time, Wu Yunzi made up his mind. Without further ado, he took the phone back from a female classmate and moved a little away from the vulgar women. He made a call, which was quickly connected, and a voice came from the other end. Hey, brother Wu. Wu Yunzi ordered. Xiao Wei, there are 4 girls in our school who have annoyed me. Please help me deal with them tonight. I don't want to see them recently. On the other end of the phone, in the lobby of a spa place that was not open yet somewhere in the city, a young man in his 20s was sitting on a leather sofa smoking. He was wearing a boy brand suit, and the arm holding the cigarette was a flowered arm. When he heard this, he was secretly happy. Schoolgirls. Maybe he can take advantage of them then. Of course, they can't do anything too excessive. Okay, brother Wu, I'll solve it for you tonight. Xiao Wei quickly assured. Wu Yunzi, well, I feel at ease leaving it to you. Xiao Wei didn't take it too seriously. For these elites who were in charge of the scene, it would be easy for them to subdue a few schoolgirls. After Wu Yunzi hung up the phone, he felt much more relaxed. His father was one of the famous Wu brothers in Yuzhou. They sold sand and gravel, mined, and hollowed out mountains. Their business was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. So although Wu Yunzi was only in high school, he could control a lot of things through osmosis. Wu Yunzi took the coke and returned to the basketball court, thinking to himself, I hope Zhao Wei can bring me good news tonight. There were still about 10 minutes before the end of get out of class, and Wu Yunzi continued to play basketball to vent his emotions. At this time, several people came from a distance. Jiang Ning was holding a milk tea, and next to him were Zhu Yuantang and the twins. A little further away was Yang Sheng with short hair. The reason was that Yang Sheng heard that Jiang Ning could dunk, so he came to learn. Although Yang Sheng could play basketball, as a girl, she was only about 1.6 meters tall. For her, dunking was almost an impossible task. After arriving at the basketball court, Wu Yunzi looked around. The short-haired girl and the twins were the three real beauties. Unfortunately, they were following Jiang Ning who could dunk. With this thought, Wu Yunzi looked at the skinny Cuiu. It was all because of him that his dream of being one of the four beauties was ruined. Cuiu met Jiang Ning and greeted her. He was very envious. Deng Xiang's eyes were not very natural. He had been taught a lesson by Jiang Ning. Jiao, who was next to him, did not think so. He looked at the twins twice more and felt it was really wonderful. After Jiang Ning passed by Huang Yasu and the others, he saw them chatting next to the basketball stand. He asked to borrow the basketball. Song Sheng, who was extremely arrogant before, did not say a word. Deng Xiang lowered his voice. That fat guy is a bully. Jiang Ning dribbled the ball twice and made a very ordinary move. He made a 3-step layup and easily entered the basket. It was obviously a very ordinary skill. The twins applauded him and cheered for him. The achievement was full. After seeing it, Liu Chuandao was suspicious. That's it? That's it? Cuiu, yes, that's it. Liu Chuandao was indignant. Who can't do such a simple thing? He picked up the basketball and walked to the basketball hoop near the twins. He coughed twice and performed a 3-step layup, which also went into the basket. The twins didn't even look at him. After Liu Chuandao came back, he wondered, brothers, is my shooting skill worse than Jiang Ning's just now? Duan Shigang, very standard, not bad. Liu Chuandao was even more puzzled. Since my level is not worse than Jiang Ning, why don't they applaud me? Cuiu, isn't the answer very clear? Jiang Ning is more handsome than you. Liu Chuandao had a stomachash. Jiang Ning dribbled the ball, and he looked down at Zhu Yuantang. Aren't you going to learn dunking? Have you given up? Zhu Yuantang drank the yogurt silently without making a sound, just biting the straw hard. Seeing this, Jiang Ning threw the basketball to Yang Sheng, who took out a wet wipe and wiped his hands very elegantly. Liu Chuandao saw it from a distance and commented, he's really good at pretending. Cuiu retorted, indeed, if I were you, I would definitely park basketball with him. As soon as this sentence came out, the atmosphere was silent for a few seconds, and everyone looked towards the sports equipment in the southeast at the same time. Since playing a game of badminton with Jiang Ning, Che Wei in physical education class has become taciturn and no longer participates in any entertainment activities. Liu Chuandao said angrily, forget it. He was really scared. Cuiu patted him on the shoulder. I know what you are worried about, but please don't worry. You can't become Sister Jiao Jiao's lover. There is a threshold of appearance. Liu Chuandao has been hit hard and has begun to withdraw himself. Yang Sheng was playing basketball alone. Jiang Ning and the twins all had milk tea to drink, but she didn't. However, Yang Sheng didn't care. She was not greedy. She stood outside the 3-point line and shot a ball, but missed. Wu Yunzi was at the basketball court nearby. After seeing this, he didn't say anything and also shot a 3-pointer, which went in. Wu Yunzi smiled faintly. Chang Yi, a senior in high school and a diehard supporter of Wu Yunzi, saw Yang Sheng playing basketball alone and suddenly thought that the short-haired girl was in the same group with the dunking boy. If he gave some guidance to the short-haired girl, it would definitely alarm the boy. Then, he and Wu Jie would take the opportunity to start a team competition and beat the opponent. So Chang Yi took the initiative and shouted, your skills are not good. I'll teach you how to shoot a 3-pointer. Yang Sheng waved his hand to refuse. Forget it. Chang Yi, To be honest, if you explore on your own, you will take a lot of detours. Yang Sheng ignored him. She jumped lightly, her body was light, and she threw the basketball casually. The basketball drew an arc and fell accurately into the basket. She said, "Excuse me, do you need it?" Chapter 687 Revenge Afterward. After the evening self-study, school was over. As winter approached, the nights became increasingly chilly. At this time of the day, there might still be a few pedestrians strolling on the river dam, but now they had all disappeared. Zhu Yuantang sat in the backseat of the electric car, her small body pressed against Jiang Ning, feeling his warmth and fresh scent. In the empty field, a straight asphalt road led to the dark east. Between heaven and earth, there were only the two of them. Zhu Yuantang had no fear at all, only complete peace of mind. At one point, she fantasized, it would be great if it could always be like this. Now she was close to Jiang Ning. She could touch him by moving forward, and she could pinch his ears by raising her hand. As long as she called Jiang Ning, he would respond to her. It was foreseeable that she would return to her warm home in a few minutes, and there would be plenty of entertainment time in the evening. She was happy at the moment, and the future that was about to come would still be happy. So, she really wanted time to stop at this moment. However, Zhu Yuantang was not that selfish after all. Although she wanted to, if Jiang Ning didn't want to, then he would definitely not be happy, and Zhu Yuantang would also be unhappy. She always felt that Jiang Ning would become very powerful in the future. Well, I wonder if he will be happy after he becomes powerful. When Zhu Yuantang thought of this, she moved forward again and teased him with her soft legs. Jiang Ning noticed, "We are almost home, don't worry." Zhu Yuantang smiled and said, "I'm not in a hurry, ride slower." Hearing this, Jiang Ning slowed down. The trees on both sides of the road gradually became clear, and Zhu Yuantang's floating hair slowly fell down. She said, "Do you still make J chains at night?" Jiang Ning, "Yes, I have made quite a few." Zhu Yuantang, "Then I will help you exercise your computer." Jiang Ning sneered, "When have you not helped me exercise my computer?" Zhu Yuantang, "This shows that your computer needs exercise." Jiang Ning, "My computer is a top-of-the-line computer. Even if it is not exercised, its performance is still very strong." Zhu Yuantang, "You said last time that your headphones are top-of-the-line headphones, so why do you still need to burn them in?" Jiang Ning, "It's different." Zhu Yuantang, "What's different?" Jiang Ning didn't argue with her. Sometimes they would argue for a long time. Zhu Yuantang was full of twisted logic. If Jiang Ning didn't restrict her, she might not win. Zhu Yuantang saw that Jiang Ning was silent and smiled slyly. In the past, when her mother went out to work, she could only talk to herself at home. Now with Jiang Ning, she can talk all the time. She saw that Jiang Ning was often dull, like a piece of wood, and she wanted to activate him. After a short silence, the electric car drove down the dam and headed for the bungalow in the south. A warm yellow light lit up in front of the bungalow. Aunt Gu stood by the wall and looked to the west. Suddenly, a beam of light broke through the gloom. "Mom, I'm home." Zhu Yuantang waved on the electric car. If she wasn't so weak, she would even want to jump off the car. Even so, Zhu Yuantang still jumped down before the car stopped, which made Aunt Gu's eyelids jump, fearing that she would fall. Zhu Yuantang shook his shoes and ran over happily. "Mom, have you made something delicious for me?" Aunt Gu, "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat all day." She was also wondering why she didn't grow taller. Zhu Yuantang pouted, feeling that her mother was not as good as before. After Aunt Gu finished speaking, she went back to the house. Just as Zhu Yuantang was about to go back to the house, another brighter beam of light came from the west of the bungalow. Neighbor Teacher Khan drove a brand new electric tricycle into the open space in front of the bungalow. Jiang Ning said happily, "Teacher Khan bought a new car. This tricycle is the popular old man's tricycle these days. Compared with battery cars, it can protect against wind and rain, and many old men and women like to drive it. Well, it is also the vehicle that is most likely to cause a car accident." 10 years later, this kind of tricycle has been banned from the road in the city. After getting off the car, Teacher Khan's face was full of red. "Have a good day today." Hearing the movement, Uncle Tang and Butcher Zhang next door went out to watch. Uncle Tang congratulated him. Butcher Zhang shouted, "Old Khan, why don't you get a car to drive? What's the point of buying this thing?" Teacher Khan's face fell all of a sudden, and he argued, "What's not better than a car? Come on, tell me. It saves money and fuel, is easy to take care of, easy to park, and you can drive it away. At the end," he said, "it can also carry goods." He opened the car door, and it was filled with newspapers, magazines and the like, piled up high. Butcher Zhang thought for a moment and said, "Their cars are big and can't be stolen. But yours is a small broken car. I plugged it in and let you drive it." Teacher Khan was not convinced. He said, "I'll park it outside tonight. Let's see who dares to steal it." Teacher Khan was originally planning to back the car into the house, but now he didn't back it up. He laboriously carried a pile of newspapers and carried them into the house. When Teacher Khan came out again, he was very tired. He saw Jiang Ning standing motionless beside him and thought to himself, "You don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young." He shouted, "Jiang boy, come and help me move some things." Jiang Ning, "No, I'm tired from physical education class today. I feel weak all over." Teacher Khan was an old man after all. He looked at Zhu Yuantang again and thought to himself that if he could persuade Zhu Yuantang, he might be able to command Jiang boy. Teacher Khan changed her expression and asked kindly, "Zhu girl, I heard that you are very good at studying?" Zhu Yuantang was very proud and said modestly, "I'm just average, the best in the whole school." Teacher Khan clapped her hands and said, "Well, since you are so good at studying, come and help me move some books." Zhu Yuantang's mind turned. She didn't expect that the old man was so cunning and actually ordered her to do hard labor. Zhu Yuantang flattered, "I have only studied for a few years, and Teacher Khan has been teaching for half a lifetime. That's the real deal. You should be allowed to move all the books." Teacher Khan gave up in dismay. Uncle Tang thought to himself, "Old Khan is really a bad boy." Butcher Zhang said happily, "You still want to take advantage of Jiang Ning, the boy, and take advantage of your age." Zhu Yuantang didn't think her refusal was excessive. "I remember that, when I was in junior high school, Aunt Gu would often fry a lot of food every year at the end of the year. Fried dumplings, fried horn leaves, fried sticks and steamed fragrant buns. There were not many people in her family, so Aunt Gu would choose to give them to the neighbors. Logically, the neighbors should take care of Aunt Gu's daughter after receiving these. But one morning, Aunt Gu went out to work, and Teacher Khan was eating pumpkin seeds at the door. She gave all of them to Zhang the butcher and Uncle Tang next door. Zhu Yuantang was jealous, thinking that her family had given so many things. If she asked for some pumpkin seeds, Teacher Khan would give them to her. She used to be timid, and after a long time of psychological preparation, she finally mustered up the courage, walked up and asked, "Uncle Khan, are pumpkin seeds delicious?" Teacher Khan waved his hand and said, "Go aside, don't block my Sunday." Zhu Yuantang immediately fled home in shame. After that blow, Zhu Yuantang no longer took the initiative to ask for food from unfamiliar people. Therefore, she had a very bad impression of the stingy Teacher Khan, so she didn't help him. Teacher Khan went back and forth 3 times, and finally moved all the things on the tricycle, and was so tired that he was panting. After watching the excitement, Butcher Zhang and Uncle Tang went back to the house to sleep. Jiang Ning noticed the change in Tang Tang's mood, so he supported Tang Tang unconditionally and deliberately said, "Teacher Khan, are you really going to park the car outside? It's not safe in the wilderness." After seeing the 2 heavyweight neighbors leave, Teacher Khan stopped pretending and said, "Hey, it looks like it's going to rain, so I'd better drive it inside." Teacher Khan didn't drive directly into the house. He planned to reverse into the house so that he could drive directly next time he went out, which would save a lot of trouble. Teacher Khan's driving skills were average, so he said, "Jiang boy, I'm reversing now. You help me watch from the side. Tell me when you hit the wall." Jiang Ning, "Okay, no problem, you reverse." Teacher Khan got in the car and switched it to reverse mode, and the reminder sound of "please pay attention to safety when reversing" sounded. Teacher Khan carefully reversed to the door and asked as he reversed, "Didn't you hit it? Did you hit it?" Jiang Ning saw the crooked route and said, "Don't worry, I'll tell you if I hit it." "Okay, you must tell me when you hit something." Teacher Khan did it boldly. Bang. With a loud bang, the rear of his car hit the drywall directly. Teacher Khan's eyes were about to burst out. It was his newly bought electric tricycle. He almost yelled, "Jiang boy, why didn't you tell me?" Jiang Ning reported the time, 9 hours, 35 minutes and 37 seconds PM. Teacher Khan was stunned. He finally understood. "I asked you to tell me when you hit something, not the time." Jiang Ning, Tong Tong, repeat what Teacher Khan said. Zhu Yuantang suppressed his laughter. "Tell me when you hit something." Teacher Khan completely understood that these two young people were playing tricks on him. Teacher Khan pointed at the two people, his fingers trembling. His newly bought new car hit something. His heart was bleeding. It hurt. It hurt too much. Teacher Khan wanted to pick up the ruler and beat them hard, but Teacher Khan held back because he couldn't beat them. So he chose to sue the other parent. He jumped out of the car and ran into the house to argue with Aunt Gu. "Big sister, look at this. Is it reasonable?" He exaggerated and described what had just happened. Aunt Gu listened quietly. She was not involved in the emotion, but remembered that a few years ago, Uncle Tang was chatting at the door and accidentally mentioned that Tong Tong wanted pumpkin seeds. Aunt Gu was very angry. Every year, she sent a lot of New Year's goods, but Teacher Khan still bullied her daughter. Teacher Khan said in a very aggressive tone, "I believed them because they were young, but I didn't expect that they were so vicious at such a young age." Aunt Gu said slowly, "Maybe they cheated you because they saw that you were old." After hearing this, Teacher Khan was so angry that he trembled and shouted in his heart, "What a family of evil people." He left angrily. After Teacher Khan left, Aunt Gu called Zhu Yuantang and glared at her. Zhu Yuantang lowered her head to look at her toes. She didn't think she was wrong. Aunt Gu looked at Jiang Ning again, and her face immediately became kind. She understood Jiang Ning's character. He must have done this to help Tong Tong. Which mother-in-law would not be satisfied with such a son-in-law? Aunt Gu said, "You must be tired after a day of classes. I'll mix some fruits for you. They are all brought from the company today." She quickly washed her hands and prepared. In the city, at a hot pot restaurant open until 2 in the morning, Wu Yunzi led the team members to eat hot pot. He was the guest, so he was the center of the topic at the dinner table. It's just that Wu Yunzi occasionally lost his mind. After checking the information of Pang Zhao and others today, he sent it to Zhao Wei, who was watching the scene. Now Zhao Wei should be waiting. Wu Yunzi thought to himself, "I hope they can succeed." At the same time, outside the 4th middle school, in a dark alley, Zhao Wei stood at the entrance of the alley, followed by 5 people, all of whom were adult men over 1.75 meters tall. The cold wind blew, and Zhao Wei tightened his coat. He had been addicted to alcohol and sex recently, and he felt that his body had become much weaker. It was nothing serious. After 10 days or half a month, he would be a tiger again. "Brother Wei, are you sure they are coming?" a young man with a crew cut said excitedly. He took out his mobile phone and glanced at the photos of the girls. The more he looked, the hotter he became. Wu Yunzi's intelligence ability was mediocre after all, so he only found these high-resolution photos and sent them to Zhao Wei in desperation. Those were the photos that Pang Zhao had specially asked Lu Kiki to help with. It must be said that Lu Kiki's photo editing skills were very superb, and she could edit Pang Zhao into a middle-class girl. Zhao Wei glanced at him. "Don't worry, you will be happy later. Everyone cheer up, each of you hold one down," he said. The sturdy young man narrating laughed. "They are just a few schoolgirls, can we not hold them down? Not to mention schoolgirls, even the battle-hardened little girls are equally vulnerable in front of these adult men." It is no exaggeration to say that the sturdy young man can beat 3 or 5 of them. As soon as these words came out, the other men all laughed. Zhao Wei couldn't help but laughed as well. It wasn't because he was laughing, it was because the girls were too easy to deal with. A normal adult man could beat up 2 adult women without any problem, not to mention the delicate schoolgirls. The young man with a crew cut, haha, everyone should be kind to them later. A 1.8 meter tall man looked around the dim environment and praised, "This place is really good. No one knows what we do. They are not good people. They are much more cunning than Wu Yunzi, who doesn't like schoolgirls. At this opportunity, they will definitely take advantage of them." Suddenly, there was a noise outside the alley. Xiao Wei was immediately alert. Here they come. Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, and Li Shengnan had just returned from the dessert shop. They were walking and chatting. Pang Jiao said in a delicate voice, "Oh, I hate my hands. I don't think they look good." The young man with the crew cut couldn't help it anymore. He jumped out and said, "Do you think they look good? Let me touch them." After he finished speaking, he saw the appearance of Pang Jiao and the other two, and was obviously shocked. The leader, Xiao Wei, was confused. What the hell kind of monster was this? Did they target the wrong person? The young man with the crew cut looked down at the photo on the phone screen and vaguely discerned a similar outline. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, and Li Shengnan?" Pang Jiao's face showed impatience. "What are you doing?" The young man with the crew cut showed his phone. "It's you? Zhang Yifei. Oh, so disgusting. What are you doing with our photos? Disgusting." Li Shengnan has been watching anime a lot recently, so she scolded in Japanese. Ruthless. Ruthless. Japanese. "I'm so annoyed." Brother Wei and his group were all stunned. They were lucky enough to witness the evil art of photo editing in the future in 2014. Damn it, since it was something Brother Wu had asked them to do, they had to bite their teeth and finish it. Brother Wei pointed at Pang Jiao's greasy nose and cursed, "Your name is Pang Jiao, right?" The young man with the crew cut was impulsive. He was so angry about being deceived by the fake photo that he jumped up and slapped Pang Jiao. Unexpectedly, Pang Jiao was a veteran of many battles and had a very quick reaction. She pushed forward fiercely, and the young man with the short hair flew backwards 4 or 5 meters in the air and fell to the ground with a bang. The sturdy young man yelled, "Brothers, do it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 688 The kindest person in the world. In the dark alley, a big melee broke out. 3 women vs 6 men. Pang Jiao took the initiative to counterattack and knocked the young man with the short hair flying, and the enemy lost 1 man. Seeing this, the sturdy young man rushed up in a hurry. Pang Jiao did not retreat, but rushed forward like a bulldozer. What a earth-shaking force. The solid chassis of the sturdy young man was directly knocked down. The power spread to his internal organs, making him tremble all over, and even his cells were wailing. The sturdy young man suffered double damage from the bright and dark forces. He softened and lost his fighting power. The leader, Xiao Wei, had a sinister face and rushed up quickly. He was famous for his fighting skills in the past. Now he also helps to guard the spa place and deter the scoundrels. No one dares to default. He swung his fist and hit Pang Jiao. Die. His movements were too slow. Pang Jiao's thick arm was like a giant hammer, hammering down head on, destroying everything, breaking through everything, and brazenly hitting Xiao Wei in the face. Bang! Xiao Wei was hit hard and instantly calmed down. The other 3 looked at each other. The eldest brother fell, so why would they continue to fight? Pang Jiao shouted, "Do it." 15 minutes later, in the private room of the hot pot restaurant, Wu Yunzi suddenly felt uneasy. Xiao Wei hasn't sent any messages now. Did he beat Pang Jiao too hard? Even Wu Yunzi thought that, even if he was beaten more severely, his father would still be able to deal with it. Immediately, he thought of his father's warning to him, claiming that Yuzhou No. 4 middle school was not ordinary. Ask Xiao Wei about the situation. Wu Yunzi picked up his mobile phone and walked out of the private room. He called Xiao Wei, and the call was quickly connected. He only heard a scream, "My mobile phone." Xiao Wei was suppressed by Pang Jiao's 200-pound body. Just now, after hearing the ringtone, Xiao Wei's mobile phone was snatched away. Pang Jiao was like a demon, asking a soul-searching question. "Who are you?" Wu Yunzi was silent, still a little confused. "What happened?" Xiao Wei shouted in panic. "Hang up the phone. Hang up the phone." Wu Yunzi was not stupid. He hung up the phone immediately after hearing what Xiao Wei said, otherwise he might expose his presence. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yunzi stood outside the store and blew the cold wind. He looked at the cold and lonely street. No matter what, he couldn't figure out why Zhao Wei failed. The river dam was filled with the coolness of the night. Jiang Ning's room didn't have any heating facilities turned on, but it was still warm. Zhu Yuantang curled up on the sofa, revealing her white and tender calves under her white nightgown, and her feet were shaking. She raised the assembled Q version of Gundam in her hand, and admired it with admiring eyes, muttering the bold words "conquer the world" and "dominate the universe" from time to time. Jiang Ning smiled, and she heard it. She rubbed her body against Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning deliberately moved away from her. After Zhu Yuantang noticed it, he snorted and moved away. After a while, she stuck to him again, and Jiang Ning moved away again. The two of them played happily. At this time, Aunt Gu appeared at the door with a bowl in her hand. Zhu Yuantang immediately called out in a friendly way, "Mom, Aunt Gu, you only call me that when there is food, right?" Zhu Yuantang giggled. "Mom is so nice." Aunt Gu put the bowl on the small table. It was a prepared yogurt fruit salad with strawberries, mangoes, oranges, milk dates, some nuts, and oatmeal, which made people's mouths water. The bowl was small and the portion was not large. It was mainly because Aunt Gu was worried that her daughter would be greedy and sleep uncomfortable at night. Aunt Gu held 2 bowls in one hand, a total of 3 bowls of fruit salad. Zhu Yuantang's eyes sparkled, and he was secretly happy. "Can I eat 2 bowls?" Aunt Gu stretched out her hand and pulled her daughter's ear, warning, "Leave 1 bowl for Chachu." She knew that Chachu often came to play with Tang Tong, so only 2 servings were not enough. Her daughter went to eat breakfast with others every day, so she must not be stingy. This is how you deal with people. No matter how good the relationship is, you can't take advantage of others blindly. Zhu Yuantang, "Okay, then I'll summon Chachu." She fumbled for her phone, sent a voice message to WeChat, and called out in a funny way, "Chu, Chu, come on, meet the call of the times." Aunt Gu heard her soul-calling voice, glared at her, turned and left, and walked out the door and added, "Wash the dishes yourself after eating. I'm going to sleep, and I have to go to work tomorrow." Zhu Yuantang, "It doesn't matter, Chachu can wash the dishes." After saying that, Zhu Yuantang suddenly found that it was quite refreshing. "So when I threatened Jiang Ning before, he said to let Chachu work, and it turned out to be this kind of mood." Zhu Yuantang seemed to understand. "Unfortunately, after hearing this, my mother went home directly and didn't punish me on the spot." This made Zhu Yuantang very sorry. She also wanted to learn a few tricks from her mother's way of scolding her and save them for scolding Jiang Ning in the future. As the saying goes, learn a trick after being beaten. This is Zhu Yuantang's way of survival. Zhu Chachu came very quickly. She was wearing a black coat on the outside and a soft floral nightgown on the inside. She stood outside the door in the night, graceful and elegant. Zhu Yuantang immediately said, "Chachu, look, my mother made yogurt fruit salad. Come and eat it together." After that, Zhu Yuantang picked up 2 bowls and put them on the computer desk. There was more space here. She took the throne first and left the small slave seat next to Chachu. Zhu Yuantang held the spoon in her hand and took a bite of the fruit salad. It was sweet and sour and delicious. The yogurt was a high-quality milk product specially selected by Changqingai, mixed with fresh fruits. Zhu Yuantang bit the spoon and saw that Chachu was still not moving. She patted the small seat with her little hand and signaled her to come quickly. Zhu Chachu stood quietly in place. When she saw the small seat, she couldn't help but think of the memory of Jiang Ning touching her legs last night. The numb feeling made her palpitate faintly. As a result, she had an instinctive resistance to this small seat. She looked at Jiang Ning out of the corner of her eye, but didn't see anything unusual on his face. Zhu Chachu felt inexplicably unhappy. Does he pretend that it never happened? Zhu Yuantang patted the seat again. "Chachu, sit down. Why don't you sit down?" Zhu Chachu compromised, moved to the square stool, and sat down with dignity. Zhu Yuantang was satisfied and enjoyed the food with Chachu. While Jiang Ning was eating, she checked her questions space to see what the students in class 8 had posted today. Myozhe posted a passionate text. Miyazaki Hayao said that I actually knew very early that we were impossible, but I kept deceiving myself and believed that miracles would happen. Jiang Yanan posted a dynamic of Korean star Kwan Ziling, expressing her love. his admiration, and wanting to go to his concert. CUIU commented below, claiming that he saved money to buy her a ticket. Liu Chuandeo asked CUIU if it was true or not. CUIU said it was about typing a word. UN scolded CUIU for being a jerk. Shan Kaikwan posted his running record. Wu Zhaoqi was still fighting hard on the basketball court. Zhang Yifei posted a selfie in which she showed her square face with sharp angles, full of masculine toughness. The caption reads, "Oh, I hate my chin so much. Because she didn't have enough pocket money, she didn't recharge Lukiki, so this picture is the original ecology without retouching." Below, a netizen named Mr. Black Sheep made multiple comments. "Fifi, is this your brother? Fifi, you really know how to make fun of your brother. Fifi, can you say something? Fifi, where are you?" This post was posted at 9:35, but unfortunately Zhang Yifei has not replied. CUIU commented, "Fifi, don't hate something you don't have." Mr. Black Sheep replied to CUIU, "Hello, I want to ask, is this Fifi's selfie?" CUIU, "Yes, she is Fifi." Mr. Black Sheep, "I don't believe it." At this time, Pang Jiao posted a picture in the class group, which instantly caused a sensation. Because the background of the picture was in the police station. Class monitors in Yaoling asked with concern, "Pang Jiao, what's wrong with you?" Pang Jiao, "I was attacked on my way home last night." CUIU, "Open the champagne." Fireworks, fireworks. Xin Yaoling was stunned. What kind of broken friendship was this? This was the first time she had seen a classmate being attacked, and the other classmates celebrating openly. Hahaha, class monitor, you are too naive. Instead of worrying about Pang Jiao, you might as well worry about Pang Jiao's opponent. Wang Lang commented directly in the group, to weaken Xin Yaoling's prestige. Pang Jiao, "I'm fine. There were a total of 6 men who attacked us, but Fifi and Shengnan beat them down together. Now they are demanding compensation from the police station." Ma Shiqing, "The style of a female hero. Thumbs up." Lukiki, "Too strong." Thumbs up. Che Wei hated sneak attacks the most in his life. He hated them to death. At this moment, he put aside his past grudges and analyzed. It is definitely not an unprovoked sneak attack. Someone must have been offended. If we investigate carefully, we will be able to find the mastermind. After his guidance, CUIU spoke. As for who was offended, Pang Jiao brought water to Wu Yunzi during physical education class today, which caused a small misunderstanding. Shan Kaikwan and Jiuo Kunan immediately thought of the sneak attack that night by Wu Yunzi. Shan Kaikwan took this opportunity to make a judgment. It is most likely Wu Yunzi. He has done this kind of thing before. If this revenge is not taken, when will it be taken? Shan Kaikwan at Pang Jiao, "Since you have defeated them, I suggest taking the leader's mobile phone and looking through the address book to see if there is Wu Yunzi's number." Che Wei hated Pang Jiao, but hated the sneak attacker even more. He said, "I will find someone to check Wu Yunzi's number and compare it directly." The class 8 brainstormed and soon found Wu Yunzi. At this time, Wu Yunzi had just walked out of the hot pot restaurant. He was tall and big, with excellent clothing taste. His appearance was definitely a dragon among men. However, for some reason, Wu Yunzi's right eyelid twitched violently. In the city, Shen Qinj stayed at her sister's house. She had an independent room in the 180 square meter large flat. Shen Qinj went to bed early and went back to her room after taking a shower. Living under someone else's roof, she didn't even dare to take a shower for too long because she was afraid of hearing her aunt's grumbling. No matter what she does, she always does it very carefully for fear of disturbing her sister's family's rest. This feeling makes her very depressed, and it is difficult for her to completely relax. The night light on Shen Qinj's bedside desk emits a warm light. She holds her mobile phone and stares at Jiang Ning's Kuaishao account for a while. Suddenly, Xin Yaoling's at ALL people message startled her. Xin Yaoling said, tonight. Classmate Pang Jiao bravely protected herself, but I sincerely hope that once everyone encounters a similar crisis, it is best not to take action, especially girls. It is best to run away as soon as possible, because not everyone can have the physical strength of classmate Pang Jiao, and once the other party is armed, it is even more dangerous. Meng Xian, indeed. Only girls like them can experience the fear of being blocked by 6 men at night. In that case, ordinary girls will suffer extremely tragic injuries. Ko-kun supported. Indeed, in that situation, the only thing we can do is run. Song Sheng, haha, I can beat them up. CUIU, brother Sheng is so awesome, I would just kneel down and beg them to let me go. Jiang Yanan bubbled, I would definitely turn around and run, and then go home, and get angrier and angrier, imagining that I would run into them again tomorrow, and teach them a lesson. Marshichan at Jiang Yanan, I ran into them again the next day. Jiang Yanan, I turned around and left again. Dong King Feng, it's real. Chen Xiaoyu threatened, I would just hang myself in front of them. Dong King Feng, 6. Wan Yang, a classmate who came from a compound, it's best to avoid their sharp edge first, and then solve it with formal methods. Meng Xian was curious, what formal method do you use to solve it? Wan Yang said, leave first, and then let my dad call the director nearby, and criticize him severely. Why did such a thing happen in the jurisdiction? It's obvious that the work was not done well. Wang Long, you are still high-end, brother. Shen Qinj relied on her tenacious perseverance to break away from the lively class group. She shouldn't have indulged in such joy. However, she couldn't help but think of Jiang Ning. If Jiang Ning encountered this situation, with his current strength, he would definitely be able to teach them a lesson, right? Thinking of Jiang Ning's heroic figure fighting against many people alone, Shen Qinj felt safe. Her future lover should be a peerless hero. However, her peerless hero was lost by her. However, it doesn't matter, Shen Qinj will win him back again. Shen Qinj thought about the fish tank that Jiang Ning needed, and she opened the Tiba app. As a beautiful girl plus like fish tanks plus gentle attitude, this combination is rare on the entire internet, so Shen Qinj received a lot of goodwill. Thinking of the points to note about the fish tank, Shen Qinj clicked on Jiang Ning in the list and sent a message, are you there? Heba. While Zhu Yuantang was eating fruit, he also received a message from Xin Yaoling. She immediately took out her cell phone and showed it to Jiang Ning. Next time you encounter danger, don't fight with others. What if you get hurt? After Zhu Chachu heard this, she thought of the scene when Jiang Ning beat up the gangsters when they went out for barbecue. She followed and said, well, just leave directly. In fact, there was nothing wrong with them leaving together that time. Jiang Ning promised, okay, I will never fight again. Zhu Yuantang was satisfied. You are obedient. She knew that Jiang Ning was powerful, and he could win countless times, but if he lost and got hurt, Zhu Yuantang would definitely feel distressed, so it was best not to fight with others. Seeing that Jiang Ning was obedient, Zhu Yuantang gave him a sweet look, and then she looked at the fruit in the bowl, which was almost gone. She looked at Jiang Ning's bowl again, which was also almost gone, while Chachu's bowl still had more than half left. So Zhu Yuantang signaled Jiang Ning with her eyes, and reached a consensus with him. Zhu Yuantang began to perform. Jiang Ning, I want to eat your fruit. Jiang Ning, no. Zhu Yuantang pouted, stingy. Jiang Ning, selfishness is human nature. Zhu Yuantang, obviously it is your nature. Chachu is clearly not selfish. She picked up the spoon, and took away half of Chachu's strawberry. See, Chachu is much more generous than you. Zhu Yuantang provoked her. Jiang Ning, I don't believe she can always be generous. As he said that, Jiang Ning also took away half of Chachu's strawberry. In the struggle between the two, the fruit in Zhu Chachu's bowl was rapidly reduced. When she realized that she had fallen into a trap, she had been praised by Tong Tong and Jiang Ning as the kindest person in the world. Zhu Chachu sulked, too mean. Chapter 689, Provocation. At night, the bedroom was particularly warm. Only Zhu Chachu felt sad. The fruit salad that belonged to her was cheated away by Tong Tong and Jiang Ning. At this moment, Zhu Chachu was helpless. She was naturally powerless to resist and had to accept the status quo. Zhu Yuantang's conspiracy succeeded. If it weren't for the victim Chachu being here, she would probably celebrate with Jiang Ning. After eating the fruit salad, Zhu Yuantang found a martial arts movie and watched it peacefully on the throne. Zhu Chachu didn't go home immediately because that would make her look like she had eaten everything, which was too ruthless. Moreover, Jiang Ning's room was particularly comfortable and warm. I don't know if it was because Tang Tang planted a lot of flowers on the windowsill and the air was also particularly fresh. This is why she is willing to visit Jiang Ning's room often. Zhu Yuantang was not honest when watching the movie. She flipped off her seat, jumped onto the sofa, rubbed Jiang Ning, indicated that it was a martial arts scene, and asked him to watch it carefully. Zhu Yuantang commented, "Why fight with bare hands? If it were me, I would definitely use a weapon." Jiang Ning, "What weapon do you like?" Zhu Yuantang, "Sword." She waved twice, "Murderous." Jiang Ning, "I don't like to use weapons." Chachu, who was watching a movie next to her, heard this and remembered that Jiang Ning did not use weapons in the last fight at the barbecue stall. Zhu Yuantang, "Next time you encounter an enemy, hide behind me, and I will help you fight your way out." Jiang Ning asked, "What if you forget to bring your sword when you go out?" Zhu Yuantang fell into deep thought. Zhu Chachu found an opportunity and said, "Jiang Ning, you can swing Tang Tang. She is much more powerful than the sword and can bite people." Zhu Yuantang was angry and pounced on Chachu to bite her. Chachu dealt with Tang Tang with a faint smile. "See, I said she would bite people." After a while of fighting, Zhu Yuantang was completely activated. She turned around in the room and saw a pair of washed trousers at the end of the bed. She muttered something like Jiang Ning is too lazy and then helped him fold it. On the way to put it in the closet, Zhu Yuantang suddenly had an idea to measure the gap between herself and Jiang Ning. So, she stood barefoot by the bed, spread out her pants, and put them on her waist to measure. "Chachu, do you think it fits me?" she asked. Zhu Chachu, "It fits." Zhu Yuantang felt happy. There was not such a big gap between her and Jiang Ning. "I believe you," Zhu Yuantang said. In her impression, Chachu was a rational and reliable type. Even when she hated going to school in elementary school and wanted to blow up the school with a bomb, Chachu would still help her analyze the feasibility. Zhu Chachu said, "You're welcome. Not only can it be used as pants, but I also gave you flippers." Zhu Yuantang chased Chachu again. Jiang Ning held a book and enjoyed the excitement peacefully. Not long after, Hua Fengmei called Chachu home. She was worried that Chachu would play late and delay getting up early tomorrow. After Chachu left, Zhu Yuantang found that the 3 empty bowls were still there and said in surprise, "Oh no, it's really my turn to wash." Zhu Chachu returned home and sat on the bed. Suddenly, she felt that the room was cold and deserted. Tang Tang's laughter, the music from the back of the movie, and the sound of Jiang Ning flipping papers from time to time, all disappeared, leaving only complete silence. She gathered her floral skirt and suddenly felt that the air was full of coolness, which was much worse than Jiang Ning's room. A trace of melancholy appeared on her cold face. Zhu Chachu thought of the famous books she had read before, and she whispered softly, "All the splendor that has ever existed in life, in the end, needs to be repaid with loneliness." Jiang Ning, who was next door, heard this and smiled. Looking at Tang Tang who was pouting in front of him, he thought to himself, "If this is true, it's not bad. I have repaid for hundreds of years." He put down the book, picked up his mobile phone, opened it, and saw that on the Kuaishao app, Shenkinj, disguised as Liu Jet, the building materials, sent him a message. Jiang Ning replied, "Yes." Shenkinj replied immediately, "If you are going to buy a fish tank, I strongly recommend a bare fish tank made of ultra white glass, which is very suitable for you. Don't use a hot bent fish tank. It's not safe, not good looking, and not easy to sell second hand." She sent several messages in a row, explaining the ins and outs of fish tanks. It was obvious that she had put a lot of effort in. Jiang Ning glanced at him, thinking that you have come to this day. He continued to be hypocritical. "Then please help me get the ultra white glass fish tank." "Shenkinj, leave it to me. I will definitely help you get it done." Jiang Ning thought about it and replied, "Awesome, bro is really capable. Please give me more advice in the future." In the bedroom in the city, When Shen Qinj saw this message, she couldn't hide her smile on her pretty face. God will not let down those who work hard, and her efforts have finally worked. Thinking of the future upgrade of their relationship, Shen Qinj finally confessed to him why she was a girl. She prepared an excuse in advance, and according to the guidance of the old brothers in the forum, she would use a gambling father, a sick mother, a young brother, and a sensible girl as an excuse. In this case, if Jiang Ning didn't sympathize with her, who else would he sympathize with? Shen Qinj had maximumed out her favorability today, and her mood was much better. She seemed to have anticipated the scene of reconciliation with Jiang Ning in the future. She turned off the desk lamp at hand, and the room fell into darkness. The faint moonlight outside sprinkled into the room. Shen Qinj said to herself, "Good night, world." She thought about Jiang Ning, and slowly fell asleep. That night, Shen Qinj had a dream. In the dream, she successfully made friends with Jiang Ning using the account of AAA Building Materials Wholesale Brother Liu. After she confessed to Jiang Ning that her gambling father and sick mother, Jiang Ning felt pity for her and couldn't help falling in love with her. Everything was going in the best direction, but Shen Qinj suddenly had a car accident and her legs were disabled. She could only use a wheelchair to walk in the future. She fell into sadness, so she sent a message to Jiang Ning, "I'm sorry, I can't help you anymore. I will love you again in the next life." From then on, Shen Qinj dropped out of school and the two never met again. In a blink of an eye, 10 years passed. That day, Shen Qinj sat in a wheelchair and went to the park for a walk. Although she was disabled, she still had a pale but beautiful face. That day, the whole city was full of flowers. Shen Qinj thought that if she hadn't had a car accident 10 years ago, she might have been with Jiang Ning, loving each other. But now, she has nothing left except a beautiful face. Just when she was feeling lonely and ready to go home, she and Jiang Ning met on a narrow road. He was tall and handsome in a suit, surrounded by hundreds of black-clad bodyguards. Shen Qinj's eyes were red. "Are you here to laugh at me?" Jiang Ning suddenly knelt on one knee and took out a box. He opened the box and revealed a dazzling 10-carat diamond ring. Shen Qinj smiled bitterly, and the flowers around her withered. "I'm a useless person." Jiang Ning said that he had worked hard for 10 years and finally let Changqingai Group develop a drug to heal his legs. When he said this, his voice choked. "Shen Qinj, why? Why?" Jiang Ning's eyes were also red, "Because 10 years ago, I knew that the girl was you." At this point in the dream, the picture suddenly interrupted, and Shen Qinj was awakened by the alarm clock. She turned off the alarm clock, lay on the bed, stared at the morning light outside, and was in a daze for a while. It was Saturday morning self-study, and most of the students were sitting in the classroom. Zhu Yuan yawned, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Jiang Ning turned around and knocked on Chen Xiao's desk. "Are you still playing? Have you finished your chemistry test? I'll give it to teacher Jiuo before morning self-study." Chen Xiao's face showed wisdom, and she said calmly, "I'm very good at managing time. I will divide the time into 10 parts. I will play happily in the first 9 parts." Jiang Ning, "What about the last part?" Chen Xiao was very logical. "Divide it into 10 more parts. Play anxiously in the first 9 parts, and use the last part to deal with it. It will be enough." "Okay," Jiang Ning said. As time passed, classmates arrived one by one. Zhang Yifei, "Oh, I ate 6 eggs this morning to lose weight. I won't go to the cafeteria after morning self-study." "Cuiu, awesome. Chickens cover their butts and run away when they see you." Zhang Yifei leaned on the Iron Mountain. Fortunately, Cuiu dodged to the maximum and easily dodged. When Pang Zhao walked into the classroom, morning self-study officially began. Class monitors in Yaoling stepped onto the podium. "I'll bother you for 3 minutes." The messy classroom gradually quieted down. Xin Yaoling asked, "Pang Zhao, how did you handle the incident yesterday?" Pang Zhao replied, "They compensated us 3,000 yuan and settled it privately." Zhang Kai was shocked. "Fuck, 3,000. Che Wei couldn't help asking, "Have you found the mastermind?" "Cuiu, it's definitely Wu Yun's his grandson." Pang Zhao's face was full of anger. "It's Wu Yun's." Xin Yaoling saw that they were deliberately taking revenge, which was not okay. Xin Yaoling understood the danger. If something went wrong, it would be unimaginable. Such incidents could not happen under her rule. Xin Yaoling said, I don't recommend students to fight. I have counted the cases of fighting before. Well, as a class monitor since childhood, Xin Yaoling would do some safety science popularization to the classmates in the class, such as not to swim in unfamiliar waters to prevent accidental drowning. Whenever she did safety science popularization, the head teacher would easily praise her. After all, in the past few years, before the summer vacation every year, teachers often repeatedly warned that students must not swim in unfamiliar waters because too many students drowned. Xin Yaoling popularized science. In the area of fighting, 90% of deaths are often caused by the first move. Do you know why? After saying this, she was just about to continue. Chen Xiaoyu raised her hand cleverly, because those who are not dead, they all say that the dead started it first, and there is no evidence. Cuiu, ha ha ha. A burst of laughter rang out in the classroom, one after another, dissolving the solemn atmosphere. Xin Yaoling, she really wants to hit someone now. The kind that hits first. During the big break, the 4 golden flowers attacked collectively and went to the high school teaching building to find Wu Yunzi to argue with Cuiu, Che Wei, Shan Keiquan and a bunch of other students. They came forward to join in the fun, and the classmates in the class left in a rush. Bei Yuxia was very calm. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one at this time, she picked up the cup and went to the water dispenser in the northwest corner of the classroom to get boiled water. She brought back the boiled water, sat in Zhenglu's seat, took out a white porcelain spoon, and drank the water in small sips with an elegant posture. Chen Xiaoyu said, Yuxia, you drink a lot of boiled water every day, no wonder your skin is so moist. She pretended to pinch Bei Yuxia's bare hand. Bei Yuxia didn't care. She blew on the spoon and took a sip. Drinking more water is good for health and can improve the quality of life. Jiang Ning noticed the key point and said, this sentence can be refined a little bit. Xiaoyu, you come. Chen Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, more water, better life. Bei Yuxia almost choked. She glared at Chen Xiaoyu and gave Jiang Ning a condemning look. Zhu Yuantang was at a loss. What? Pang Jiao and her group encountered a wall in the first year of high school. Because Wu Yunzi's class teacher happened to be there, they returned empty-handed, which made Cuiu regretful. Cuiu provoked, if the road is blocked, break it with your fists. Wang Long Long, I will provide information for you to attack. It was noon. Jiang Ning arrived at the bungalow on an electric bike. It was windless and cloudy today. Teacher Kyan and Boss Yang were playing badminton at the door of the bungalow. The two of them were playing back and forth, and they were very happy. Zhu Yuantang had just finished his meal and didn't like sports, so he simply moved a small stool to the door and watched them play badminton. Boss Yang was a busy man, so he played for a while and then said goodbye and left. The ball partner was gone, and Teacher Kyan wanted to call Jiang Ning, but when he thought about how he was tricked by them when he was reversing last night, which caused damage to his beloved tricycle, Teacher Kyan was annoyed. Still playing badminton, he wanted to hit Jiang Ning and the others with the racket. However, playing badminton always requires a partner, so Teacher Kyan chose to invite Uncle Tang. Although Uncle Tang was over 60 years old, he was young in mind and went to fight. As a result, after a few rounds, he twisted his waist. Teacher Kyan smiled and said, Old Tang, you can't do it anymore. Uncle Tang held his waist and lamented, I'm old, I'm old. Teacher Kyan was complacent and self-satisfied. I still need to exercise. Look at my body. It's great. As he said that, he threw the badminton and hit it at the bungalow, but it got stuck on a branch. Badminton is expensive, and Mr. Kyan, who is stingy, must not lose it. He held the badminton racket, took a running start, kicked his feet, jumped up, and swung the racket at the same time, trying to hit the badminton down, but unfortunately it was a little short. Just as Mr. Kyan was about to find a longer stick to knock the badminton down, Jiang Ning, who had been watching, suddenly said, wow, Mr. Kyan's high jump ability is at least the level of a strong athlete even in a high school. He winked at Tang Tang. Zhu Yuantang followed suit and praised. Her eyes widened, exclaiming, "A badminton that high, I guess only students with sports expertise in our school can reach it, but Uncle Kian is only a little short of it." Although Mr. Kian blamed Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang, who wouldn't like words of praise, the thought of finding a long stick in his mind completely faded, and Mr. Kian picked up the badminton racket, jumped up again, and swung it at the badminton. Jiang Ning sighed. 1 centimeter, just 1 centimeter. Zhu Yuantang cheered from the side. If the racket was straighter just now, it would definitely have been able to hit it. When Teacher Kian heard this, he jumped up again to catch the badminton. He jumped up 3 times in a row, which made him very tired. Jiang Ning, just now I touched the edge, and the badminton moved. Zhu Yuantang, I guess I can almost touch it next time. The two sang in unison, and Teacher Kian believed it again, and jumped on the spot again. Try harder. Almost. Oh, what a pity. Whenever Teacher Kian was about to give up, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang encouraged him in time. Teacher Kian was reluctant to give up and kept jumping. Neighbor Uncle Tang watched helplessly as Teacher Kian was fooled for more than 10 minutes like a monkey. Until the last jump, when Teacher Kian landed, his head was spinning, and he was dazed, and leaning on the ground. Jiang Ning, it's bad, my waist was twisted. Zhu Yuantang covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Uncle Tang recognized the evil heart of his neighbor, and couldn't help but sigh. The bad guys have become younger. Chapter 690 The Strongest Kick. Saturday afternoon. After the first math class, the second was physics. The physics teacher went to the provincial capital of Ansheng to earn training. In fact, now that Yuzhou No. 4 middle school is developing vigorously, he does not need to attend the training. More importantly, he hates class 8. In other classes, he showed off his son's tall and handsome appearance and excellent grades, and students in other classes often just listened silently. Class 8 is different. This group of bastards not only did not listen, but also made sarcastic remarks in front of him, saying that his son was not his biological son. Which man can stand such an insult? Therefore, the physics teacher had a revengeful mentality, and decided not to teach this class. So class 8 was abandoned. Little did he know that this kind of revenge just catered to the students' thoughts. Is there such a good thing? After the bell rang, it was as if it had not rang. The class was in chaos, and teacher who was teaching class 9 next door, heard the noise. Compared with the class 1 he led, which had been harassed by Wu Zhaoqi playing basketball, this was nothing. And the more chaotic class 8 is, the better. He is not the one teaching it anyway. What if class 8 is united, and its grades surpass those of experimental class 1? Where will his face be? He does not want to call Shan Qingrang brother. The area where Jiang Ning is located is much quieter. Bei Yuxia brought a stethoscope today, because Chen Xiaoyu was curious about this thing. When she was a child, she always saw doctors using stethoscopes to measure when she went to the hospital for treatment. So Chen Xiaoyu used her precious collection of fine resources in exchange for Bei Yuxia to bring a stethoscope for her to play with. Chen Xiaoyu took the stethoscope excitedly. She put it on like wearing headphones, and then put the probe on her chest. The heartbeat sound instantly became countless times clearer, and became extremely clear. Wow, so cool. Chen Xiaoyu was very surprised. Bei Yuxia was still in Zhenglu's seat, and Chen Xiaoyu excitedly shared with her, "It's amazing." Bei Yuxia smiled. Her mother is a doctor, so her family is not short of such medical equipment. There is even a first aid kit, and various medicines at home. She explained, in terms of cardiac auscultation, the stethoscope is very useful. It can detect heart rate, heart rhythm, heart sounds, extra heart sounds, murmurs and pericardial friction sounds. Chen Xiaoyu didn't understand, so she played around. She was having a lot of fun, and when she saw Jiang Ning, she suggested that Jiang Ning try it. Jiang Ning was explaining a topic to Bei Yuxia, and he didn't refuse. Chen Xiaoyu put the probe on Jiang Ning's chest, and suddenly, she heard a surging and powerful beating in her ears, which was much stronger than Chen Xiaoyu's own, like a drum beating. She opened her eyes in shock. At this time, Jiang Ning played a joke on her. He activated the concealment technique to stop the heart beating. The drumbeat suddenly stopped, and then turned into an extreme silence. Chen Xiaoyu was startled. Why didn't it beat? Oh no, Jiang Ning's heart has stopped. Chen Xiao hurriedly took off her earplugs. She patted Bai Yuxia and asked her to check. Bai Yuxia was talking to Jiang Ning. When she heard this, she turned her head in confusion and looked surprised. Chen Xiao said quickly, Jiang Ning's heart stopped beating. He is going to die. Bai Yuxia saw Jiang Ning writing and drawing on the test paper with a pen, and listed the detailed formula for solving the problem. Bai Yuxia had sufficient medical knowledge. She said, isn't he still able to write? Chen Xiao, although he can write, his heartbeat has stopped. Bai Yuxia, idiot. She was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Xiao. She had no medical knowledge at all. Chen Xiao felt wronged. She clearly heard that Jiang Ning's heartbeat had stopped. She didn't believe it, so she picked up the stethoscope and tested Jiang Ning. The results showed that it was normal again. Chen Xiao was puzzled. However, her mind was empty, and she didn't dwell on this question for too long. She wanted to know more. Zaya, is the electric thermometer better than the ordinary one? Bai Yuxia said, it's much more convenient. Just drop it, and the measurement is done. It's so convenient. The ordinary mercury thermometer takes 5 minutes to measure. Chen Xiao said. Bai Yuxia, this is the significance of technological development. For example, electric bikes are much more labor saving than bicycles. Zhu Yuantong, it's about the same. Bai Yuxia, well, Jiang Ning, she rides in a car, so she naturally can't feel it. Next time I ride an electric bike, let her try riding a bicycle. Chen Xiao said, although the electric bike is good, it is not perfect compared to the bicycle. Bai Yuxia, where is it imperfect? She thought Chen Xiao would say that it needs to be charged and consumes energy. As a result, Chen Xiao said, riding a bicycle can lose weight, but riding an electric bike can't. The second class ended, and the second grade of high school had a day off. Students like Shan Kaikun and Jiuo Kunan don't go back to their hometowns as frequently as before. After all, there is only one day off, and it takes at least 2 hours to go home by car. So a few people made an appointment to go out and surf the internet, or play billiards, and relax for a day. At this age, time is leisurely, there is no need to face the cruel society, no pressure of RVs, no parents urging marriage, even when you are free, strolling on the street to admire beautiful women. It is still wonderful. Unlike them, Huang Yasu is going to take Tangjing for special training to make her strong, and no longer afraid of the cold wind. Tangjing practiced with him for a while, and now she can do a standard push-up and progress rapidly. After saying goodbye to Meng Xian, Huang Yasu took Tangjing to the playground and urged her to run. They stood in front of the podium and did warm-up exercises together. At this time, several men and women came over, and Tangjing recognized them at a glance. There were 2 girls in the crowd, who were her junior high school classmates. Tangjing and them were still rivals in love. Because of Tangjing's personality, her relationship with the other party was certainly not good. There was a girl with earrings standing next to a handsome boy. After she saw Tangjing, she looked at Huang Yasu up and down with a strange look, and found that the boy's outfit was very old-fashioned and rustic. Compared with the handsome boy next to her, he was so much worse. She couldn't help but say, your boyfriend? Tangjing retorted, what does it have to do with you? The girl with earrings laughed, and she teased, your boyfriend is good at skincare. Does he use soy sauce for skincare? As soon as this was said, several people around saw Huang Yasu's dark and honest appearance, and they couldn't hold back and laughed. Huang Yasu stood by and said nothing. As a child from a poor and honest family, he was ridiculed more than once, especially at the dinner table of relatives, and was teased by relatives. Whenever this happened, Huang Yasu's parents always laughed awkwardly without offending anyone, and then the matter was over. It is naturally difficult for weak parents to stand up for their children. This kind of personality affected Huang Yasu. Since ancient times, only a few children have been able to jump out of their parents' circle. It is normal to live like their parents when they grow up. Huang Yasu thought that he would endure it like before. At this time, Tangjing stood up and scolded, you are so white, you must be smearing ashes when you go out. As soon as this was said, the conflict became sharp. The girl with earrings turned her face. Bitch, who are you talking about? Tangjing mocked. Oh, you can only talk about others, but not you? try to touch me, and see who has the reason to go to the security department. The girl with earrings didn't bother to argue with this psychopathic woman. She looked at Tang Jing with hatred and left angrily. Tang Jing boasted, Yazhu, see, to deal with such a bitch, you must scold her back fiercely. Huang Yazhu didn't say anything. But at this moment, while he was worried, he also felt a sense of comfort. He couldn't help but wonder if those who teased his parents were as bluffing as the girl with earrings. This afternoon, Jiang Ning didn't take Zhu Yuantang to sweep the snack street. Instead, he rode his bike to an old snack shop and bought a lot of childhood snacks. Beef and mutton, Mimi shrimp strips, Nanjing duck, big knife meat, love apartment spicy strips, plum candy, etc., and bought 3 bottles of Coke. Then he took Zhu Yuantang back to the bungalow. They were ready to go out and explore the river dam area. After arriving home, Zhu Yuantang carried a full bag and showed off to his mother. Look, mom, are there too many snacks? Aunt Gu frowned. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Why buy so many snacks? Zhu Yuantang laughed. Jiang Ning bought them for me. Aunt Gu's face changed, and after a while, she said, it's okay to eat it once in a while. Zhu Yuantang pouted. What a fickle mother. She wondered if she was her mother's favorite daughter. Aunt Gu said, you pouted again. Your mouth is crooked. Who will want you in the future? Zhu Yuantang looked up and thought of Jiang Ning who bought her snacks. Huh, someone wants you. Aunt Gu threatened with force and twisted Zhu Yuantang's little face. Zhu Yuantang was unhappy. Aunt Gu said, if you have any objections to me, just say it. Zhu Yuantang mustered up the courage. I have a very big objection to you. Aunt Gu, who told you to say it? Zhu Yuantang couldn't argue with her mother, so she packed her bag and ran to Jiang Ning to get ready to leave. The two did not ride a bike, but chose to walk to the river dam. The sky was cloudy, and the sunset was not as bright as usual. The thick clouds piled up like cotton, making the whole sky present a soft grey-blue tone, which was uniquely beautiful. In this scene, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang stepped onto the asphalt road of the river dam. There were some stalls on both sides of the road, including a grandmother selling vegetables, an aunt selling tofu pudding, and an uncle riding a tricycle selling sheets and blankets. Many pedestrians stopped. Zhu Yuantang set her eyes on the sugarcane stall over there, and Jiang Ning led her away. You have a lot of snacks. Okay. Zhu Yuantang reluctantly compromised. Standing on the river dam and looking down, there are large terraces, bare woods, and the sunset of the Hushu River in the distance. Appreciating this scene in the countryside, people's mood becomes much broader. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning walked down the river dam along the path, and the figures of one big and one small gradually moved away from the crowd. Zhu Yuantang saw that Jiang Ning's hair was a little long. She thought about it and gave Jiang Ning a small rubber band. After Jiang Ning took it, she tied her hair up into a short braid, which looked casual and graceful. Zhu Yuantang was much more satisfied and felt that she had done a great job. They continued to walk to the river. When Jiang Ning walked, he put his hands in his pockets, and with his pigtails, he looked cool and unrestrained. In contrast, Zhu Yuantang, who carried a bag in one hand, was ordinary and mediocre. She suddenly became jealous, and she would not allow Jiang Ning to be much cooler than her. So Zhu Yuantang said, you have a bad habit of putting your hands in your pockets. When we were doing morning exercises in junior high school, many students liked to put their hands in their pockets in winter. The principal said that, if you bump into it, you will lose your teeth, which is very bad. Jiang Ning didn't listen at all, and he said, it doesn't matter. Zhu Yuantang saw that the routine failed, so she was unreasonable and pulled Jiang Ning's hand out of her pocket and gave it to her to hold. In this way, Jiang Ning's wrist was pinched by Zhu Yuantang, leaving only one hand to put in his pocket. Zhu Yuantang gently shook Jiang Ning's hand so that the two of them were equally cool. The area near the river is relatively complex, with various forests, ponds, and large pits dug by excavators. Especially these large pits, it is possible that someone has drowned in one of them. Except during the busy farming season, this place is mostly desolate, and only fishermen will patronize this place. In addition, there are many cemeteries around, so if Zhu Yuantang were alone, she would naturally not dare to come here. Now that Jiang Ning is her bodyguard, Zhu Yuantang is extremely arrogant. She kicks any grass protruding from the roadside. Occasionally, when she encounters a thin branch hanging from a poplar tree, Zhu Yuantang often jumps up and pulls it off, her body full of endless energy. Jiang Ning laughed at her childishness. However, when he saw a branch that Zhu Yuantang could not touch no matter what, he walked forward, jumped up lightly, and easily broke it, which made Zhu Yuantang envious. Not to mention, now when walking in the woods, no matter which branch is in the way, Jiang Ning can jump up and pull it. If it is summer, it will be better to pull leaves. Jiang Ning sighed. They continued to explore in the lonely fields. Zhu Yuantang rushed to a small mound, climbed up and looked. She pointed to the front 100 meters. Jiang Ning, there are a few old houses there. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Ning, let's go. Soon, Jiang Ning arrived near the old house. In the woods in front of him, there were 2 blue brick and tile houses. The houses had been in disrepair for a long time and were very dilapidated. There were several big holes on the walls. It seemed that they had been abandoned for many years and had been visited by many people. Zhu Yuantang stared at the old house and said, there were similar old houses near our village before. I heard that there might be scrap metal and money inside, but Chuchu and I never dared to go there. Jiang Ning said, you can go there today. With him around, even if she did nothing, Zhu Yuantang's courage value rose. Although the wall of this tile house was dilapidated, it was not enough for people to get in, and Zhu Yuantang disdained to be so embarrassed. She must enter the house with dignity. Going around to the main gate, it was called the main gate, but it wasn't really a main gate. It was just a bamboo fence, about 1 meter high, and it was also shabby. Many of the bamboos had already rotted. Zhu Yuantang could have climbed over it, but she had a bad temper, so she kicked the fence. Some bamboos were very durable. After years of decay, they actually withstood her kick. Zhu Yuantang kicked again, but still couldn't break it. She was anxious. Jiang Ning, watch me show you a flying kick. As she said that, she stepped back 5 or 6 meters, gritted her teeth, started, and ran up. In a very handsome martial arts posture, she kicked the bamboo fence in the air. The handsome Jiang Ning applauded her. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuantang ignored the toughness of bamboo. Jiang Ning clearly saw that the bamboo fence was deeply twisted and then rebounded. Zhu Yuantang was directly bounced away. Jiang Ning hurried forward, opened his arms, and caught Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang clung to Jiang Ning's arms, his face pale, looking frightened. Jiang Ning laughed out loud. Zhu Yuantang slipped from his arms to the ground, looked up at him, and snorted, don't laugh. Jiang Ning was still laughing. Zhu Yuantang's face gradually turned red with embarrassment, and he argued, I just made a mistake just now. Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone and turned on the video mode. Okay, try again. Chapter 691 Folk Remedies. A remote brick house on the north side of the river dam. When Jiang Ning turned on the recording mode, Zhu Yuantang stopped and stared at him fiercely. Why are you taking pictures? Jiang Ning, record your heroic posture. Hurry up, do it again. Zhu Yuantang thought for a while, crossed his arms. HMPH. Do you know there is a saying that the law is not easily passed on? Jiang Ning was happy. She was a little girl, and it was really interesting to say these words in front of him. A cultivator. Well, although I won't pass it on to you, as the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, and the practice is up to the individual. Just now, your master showed you a trick, and now it's your turn to try. Zhu Yuantang's little mouth chattered, and she spoke in a set way. Jiang Ning walked forward and kicked out, and the tough bamboo fence was knocked down on the spot. Zhu Yuantang exclaimed secretly. That was a terrifying fence. That was enough to bounce her away, but it was so fragile in front of Jiang Ning. How great it would be if she was that powerful. The fence was broken open, and Jiang Ning was about to step into the yard when Zhu Yuantang suddenly shouted nervously, wait. Jiang Ning turned around. What's wrong? Zhu Yuantang reminded. My mother told me before that you can't go into remote old houses. She said that no one has lived in them for a long time, and there may be poisonous insects and various toxic molds. Jiang Ning agreed. Indeed. If people are in the wild and see an abandoned house, most people will stay away from it because the unknown represents fear. Then let's leave now? Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Yuantong, how is it possible? I still have to look for treasure. What if there is a treasure in the house? Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing when he heard it. If it comes to treasure, the real treasure is under Zhu Yuantong's house, a jar of gold. Unfortunately, it was dug up by Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantong searched outside for a while, found a branch and some dry leaves, tied them with straw ropes. Jiang Ning, do you have a lighter? Jiang Ning flicked his finger, and a flame shot up from his fingertips. It's okay, there is magic. Although it was not the first time Zhu Yuantong saw it, she was still greatly shocked. This magic is too cool. Unfortunately, no matter how she bribed, Jiang Ning was unwilling to pass it on to her. After lighting the branch, Zhu Yuantong waved the torch, cleared the way ahead, and stepped into the abandoned small house. Jiang Ning unfolded his spiritual sense and scanned along the ground. During this period, sword energy flew out from his fingertips, stabbing all centipedes, spiders and other insects to death. Passing through the dilapidated yard, there was a shabby wooden door in front of him. The iron ring on the door was locked tightly. Through the crack in the door, the light in the house was dim. While Zhu Yuantong was still thinking, Jiang Ning picked up a green brick and smashed it at the iron lock. With a bang sound, the iron ring fell off directly. Oh, the door is broken. Zhu Yuantong sighed. No one lives here anyway. Jiang Ning didn't care. Kicking the door open, the room was filled with a stale smell. Zhu Yuantong stood at the door and looked around. The walls were full of mottled traces of time. The room was empty, except for an iron cage placed in the center, with some chains scattered around. Zhu Yuantong was shocked. Why is there a cage? Jiang Ning's spiritual sense covered the cage, and he smelled the breath of people, but the years were too long. Zhu Yuantong felt that the surroundings were gloomy, as if the whole broken house had become the mouth of some terrifying creature. She grabbed the corner of Jiang Ning's clothes and said timidly, let's go. Jiang Ning, okay. Zhu Yuantong quickly left the broken house, went out of the yard, passed through the woods, and stopped when she arrived at the empty area, where she could see the asphalt road of the river dam. Jiang Ning found that she was indeed very timid. He reminded that cage is made of iron, and can be sold for a lot of money. Why don't you move it? Zhu Yuantong immediately showed a very clever look. There must have been a lot of people who came to that place just now. No one moved the iron cage, which means there must be dirty things. Jiang Ning smiled. Although this house made people feel strange, he didn't take it to heart. The people he cherished all wore the protective jade pendants he made. At most, they were just some malicious people. Everything that ordinary people feared was not a threat in front of him. After experiencing this little adventure, Zhu Yuantong and Jiang Ning returned to the dam together. Today was Saturday. The dam was very lively, with people coming and going, and there were people selling things, full of the taste of the world. After returning home, Chachu came back from school. Zhu Yuantong hurried over and told her about today's adventure. Zhu Chachu's face changed slightly. Zhu Yuantong sighed. Oh, if it were us, when we were kids, we would definitely move the iron cage away, take it to the scrapyard and sell it, and make a lot of money. When she said this, as expected, Zhu Chachu's eyes changed when she looked at Tong Tong, and she felt a sense of admiration. She didn't expect Tong Tong to be so brave. Zhu Yuantong felt secretly happy. Although she didn't have the courage to move the iron cage, Chachu's shock was real. Jiang Ning leaned against the wall and watched her pretend quietly. After telling the story, Zhu Yuantong showed off the nostalgic snacks she bought, planning to eat them slowly in the evening and decide what to do tomorrow. Neighbor teacher Khan covered his waist and lay on the chair with an angry expression. If it wasn't for Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantong's provocation at noon, he would never have fallen to this point. When Butcher Zhang learned about it in the afternoon, he laughed and laughed at teacher Khan for being fooled by young people at his age. Then, Butcher Zhang saw Jiang Ning leaning against the wall, stretching out his shoes and rubbing them casually on the head of his big wolf dog, who looked flattering. Butcher Zhang's mouth twitched. Damn, has the former overlord of Heba Pingfang changed his position now? He was unwilling to accept it, but the strength of Jiang Ning next door was much stronger than his. He had been killing pigs for decades, but he couldn't beat Jiang Boy in arm wrestling. Butcher Zhang, thank God, after graduating from high school, he should get out. From now on, I will still have the final say here. Compared with Zhang the butcher, who was temporarily tolerant, Teacher Khan was lying on a chair, listening to the chat of the girl from the zoo family. He shouted, "You young people, you only know how to eat, drink and have fun all day long. How can you do it? Teacher Khan, if you don't suffer the hardship of studying now, you will have to suffer the hardship of life in the future." Zhu Yuantong, I don't want to suffer, I just want to enjoy life. Teacher Khan became interested in teaching. He said, if you don't want to suffer, I will give you a word. Jiang Ning, don't always think about giving words to young people. If you really want to give some money. If you have enough money, you don't have to suffer. Teacher Khan wanted to say something. Jiang Ning claimed to challenge him to badminton, and Teacher Khan shut up. He was furious in his heart. What kind of person is this? Whose parents raised such a child? He wanted to argue with Sister Gu, but then he remembered that Sister Gu was also unreasonable. Zhu Yuantang was chatting with Chuchu at the door, and Aunt Gu went out and called, "Tong Tong, come to the house to help." Zhu Yuantang's face showed pain, and she acted like a pro. "Mom, my legs hurt, I can't walk." She didn't want to be ordered around by her mother. She was free. Aunt Gu touched her daughter's head and said lovingly, "It's okay, your legs hurt, so you don't need help, just have a good rest. You don't have to eat the pineapple ribs and egg yolk chicken wings I made for dinner later." Aunt Gu was smiling and full of care for her daughter. Zhu Yuantang got angry on the spot. "Mom, you don't know how to take care of children at all. Do you want to rest when you are tired?" "No, it's not like that. Persistence is a valuable quality. I will definitely help you." After that, she didn't wait for her mother to agree and directly abandoned Chuchu and went home without hesitation. Zhu Chuchu, Aunt Gu went home satisfied. After the mother and daughter left, Jiang Ning looked at Chuchu and invited, "Would you like to come together? Your mother hasn't come back anyway." For some reason, Jiang Ning was just a tenant of Tong Tong's house, but he didn't say anything, just like the head of the Tong Tong family, without any awareness of being an outsider. Although Hua Fengmui said that Aunt Gu was going to let Jiang Ning and Tong Tong get together, has their relationship reached this point? Zhu Chuchu thought about it, and finally, she agreed to Jiang Ning's invitation. The kitchen was full of smoke. Zhu Yuantang was guarding behind the stove, and his little face was red in the firelight, which was very cute. Jiang Ning estimated that, if he pinched Tong Tong's little face now, it would definitely be warm. Unfortunately, Aunt Gu was there. So Jiang Ning sat on a small stool, occasionally using his spiritual power to dispel the smoke in the house, quietly guarding the peaceful and warm scene. Sunday afternoon. Jiang Ning took Tong Tong to school by bike. Along the way, she kept chattering. One day off was too short. It was over before she even started playing. Jiang Ning said, "You can apply for 2 days off." Zhu Yuantang declined. "That won't work. I have to look sociable." "Well, then why do you sleep every day?" Zhu Yuantang, just tell me, did you go to school? The electric bike slowed down slowly. Zhu Yuantang was going to buy a cup of double skim milk. 99% of the pocket money Aunt Gu gave her was used by her to buy food. She was not like other girls who liked to buy clothes, accessories, and other miscellaneous things. She simply liked to buy snacks. The two walked towards the store selling double skim milk. The tall Tang Fu was standing in front of the bar, communicating with the boss about the flavor of double skim milk she wanted. Zhu Yuantang walked lightly behind Tang Fu and poked her quietly. Tang Fu was very agile. She turned around suddenly and then faced Jiang Ning. She and Jiang Ning were close friends. They had climbed the mountain together twice and were good friends who sat at the same table. "Jiang Ning, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you." Tang Fu waved her hand carelessly. "Choose whatever you want." Jiang Ning said, "2 cups of original double skim milk." Tang Fu smiled and said, "No problem." Then, she asked again, "Are you buying 2 cups for Tong Tong? She's not with you?" Jiang Ning raised the corner of his mouth. "She's here." Tang Fu looked around in confusion. "Where is she?" "Jiang Ning, behind you." Tang Fu was puzzled at first, then she lowered her head and looked down, and finally noticed that Tong Tong was standing between her and Jiang Ning. Tang Fu was surprised. "So you're here. Sorry, I didn't see you." Zhu Yuantang was angry. She was the one who touched Tang Fu just now, but the other party actually ignored her. Zhu Yuantang was so uncomfortable. Damn big guy. Isn't it just tall? What's so great about it? Tang Tong, who suffered a severe blow, was depressed during the whole dinner. However, he still ate a lot. After returning to the classroom, the class was in a mess. The 4 golden flowers made an appointment to go for a night run during the break between evening self-study classes, because they heard that night running is the best way to lose weight. Shan Kaiquan expressed his strong agreement. He successfully counterattacked with night running. In terms of physical ability, Shan Kaiquan is now much stronger than the sports student Zhang Kai. It's just that his actual combat skills are unknown, and he has not fought with anyone yet. Pang Jiao asked, how long will it take for night running to take effect? Shan Kaiquan said, at least 1 month of running will take effect. Is it that slow? Pang Jiao's face was painful. Cuiu, brother Quan, you are talking nonsense. Night running is very effective. Some people can see results on the same day and lose a lot of weight. Now not only Shan Kaiquan, but even Song Sheng, a fitness enthusiast, couldn't stand it anymore. He sneered, what do you know? Losing weight is a very difficult thing. It requires long-term persistence. Ordinary people run at night. They can only run 5 kilometers at most. I'm afraid they are too tired. How much weight can they lose? However, after hearing this, Pang Jiao had hope. She shouted, Song Sheng, shut up. Cuiu, go on. Cuiu said, I know a person who only ran once at night and lost 30 pounds. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar. Shan Kaiquan felt that Cuiu was a lunatic. Song Sheng thought he was a fool. Pang Jiao was like listening to the words of God. If she lost 30 pounds after running once, wouldn't she be able to lose weight like lightning if she ran for a week in a row? Tell me. Pang Jiao was extremely excited. Cuiu said, hey, that guy went out for a night run at night. Because it was too dark, he was accidentally hit by a car. One leg was amputated, and he lost 30 kilograms on the spot. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Jiang Ning blocked Pang Jiao's roar. Today, Bei Yuxia brought an electric thermometer to the evening self-study class. I don't know what price Chen Xiaoyu paid. Chen Xiaoyu was taking Jiang Ning's temperature, 36.6 degrees, and then took Zhu Yuantang's temperature, which was 36.5 degrees, while he was sleeping. They were having a lot of fun. In the future, I can know whether you have a fever anytime and anywhere. Chen Xiaoyu was very satisfied. Jiang Ning thought about it and simply teased her. Why bother so much? I'll teach you. He used rhetoric, routines, and induced the stupid Chen Xiaoyu. 2 minutes later, Bei Yuxia walked into the classroom. Jiang Ning and Chen Xiaoyu were seen holding hands together, and Bei Yuxia stared at the scene in a daze. She was silent, and time seemed to last for a long time. Bei Yuxia's eyes also became deep. Chen Xiaoyu said, people's hands are cold, but they will become hot when they have a fever. If the hands are very hot, it proves that he has a fever. Now Jiang Ning is cold. After that, she took Jiang Ning's temperature, which was still 36.6 degrees, normal. Bei Yuxia was suspicious and asked, who told you this principle? Chen Xiaoyu, I thought of it myself. Really? Yes. Chen Xiaoyu almost swore. Bei Yuxia, fake. Chapter 692, Killing Little Monsters. Fake. What's fake? Chen Xiaoyu didn't understand. Bei Yuxia tried to use simple words. You can't measure whether the other person has a fever by touching his hand with your hand. So Bei Yuxia was about to tell the result. Chen Xiaoyu suddenly said with a flash of inspiration, but when I was a child, my mother used to touch my forehead to observe whether I had a fever. Bei Yuxia said, so this is touching the forehead, not touching the hand. Jiang Ning said at the right time. However, the prerequisite for checking the forehead with your hand is to make sure that the temperature of the hand is within the normal range. It can't be too high or too low, otherwise the inspection may be inaccurate. Bei Yuxia looked calm. So you were testing the temperature of your hand just now? Jiang Ning, yes. The reason why Xiaoyu touched my hand was to ensure that the temperature of her palm was appropriate. Jiang Ning spoke at a steady pace, full of rational analysis. At the same time, He gave Chen Xiao a hidden look. Chen Xiao herself didn't know that she was thinking this way. She was secretly shocked. Could it be that I'm a master? However, since Jiang Ning has given Chen Xiao a chance, she must take it today. She showed a wise and insightful look. Yes, that's what I think. Bai Yuxia questioned. Are you sure? Chen Xiao, yes. Bai Yuxia, that's not what you said just now. You said that you can test whether you have a fever by touching your hand. Jiang Ning said casually. She lied to you. Chen Xiao followed. Yes, I lied to you. Jiang Ning, you are confused, right? Chen Xiao, hahaha, you are confused, right? Bai Yuxia's lips moved slightly, but she didn't say anything after all. She returned to her original seat silently. Chen Xiao suddenly realized, I beat her? Jiang Ning saw what she was thinking and said, yes, you won. Chen Xiao felt a strong sense of fulfillment in her heart. The calm and powerful Bai Yuxia actually bowed down to her talent. Because the stimulation was too great, Chen Xiao was dazed and couldn't believe it. Am I so capable? After the first class, Chen Xiao ran upstairs to class 10 to tell her sister the good news. Soon Chen Xiking appeared in class 8. In front of Bai Yuxia, she said to Jiang Ning, sister has taken the test, can I take it again? No problem. So Chen Xiking first measured the temperature of her hand, then touched Jiang Ning's forehead, and left with satisfaction. Bai Yuxia wrote a little harder, and a deep scratch was left on the test paper. She swore, no matter what level of resources Chen Xiao takes out in the future, I will never bring her medical supplies again. During the second evening self-study, the head teacher Shan Qingrong, who was on duty, was called out by Hu Hao of experimental class 1 to go out for a drink. Class 8 entered a turbulent era again. Pang Jiao posted on her questions space, I will never allow myself to live that kind of life of firewood, rice, oil and salt. No man can drag me down, including my family. Wang Yanan commented, I wear exquisite makeup, a white dress, and perfume. Who wants to cook and get greasy all over my face? You tell me that life is about fireworks. You think about your own things, but I don't want to. CUIU set up special attention for Jiao Jiao, and as soon as she posted a message, Yuzi noticed it immediately. He commented on the first line, I feel sorry for your mother. She has cooked for you for decades, but she can't eat a bite of you. Pang Jiao replied to CUIU, I will marry a rich man and live a good life. My family will hire a nanny and a senior chef. CUIU, with your face, I guess there is no chance. Wang Yanan replied to CUIU, why do you say that? Do you know that girls change a lot when they grow up? Some girls will undergo a transformation after entering university. Song Sheng sarcastically said, hahaha, with your grades, can you get into university? Wang Yanan replied to Song Sheng, college is also a university. Compared with Song Sheng, CUIU was much sharper. Haha, girls change a lot when they grow up. When they grow up, they may not be as good as when they were children. Wang Yanan, Jiao Jiao's appearance is just at its lowest point now, and it will continue to rise in the future. CUIU, then you will find that the low point can continue to dig down. CUIU 1v2, fighting below the comment. His fighting power shocked many classmates in the class. It's not just his fighting power, the key is that he is really brave. The break between evening self-study classes. Sister Chen Xiking came to class 8 again. She originally came to play with Jiang Ning, but she found out that Jiang Ning and Tong Tong were out. Since they were here, the twin sisters occupied Tong Ning's seat and moved closer to Bai Yuxia. Chen Xiao poked her. Bai Yuxia, HMM. Chen Xiao declared gloriously, use the pride of the winner to crush the inferiority of the loser. Bai Yuxia, seeing the beautiful and generous Bai Yuxia, turned around and ignored them. Chen Xiao wanted to observe Bai Yuxia's face, but she couldn't see it. Because Bai Yuxia's deskmate is now Che Wei. Damn it, I must take back my seat. Chen Xiao vowed. Then next time, she will despise Bai Yuxia with the attitude of a winner. Although it was during the break, Chen Xiao still transferred the physics test paper and tackled the most difficult question. In fact, Jiang Ning explained half of this question to her and provided ideas for solving the problem, but this was a test paper, and the most difficult questions were often answered by excellent students. Chen Xiaoyu thought about it over and over, but still couldn't figure it out. She felt very frustrated. Jiang Ning had clearly provided the solution to the problem. Does Jiang Ning have to instill knowledge into her body before she can learn it? Chen Xiaoyu doubted her life and sighed, "Sister, I can't figure it out. Am I stupid?" Bei Yuxia, who was sitting in front of her, suddenly raised her lips. Sister Chen Xiqing hurriedly comforted her. "You are not stupid." Chen Xiaoyu's lost heart was slightly comforted, and her eyes gradually bloomed with light. Bei Yuxia happened to turn around, and she said calmly, "You are both stupid." Outside the classroom, by the corridor, Du Chuan, the elite of class 1, was on the balcony. His mobile phone screen was emitting light, reflecting his face with glasses. He was not playing with his mobile phone, he was using an English electronic dictionary. He just stood there, with an aura around him that was the fragrance of knowledge, which was daunting. Just looking at him, many students felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts, as if they were echoing their parents urging, "Look at that guy, studying so hard." Du Chuan was bathed in the gaze of others, not caring at all. As a top student from childhood to adulthood, he has long been accustomed to acting as someone else's child. Zhu Yuantang observed for a while and whispered, "Jiang Ning, look how hard he works." Jiang Ning glanced at Du Chuan, and he looked to the east again. Under the night playground in the dim street lights, many students were running and exercising at night. He said, "He really works hard." Zhu Yuantang continued to mutter, "It's dark here. If it were me, I would definitely not study." He actually chose to study with his mobile phone. Du Chuan heard Zhu Yuantang muttering, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Why do I feel like a poor student being praised for his hard work by an excellent student? Jiang Ning, I thought of the text I learned in elementary school, drilling a hole in the wall to steal light, and also borrowing light to study. Du Chuan slightly straightened his chest. What virtue did he have to be on par with his predecessors? Zhu Yuantang also thought of it, so he said, "It feels so disgusting, chiseling the neighbor's wall at such a young age. I wonder what he will do when he grows up." Jiang Ning, indeed, so that guy later became a corrupt official. Du Chuan's face twitched, and he left the corridor silently. Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. Why did he leave? Jiang Ning, maybe he was thinking of something sad. After Du Chuan left, Wei Ziyuan from the experimental class came here to relax without a minute's rest. He and the beautiful girl Dang Jiayi, who had reached 99% of his pursuit progress, came here to relax. The east corridor has a wide view. Below is the square, and in the distance is a wide playground. If the eyesight is better, you can even see the street behind the playground clearly. Jiayi, didn't you say you wanted to play LOL? It's okay. I'll take you to play next weekend. If you want to play tonight, it's okay. My house used to run an internet cafe. Of course, it's not open now, but there are ready-made computers. You can come to my house to play games in the evening, and I'll take you to play ranked games. Wei Ziyuan said sincerely. Dang Jiayi noticed Jiang Ning. She looked away and said, "My rank is only bronze, and you are already platinum, so we can't rank together." Wei Ziyuan said generously, "Hey, it's okay. I'll find a bronze account to take you. We'll duo, and I'll go to the bottom lane together. You play Sona, I play policewoman. Let's just blow up the opponent." At this point, Wei Ziyuan talked freely, and his every move was full of confidence. His platinum rank, placed in the experimental class 1, is considered a relatively strong existence. There are many top students in class 1, and the study pressure is high, so in terms of game technology, he has already stood out. Hearing others talking about games, Zhu Yuantang couldn't help but cast his eyes. Wei Ziyuan noticed it. Haha, Zhu Yuantang is the first in the grade, and he is the first in the grade very stably, which is daunting. But in terms of games, Wei Ziyuan has found confidence. In the past, Zhu Yuantang was too timid to respond even when hearing similar topics, but now it was different. Zhu Yuantang suggested, "Don't play Miss Fortune, she's not strong enough in the early stages. Play Yasuo, you can kill her at the speed of light, and you can also take her with you." Wei Ziyuan was stunned. He almost thought he had heard it wrong. What? A little girl teaching him to play games? Zhu Yuantong, Jiang Ning, does it make sense? Jiang Ning, indeed. Fizz can also do it, just 1 on 5. Wei Ziyuan felt funny. Haha, do you play games normally? Did you hear it from others? Or did you watch some kill highlights? Zhu Yuantong, yes. Wei Ziyuan didn't say much to them. To deal with such boastful people, he chose the simplest way. Oh, what rank? Wei Ziyuan needed to let them realize the value of the platinum rank. Jiang Ning said leisurely, her rank is not very high, because she studies every day, so she doesn't play much. Zhu Yuantang was also modest. Indeed, I can only play a game occasionally, and I often play other people's accounts. After hearing this, Wei Ziyuan laughed on the spot. How could this routine be the same as those who don't want to reveal their rank? It's so funny. He simply revealed his rank. I'm now in the platinum rank, and my win rate is very good. If I have more time, I will have no problem reaching diamond. Zhu Yuantang clapped his hands. Awesome, diamond. Hearing this, Jiang Ning praised, you can reach the platinum rank in such a rare time. I have to say that you have a strong gaming talent. Zhu Yuantang, a future professional player. Wei Ziyuan was praised, and his heart blossomed, as if he was a world-class gaming genius. Deng Jiai next to him asked, you have such good grades, you must be good at playing games, right? Wei Ziyuan shook his head, it's different. Good grades and gaming skills are not much related. Oh. Deng Jiai understood. Zhu Yuantang said, good grades prove that you have a sharp mind. If your hand speed can keep up, your gaming skills will not be bad. Hearing this, Wei Ziyuan asked again, so what rank are you? Gold? It's good to be in gold. He decided to let Deng Jiai know the value of his platinum rank. Jiang Ning said reluctantly, okay, Tong Tong, I remember you have the Palm Alliance app on your phone. Open it and check your rank. Zhu Yuantang took out his phone. Wei Ziyuan approached and looked. As a result, he saw Zhu Yuantang's king logo, and he was struck by lightning. After several seconds, Wei Ziyuan opened his eyes wide. That's the king. The king rank that countless people dream of. Jiang Ning asked, did you see it clearly? Wei Ziyuan rubbed his eyes, his expression bleak. He was unwilling to accept the reality and lied. Everyone, please don't stay up late in the future. It's bad for your eyes. I can't see the words on the screen clearly now. Jiang Ning, very humorous. Zhu Yuantang proudly said, it doesn't matter. I tell you, you can upgrade from platinum to diamond, to master, and then you can upgrade to king. It's very simple. Wei Ziyuan left sadly, and took Deng Jiai with him. The corridor was quiet again. Zhu Yuantang put his arm on the corridor and sighed. She left again. Why does she feel like a big devil? The brave warriors who challenge her come one after another, but she remains unchanged for thousands of years. Zhu Yuantang thought about it and reminded him, Jiang Ning, if someone comes later, don't speak, so as not to scare them away. She was originally a kind person, but because of Jiang Ning, she became vicious. It was all Jiang Ning's fault. Jiang Ning, okay. The two continued to stand in the night. Not long after, footsteps were heard at the stairs. Lin Zida and Zhuang Jian who went upstairs together. Their figures appeared, followed by Fang Qiuyu from class 2 and Li Shi, who was tall and elegant in a windbreaker. Li Shi was chatting with Fang Qiuyu. A week had passed since she was forced by Jiang Ning. As the saying goes, time heals everything, let alone a girl like Li Shi who has a strong mentality. The scars in her heart gradually healed. This was her first time going up to the second floor. The best way to overcome fear is to face it head on. Li Shi climbed the stairs until she stood in the corridor. She subconsciously looked to the east and then saw Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning turned around, raised his right hand, and made a shooting gesture to her with his thumb and index finger. Li Shi's body trembled violently. Chapter 693, Severe Revenge. In the night, in the east corridor, Zhu Yuantang didn't understand. Jiang Ning just made a random gesture. Why was the domineering girl in front so scared? Li Shi saw Jiang Ning's gesture. At this moment, it seemed that what she saw was not a finger, but a gun with a cold light. The endless darkness in front of her was like a dead mouth, swallowing violently. The next second, Jiang Ning smiled. He withdrew his hand and said leisurely, "It's a joke." Li Shi's body relaxed, and the heavy shadow of death dissipated. Fang Qiuyu next to him also didn't understand. She was very close and even noticed Li Shi's creepiness just now. In her impression, Li Shi was strong and domineering. How could he feel fear because of a gesture? Fang Qiuyu cared. "Shishi, are you feeling unwell?" The blood on Li Shi's face had recovered a little, and her tone was much softer than usual. "I'm fine, let's go." Just as she was about to turn around, Zhuang Jianhu, who was watching coldly, suddenly warned, "Jiang Ning, you are going too far." Zhuang Jianhu was wearing a carefully tailored suit. He was usually very low-key and rarely showed off. He gave people the impression of being just a sunny and cheerful boy. Now he became serious, and his tone was actually filled with an inexplicable spirit. Jiang Ning disagreed. "Too much? I don't think. Is it possible that she is too fragile?" Zhuang Jianhu wanted to say more, but Li Shi said, "Qiuyu, let's go." Fang Qiuyu smelled the gunpowder in the air. She looked at Jiang Ning twice more. She and Li Shi often came into contact, so she had a little guess about Zhuang Jianhu's identity. Jiang Ning actually had a conflict with him. Fang Qiuyu didn't think much. She went downstairs with Li Shi. Zhuang Jianhu said nothing more when he saw the real owner had left. After the last conflict, he was too lazy to stay in the same place with Jiang Ning, which made him feel uncomfortable. So, he went back to class 1 with Linzida. The corridor was quiet again, and Zhu Yuantang was confused. Did Jiang Ning do something without telling him? Evening self-study. The last class. CUIU created a small group and added Duan Shigang, Che Wei, and the 4 golden flowers to the group. CUIU provoked a fight. Jiao Jiao, the mastermind who framed you, is still at large. Are you giving up so easily? Zhang Yifei, yes, we went to find him today, and the teacher stopped us, but outside the school, I don't believe he can stop us. Duan Shigang said, I'm willing to provide technical assistance to track Wu Yunsky. CUIU, fuck him. Duan Shigang, fuck him. CUIU continued to persuade. For example, that night, if it weren't for Jiao Jiao's unparalleled martial arts, I'm afraid she would have succeeded by the gangsters, and the consequences would be disastrous. Tonight, the blood debt must be paid with blood. CUIU emphasized, pay it however you want. This sentence touched Pang Jiao. Duan Shigang introduced, we are a professional team. CUIU, 100 per person, everything will be settled for you. That's Wu Yunsky. In the end, Pang Jiao made up her mind and planned to go outside the school tonight to deal with Wu Yunsky. At this time, class 16 of the first grade of high school was holding a discussion meeting. The tall and handsome Wu Yunsky stood on the podium and talked freely, saying that he would sing Zhu songs at the New Year's Eve party. As soon as this was said, 7 or 8 girls expressed their willingness to dance with him. Wu Yunsky smiled brightly. Okay, but do you have a dance foundation? Yes, I was a dancer in junior high school. A girl shouted. Wu Yunsky nodded. Okay. In this way, he began to have a pleasant exchange with the girls in the class. Many male classmates stayed in their seats with dim eyes. Among the girls who interacted with Wu Yunsky, there were many girls with average looks. These girls were often secretly loved by many male classmates when they were students. But the goddess in their hearts, the untouchable existence, squeezed out that kind of warm smile to Wu Yunsky and looked like she was throwing herself into his arms. It was really too uncomfortable. However, Wu Yunsky didn't know all this at all. Oh, even if he knew, he didn't care, because he was born to enjoy such treatment. In the last class of the evening self-study, Jiang Ning ran away half a class early, leaving Zhu Yuantang alone. Chen Xiaoyu asked, Tang Tang, are you abandoned? Zhu Yuantang snorted, how is it possible? He went to pick someone up, and will come to pick me up soon. Sure enough, 5 minutes before the end of get out of class, Zhu Yuantang slowly set off. Walking downstairs, Jiang Ning sat on the battery car. Chachu is in the store, let's go quickly. Okay. Zhu Yuantang got on the battery car sensitively. It was a good trip, and arrived at the spicy hot pot restaurant outside. Zhu Chachu was waiting at the door of the store. There was a girl chatting with her casually. When the girl saw Jiang Ning, she immediately shouted, Brother Jiang, you're here. Yeah. Jiang Ning responded. Humei is the daughter of the owner of the Malatang restaurant. Her family's fried noodle restaurant was about to go bankrupt. Jiang Ning suggested that his family do the Malatang business, and finally it came back to life and its popularity continued to rise. So, they regarded Jiang Ning as a benefactor. In fact, in the previous life, they would have done Malatang in a month or two, and the business was booming. Jiang Ning just reminded them in advance. Zhu Chuchu said softly, let's choose the dishes. She was reading at home, and it was Jiang Ning who picked her up. Well, 2 electric bikes. Otherwise Tang Tang would have no place to ride when she got home. She knew very well that Jiang Ning made an extra trip because he was worried that it would be unsafe for her to ride a bike at night. However, in the past, only her mother would worry about her safety, and Zhu Chuchu felt warm. A beautiful girl from a poor family, with no money, and not much true love. All the people around her covet her beauty, and even worse, if they can't get it, they will slander her. Only Jiang Ning doesn't want anything from her. 3 bowls of spicy hot pot were brought to the table. It was the old-fashioned spicy hot pot, with ingredients such as bean sprouts, kelp, mushrooms, vermicelli, etc. The soup was rich in chili sesame oil, which made people very hungry. Each person had a cup of hot grapefruit tea, which was very refreshing. Zhu Chuchu took out the money and planned to pay the bill in advance, but was told by Humei that Jiang Ning had passed. Zhu Chuchu sighed slightly. After Zhu Yuantang saw it, she said, do you feel uncomfortable eating Jiang Ning's food every day? Ha ha ha. She shook out Chuchu's inner thoughts. Indeed, Zhu Chuchu couldn't get over this psychological barrier. Zhu Yuantang said confidently, actually, what you eat is not Jiang Ning's, but mine, because my money is usually deposited with him. Do you feel better? Every time her mother gave her pocket money, Zhu Yuantang confiscated it from Jiang Ning immediately. Needless to say, Zhu Chuchu felt much more relaxed after hearing this. It turned out to be Tang Tang's money, that's fine. After the 3 of them finished their meal, the store was full of students. Jiang Ning led Tang Tang and Chuchu away, especially Chuchu, who attracted many people's attention. From the intersection, turn east and enter a main road. At this time, school was over for more than 10 minutes. There was a river dam to the east of number 4 middle school, so there were not many students on this road. Wu Yunzi and a pretty girl went home together. The two had a good chat and the girl's laughter could be heard from time to time. The main road in front of the repair shop was piled with garbage. The girl said, hey, who did it? So uncultured. Wu Yunzi frowned. Yes. He adjusted his steps and walked from the roadside to the repair shop, preparing to bypass this section of the road and pass through an alley. Suddenly, a sneaky figure behind him snapped his fingers. As if the cup was a signal, Duan Shigen jumped out of the deep alley next to him. He was in the air, and the sack flew with him, instantly covering Wu Yunzi head on. Seeing such a heroic figure, Jaheo couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being my brother Gangzi, his movements are extremely experienced. Holding tightly, Zhang Yifei used a black plastic head to control the girl. In just a short time, the two were quickly dragged into the dark alley. Cuiu looked around and found Jiang Ning passing by the roadside. He was stunned for a moment, then waved and said hello to Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang's reaction was still good, but Zhu Chuchu was stunned on the spot. Are the criminals so rampant now? This is the school gate. Zhu Chuchu looked at Jiang Ning, her eyes showing whether she should call the police. Jiang Ning said, my classmate, don't worry about it. Okay. With the speed of the battery car, they quickly passed this road. Zhu Yuantang asked again, is Pang Zhao preparing for revenge? She was in class 8. Although she slept every day, she had a secretary, Chen Xiaoyu, to tip her off, so she had a certain understanding of the class's movements. Jiang Ning, 80-1. Zhu Chuchu caught a glimpse of information from their words, and understood that it should be fine. Zhu Yuantang said, Chuchu is quite kind. Seeing this kind of thing, she still knows to lend a hand. Zhu Chuchu, if it is really a criminal who committed the crime, it's just a phone call. I won't put myself in a dangerous situation. If it were you, you would call too. Zhu Chuchu said. Zhu Yuantang, indeed. Jiang Ning, what about you? She asked. Jiang Ning was more straightforward. Kill all the criminals. Zhu Yuantang, great. In the alley, Zhang Yifei controlled the girl. Wu Yunzi was pressed to the ground, twisting wildly, and he kept roaring, "Who are you? Who are you?" Cuiu went up and kicked him, and raised his voice, "I'm your grandfather Niu." Duan Shigang said in a serious manner, I'm after thinking for a long time, he didn't expect a domineering name, so he simply called himself, "I'm your father." Cuiu, too polite, Gangzi. Wu Yunzi was blindfolded, and couldn't see everything around him. He roared, "You are finished." Pang Jiao held a microphone rolled up from Ideology and Politics Compulsory Course 1 in her hand. Her voice was transmitted through the microphone, changing its unique roughness and becoming thick. "Today I will let you know the consequences of making mistakes," Pang Jiao said sinisterly. But in the sinisterness, there is also a kind of pity. Unlike the hatred for Che Wei, Wu Yunzi's appearance is really good. Many women are tortured to death by handsome men, and can even fall in love with him again. Women's tolerance for handsome men is beyond common sense. Wu Yunzi is the man for whom Pang Jiao is willing to change her bottom line. Therefore, she will never use heavy hands on Wu Yunzi, but disobedient men need to be punished. Zhang Yifei's eyes flashed with greed, and her square face was full of parental love. "Good boy, you are disobedient, you must be beaten." Li Shengnan took out a hemp rope and tied Wu Yunzi's hands tightly behind his back through the sack. Duan Shigang, Cuiu, and Jehao, several people lent a hand to help Wu Yunzi pose. This is a very shameful pose. Wu Yunzi is going crazy. He struggled desperately, but in front of the professional team, he couldn't resist at all. Wang Yan'an took out the small whip prepared in advance, and a sick and ecstatic smile appeared on her face. Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, and Li Shengnan also showed this weird smile. Cuiu said exaggeratedly, "The show has begun." Snap. The small whip was whipped. The most tragic day in Wu Yunzi's life has arrived. The next day, it was morning self-study. The 4 golden flowers stepped into the classroom with a refreshed spirit. Liu Chuandao unexpectedly found that they had changed a lot. Their resentment towards society seemed to have disappeared, and they were filled with an incomparable satisfaction. "What's going on? What happened?" Liu Chuandao was puzzled. At the back of the classroom, Cuiu flicked the 100 yuan bills in his hand with a happy smile. From planning to implementation, he was almost effortless and even vented his anger. The only pity is that he can't tell outsiders to avoid exposing the truth. On this point, several people kept their mouths shut to the outside world yesterday. As for Jiang Ning, who saw him halfway, Cuiu thought about it and took out a plastic bag of snacks from the hole in the table. Inside was a bag of dried mangoes worth 20 yuan. However, this is the condition that should be paid. Cuiu crossed half of the classroom, handed the bribe to Jiang Ning, and gave him a look. Jiang Ning nodded, and the deal was done. Cuiu thought that it was easy to communicate with smart people, and now the last trace of worry disappeared. At the same time, at the school gate, Wu Yunzi got out of a Mercedes-Benz SE limped towards the school gate with a gloomy face. "The painful experience of last night is still vivid in my mind. If you don't take revenge, you are not a man." Because of the fierce action, Wu Yunzi took a breath of cold air with a hiss. The bastards last night didn't beat him, but used the whipping method. After he was swollen, he clearly felt that he was ravaged by several pairs of thick hands. Not only ravaged, but also touched randomly. Thinking of that scene, Wu Yunzi felt a chill. At that time, Wu Yunzi almost despaired. He thought he met the legendary wretched big man, and he thought he was doomed. Fortunately, they just used hands. "Wait for me. Wait until I catch you. I will send you to mine." Wu Yunzi swore that he would definitely send them to his own coal mine. While Wu Yunzi was filled with resentment, Qianheng, the top student in number 4 middle school, was holding a meat bun, followed closely by his younger brother Zhao Xiaofeng. "Hey, brother Shan, look what I found." Zhao Xiaofeng trotted to Wu Yunzi. Qianheng and Wu Yunzi had been enemies for a long time, and their confrontation was evenly matched. Junior Lan Zichen was not a materialistic girl, and the key point was that Wu Yunzi's pocket money was also far beyond the level of normal students, so the game was deadlocked. Who would have thought that Wu Yunzi would actually become lame today? The first sentence Qianheng said was, "Haha, brother, why do you walk like a duck?" His words were like a knife, piercing Wu Yun's sore spot. Wu Yun, he said coldly, "Get out." Chapter 694, Mini Games. The spacious north-south main road on the campus of No. 4 Middle School was bustling with people. All the students were walking, and Wu Yun told Qianheng to get out. Qianheng's expression changed. He was the eldest young master, and he had a bunch of minions under him. Who wouldn't give him some face among the students who came and went around him on weekdays? Now someone actually told him to get out. He clenched his fists, and anger accumulated in his chest, as if it was about to explode at the next moment. Zhao Xiaofeng was good at observing words and expressions, and realized Qianzhe's anger. As a loyal subordinate of the young master, Zhao Xiaofeng was not afraid of the harsh look. He shouted, "Get out if you want to." After that, Zhao Xiaofeng imitated Wu Yun's appearance and limped forward. He was very good at being a jerk. He rolled at a moderate speed, just swaying in front of Wu Yunski. "Get out, get out," Zhao Xiaofeng said honestly. Seeing this, Qianheng laughed. Compared with physical destruction, attacks from the mind are often more deadly. Now it was Wu Yun's turn to clench his fist. He gathered some strength and wanted to chase Zhao Xiaofeng and kick him hard. However, he was physically disabled and could not compare to the agile Zhao Xiaofeng. The two of them ran away and chased, but Wu Yun could not catch up, no matter how hard he tried. Qianheng laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. In the end, Wu Yun was so angry that he turned around and left the school. Zhao Xiaofeng turned back and took credit, saying, "Brother Xian, haha, he skipped class." Qianheng was in a very good mood now. He patted Zhao Xiaofeng on the shoulder, as if praising him, and said, "Xiaofeng, you did a good job. Didn't you say last time that you like playing games? Recently, there is an empty PS4 at my house. You can take it and play." Zhao Xiaofeng was pleasantly surprised at first. "Thank you, Brother Xian." Then, he looked embarrassed again. "Brother Xian, I don't want to play anymore. Game consoles require a TV, and my TV can't play." Qianheng, "It's simple. I'll get you a Sony TV later." Zhao Xiaofeng was surprised and happy. He thought about it, looked embarrassed, and still refused. "Brother Xian, you know my family's conditions. If I install a TV at home, my parents will definitely say a lot, and I can't play in front of them." Qianheng frowned and said, "How about this? Let me think about it." He thought for a long time before he had some impression. "I remember there is a house by Yanzhe Lake. It has been empty for some years. You can move in directly. I'll have someone bring you the key later." Zhao Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, and he said in surprise, "Thank you, Brother Xian. Thank you, Brother Xian." At this moment, Zhao Xiaofeng only wished that he could die for Brother Xian. Qianheng's face was calm. "It's a small matter." Afternoon, Class 8. The afternoon sun was very good, pouring into the classroom, dyeing the girl's skin radiantly. Zhu Yuantang and Yang Sheng went out to buy ice jelly together, and Chen Xiaoyu occupied her seat. Chen Xiaoyu's face was excited. She seemed to always be like this. Her eyes were full of novelty about the world, and she had the incomparable vitality and brilliance of a girl. "Jiang Ning, let me ask you a question. If you see a house on fire on the road, there is a puppy and a kitten inside, and you can only save one. Which one do you choose to save?" She quietly waited for Jiang Ning's reply to test his character. Bei Yuxia in the front row heard Chen Xiaoyu's idiotic question, and her stereotype of her became more serious. However, Bei Yuxia couldn't help but be more concerned and prepared to listen to Jiang Ning's answer. Find out, does he like dogs or cats? Jiang Ning, no matter which one you save, it's not the right answer, and you will be criticized by others. Chen Xiaoyu, indeed, then which one will you save? Jiang Ning, I won't save anything. I'll just stand outside and watch, and by the way, criticize those who save dogs for not saving cats, and those who save cats for not saving dogs. Chen Xiaoyu didn't get the answer she wanted. Bei Yuxia was silent. In a sense, Jiang Ning's answer seemed to be the best way to protect herself. After all, in Bei Yuxia's opinion, risking her life and rushing into the fire to save a pet was too ridiculous. As her thoughts were flowing, Jiang Ning suddenly called out, Bayuxia. Bayuxia turned around, and the sunlight cast a layer of gauze on her white and smooth face, exuding a pure beauty. She asked softly, what's wrong? Jiang Ning said, I'm going to play a game. Do you want to play together? Che Wei at the table in front was resting with his eyes closed. After hearing this, he was extremely indignant. Haha, playing games. Are you playing those childish games again? Jiang Ning, if you stay with girls for too long, you will lose your manliness sooner or later. Girls will always admire a chess player like me who is aloof from the world. Che Wei used the spirit of RQ to hypnotize himself. When Chen Xiao heard that Jiang Ning was going to play a game, she immediately responded, okay. She was a playful person, and since it was a game proposed by Jiang Ning, she would definitely cooperate well, even if it was a game for 3 people. Bayuxia did not comment. Jiang Ning stretched out his hand and placed it in front of the 2 women. Chen Xiao saw a slender hand with distinct joints and no flaws. Bayuxia felt that this hand was like Jiang Ning, strong and gentle, exuding a calm strength, which was his unique temperament. Jiang Ning said, I have 3 big cherries in my hand. Very big cherries. Can you see them? Bayuxia's eyes were calm, as quiet as the water in the pond, as if to say, you can fool Xiao with this trick, but do you still expect to fool me? Bayuxia is so smart, she said. I didn't see it. Chen Xiao is not stupid, she is a woman with normal vision. She quickly denied, I didn't see it. I can't see it. You can't fool us. At this moment, she and Bayuxia stood in the same camp, working together to fight against Jiang Ning. Che Wei, who was listening at the front table, was disdainful in his heart. What a broken magic, a childish trick. Jiang Ning heard the rhythm. He was not interrupted. He stretched out his right hand and pinched the palm of his left hand. Don't blink. Bayuxia and Chen Xiao really didn't blink, because they had witnessed Jiang Ning's magic and knew his magical skills. Jiang Ning's right hand passed through the palm of his left hand, as if he pinched something. Then he stretched his right hand to Chen Xiao and said, open your mouth. Chen Xiao obediently opened his mouth. Jiang Ning shook his fingertips, and a raisin appeared out of thin air, and fed it to Chen Xiao's mouth. Then he asked, is it delicious? Chen Xiao pecked at the rice like a chicken, and agreed repeatedly, delicious, delicious. These are really delicious raisins. They are sweet, much better than any raisins she had eaten before, and Chen Xiao's mood was also sweet. She didn't know that this was the snack that Xiao Shuangshan bought for Jiang Ning, and she chose the best raisins from the frontier. Bayuxia watched all this, her expression unchanged, and denied it. What you gave her were raisins, not cherries, so your point of view is invalid, and I still deny it. Jiang Ning's eyes moved to Chen Xiao and said, do you believe that I have cherries? Chen Xiao thought to herself, I'm sorry, Yuxia, I betrayed you. She nodded quickly, believe it, I believe it. Jiang Ning, then stretch out your hands, and I'll put the cherries in your hands. Immediately, Jiang Ning asked Bayuxia again, you still don't believe it? Bayuxia remained rational, she was still like a calm pool of water, and replied, I don't believe it. When she said this, she was extremely rational, and firm in her beliefs. Jiang Ning lowered his head and said, if you don't believe it, why did you reach out? Bayuxia. Chen Xiao covered her mouth and laughed. She rarely saw Bayuxia showing a depressed expression. It's Jiang Ning after all. Awesome. Bayuxia took a breath and explained, I just followed your words and completed the corresponding actions. It was just to cooperate with your game. It doesn't mean that my position has changed. Jiang Ning felt strange after hearing this. He said, okay, Xiao, put your hand closer. Chen Xiao placed her white and tender palm in front of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's right hand was above her palm, and the next second, a big cherry appeared out of thin air and gently fell into Chen Xiao's hand. This cherry was very big, and the crystal clear skin reflected the sun's light, shining brightly, forming a sharp contrast with the girl's white and tender hand. Chen Xiao's eyes widened slightly, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, wow, it's so big, Jiang Ning, yours is so big. As soon as this was said, all the classmates around looked at her. Jiang Ning was silent for 2 seconds. He needed to teach her to speak properly. On the other side of the river, Jiang Ning and the others saw this round, full, bright red cherry from afar, as if it had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. What a beautiful fruit. Yes, it's so beautiful. Che Wei had been paying attention to their game, and finally turned back at this time. When he found the big cherry, he was also stunned. He felt even more indignant. Where did Jiang Ning get these fruits? In order to please the girl, he is really willing to work hard. What's the difference between him and An Qingfeng? Che Wei scolded in his heart. Birds of a feather. I'm still aloof. Thinking of this, Che Wei felt better again. He is indeed a chess player. However, Jiang Ning was only trying to please Chen Xiao after all. Bai Yuxia would never believe his tricks. Che Wei felt that he still had a chance. Chen Xiao carefully withdrew her hand and stared at the big cherry without blinking. It was so beautiful, like a red agate. She couldn't bear to eat it. Women love beautiful things, and Bai Yuxia is no exception. She was shocked, not only because of the appearance of the cherry, but also because deep in her heart, she had an inexplicable throbbing or desire for this fruit. After being shocked, Bai Yuxia came back to her senses. Chen Xiao received the cherry given by Jiang Ning. In her heart, it was impossible to say that she was not disappointed. A complex emotion swept over. At this time, Jiang Ning was like a magician. His palm changed, and another cherry appeared. He put it in Bai Yuxia's hand, looked into her eyes, and said, I told you before that there are 3 big cherries. Do you believe it now? Bai Yuxia's originally calm eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise, like a meteor passing by, instantly lighting up the entire darkness. Those calmness turned into a brilliant smile in an instant. The corners of her mouth were reflected, and shallow dimples floated on her cheeks. Well, I believe it. Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction. It's a piece of cake. Can't control you? Chen Xiao held the big cherry and admired it happily. She also took a photo and sent it to her sister to show off. She was reluctant to eat it. In contrast, although Bai Yuxia knew that this was a gift from Jiang Ning, the more she looked at the cherry, the more she wanted it. It seemed that eating this fruit would be very beneficial to her body. Che Wei, who was next to her, saw Bai Yuxia's love for it. He remembered that Bai Yuxia's smile was as beautiful as a flower just now, which made his heart beat faster, but such beauty was made by Jiang Ning. Che Wei felt sour and uncomfortable. It hurts so much, he doesn't want to sit nearby. As a chess player, who can bear not even having the chance to play chess, Che Wei recalled that some time ago, he couldn't help showing off that chess players are the smartest people in the world, and Zhu Yuantan refuted him. In the future, chess pieces will be controlled by AI, and they can't win. Now, Che Wei feels that Jiang Ning is the AI on the chessboard. Bai Yuxia finally couldn't help eating the big cherry. Chen Xiao asked her if it was delicious. Bai Yuxia reminded her to eat it quickly, otherwise her sister would come, and she could only eat half. In a hurry, Chen Xiao quickly swallowed the big cherry, and then used what she had learned all her life to praise. It tastes sweet and sour, 9 parts sweetness, 1 part sourness, and 1 part fruit sourness, which highlights the strong and high-grade sweetness, rich fruity flavor, and soft and firm taste. Bai Yuxia was moved by what she said. In the center of the classroom, Yuan and Jiang Yanan were whispering. Nanan, do you think I can use this trick on the monitor? Yuan felt that the trick Jiang Ning used just now was actually quite cool. If she imitated it, would the monitor laugh for her? Jiang Yanan analyzed it and said, yes, but can you do it? Yuan, I paid attention to them earlier than you did. I learned a rough idea and roughly knew how to implement it. After discussing with Jiang Yanan, Yuan, hey, Kinj, your face is not right. Are you in a bad mood? Shen Kinj forced a smile. No, I'm just a little sleepy. She was actually hit hard by the scene of Jiang Ning and Bai Yuxia. Compared with Bai Yuxia, who was beautiful, versatile, from a wealthy family, and had excellent grades, Shen Kinj was defeated in almost all aspects. She could only comfort herself. The bond between Jiang Ning and me cannot be broken by anyone. The order of appearance of people is the most important. I appeared earlier than Bai Yuxia. Yuan asked, what do you think the success rate is if I implement it on the monitor? How should Shen Kinj answer this? In her opinion, there is no success rate at all. Shen Kinj said, for you, it cannot be viewed in a conventional way. I think there is only a 0% or 100% probability. Yuwen was quite satisfied. When she heard this, she brainstormed. Who of you has snacks? Give me some as props. Jiang Yanan contributed 2 plum candies, and Shen Qinj contributed 2 tangerines. Yuwen accepted the tangerines and said, everything is ready, only the monitor is missing. Zhu Yuantang and Yang Sheng returned to the class happily. As soon as she entered the door, she met Jiang Ning, who was also looking at her. Zhu Yuantang snorted and laughed, her heart full of joy. She quickly walked to her seat, and Chen Xiaoyu still stayed in her seat. Chen Xiaoyu said excitedly, Tong Tong, let's play a game. Guess if I have big cherries? Zhu Yuantang sniffed Chen Xiaoyu and said seriously, you smell like big cherries. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, Provoked Again. The monitor is here. The monitor is here. Yuwen's expression was excited, and her tone was so agitated, that even Jiang Yanan and Shen Qinj beside her were infected. When Huang Zhangfei walked out of the dazzling light, Yuwen held her breath, and kept quiet again, fearing that her unladylike posture would disturb Brother Fei and leave him with a bad impression. Soon, Huang Zhangfei walked to the north aisle. He had received a good family education, and he would always say to Yuwen with a smile, make room for me. Yuwen immediately stood up, and let Huang Zhangfei sit down. At this time, Jiang Yanan gave Yuwen a look with a questioning look, meaning when to start the action. Yuwen took a series of deep breaths, and after a short period of calming down, she squeezed out a smile that she thought was sweet. However, this smile looked particularly unnatural, so much so that Jiang Yanan felt embarrassed for her. Monitor, shall we play a game? Yuwen clamped her voice, and used the most ladylike voice she could. Huang Zhangfei, okay, you can. Yuwen slowly and gently stretched out her hand. Her movements were so slow and ladylike. She bit her lips, revealing an expression of reluctance. Huang Zhangfei already felt the pressure. Class monitor, guess how many oranges I have in my hand? Yuwen began to imitate, and prepared to release a combo. Huang Zhangfei was at a loss. No oranges? Yuwen, Yanan, how many oranges do I have in my hand? Jiang Yanan, there are 2 oranges. Yuwen took the oranges out of thin air, got a piece of air, gave it to Jiang Yanan, and asked her if it tasted good. Jiang Yanan ate the air. Delicious. The cooperation between the sisters was full. At this time, a burst of powerful DJ electronic music came from the back of the classroom, accompanied by the sound of Wu Zioki's basketball hitting, rushed into the class, and instantly attracted most of the attention. Fortunately, Wu Zioki entered the classroom and quickly stopped the song. Yuwen then turned her attention back, and continued her little game. Jiang Yanan was waiting for her to continue, but Yuwen suddenly froze. She looked at the monitor, and the monitor also looked at her. Shen Qinj, what's going on? Yuwen moved her lips, and suddenly forgot the next steps of the performance. She tried desperately to recall, but she just couldn't remember the lines. Yuwen was just standing there awkwardly, her face changing constantly. Huang Zhangfei didn't know how to ask her. Finally, Jiang Yanan asked tentatively, oranges? Yuwen suddenly woke up. Yes, it's oranges. Jiang Yanan had no choice but to prompt, the oranges are for the monitor. Yuwen quickly took out a sugar orange from her pocket, and then handed it to the monitor like a treasure, forcing a smile. Haha, I really have 2 oranges. Huang Zhangfei. He was really confused. What was Yuwen doing? Jiang Yanan was almost sweating, and she forced to say, oranges are sweet. Yuwen, hahaha, sweet. Shen Qinj, ahem. During the break of the evening self-study class, CUIU was chatting and bragging in the back row. Zenkai came from outside and cursed, Yan Xianpeng is such a jerk. Jiuo Kunan, what did he do? Zenkai said, yesterday he invited people to a barbecue. Halfway through the meal, he suddenly ran away. Now people are saying everywhere that he is not worth living with. Hu Jun was confused. Isn't this his normal behavior? What's so jerk about it? Zankai was heartbroken. What's jerk about is that he didn't call me. We are good brothers. It was a barbecue. He has been doing sports every day recently and lacks nutritional supplements. Jiuo Kanan stopped talking. Lukiki at the front table played with her manicure and said, "You two are equally tasteless." Under normal circumstances, Lukiki could still communicate. Jiuo Kanan asked, "How is your current boyfriend?" Lukiki waved her hands, looking bored. "Don't say it. I used to think he was classy. He drove a car, and it was very prestigious to take him out. But today when I went to the supermarket to shop, I saw him squatting on the side of the road with a lunchbox, eating with chopsticks. I thought he was too. I was with my best friend, and didn't even say hello to him, but he came to say hello to me. Then you broke up." Jiuo Kanan couldn't understand. Seeing Jiuo Kanan's expression, Lukiki waved her hands in disappointment. "You won't understand, even if I tell you. A man's temperament is very important." Shan Kaikun, "Nothing, right? I saw Zhu Yuantang eating a meat bun while walking last time. Zhu Yuantang was biting a cherry pit and was about to spit it into the trash can when he passed by." Hearing this, she said, "That's nothing. I can still ride a bicycle and eat a meat bun at the same time." Lukiki was about to refute that she had no temperament. Zhu Yuantang spoke quickly. "Yuxia is even better. She can even dance with a bun in her mouth." Shan Kaikun, "How did she know?" By bringing up Bei Yuxia, Lukiki's so-called theory of temperament through behavior was instantly irrefutable. At this point, Jiuo Kanan said, "I went to the playground to run last night and saw two schoolgirls who were so beautiful. One was petite, one was tall, one was lively, and one was quiet. Cuiu, are they contacting me?" Jiuo Kanan shook his head. "There's a boy next to her." Shan Kaikun, "Is she handsome?" "If she is handsome, then most boys would think that this is appropriate." Jiuo Kanan, "Not handsome, but pretty ugly." Cuiu, "Damn, why don't you go up and ask for their contact information?" Liu Chuandeo passed by and laughed. "How ugly, uglier than me?" He was making fun of himself. Liu Chuandeo thought everyone would comfort him, but Jiuo Kanan glanced at his round face and said, "Not as ugly as you." Liu Chuandeo, "Fuck." At night, on the river dam, the weather was getting colder and colder. Zhu Yuantang added a cotton coat to her little nightgown. Although the temperature in Jiang Ning's room was pleasant, this coat could comfort her. She was just about to start the game when Boss Yang from the bungalow came into Jiang Ning's small courtyard with a plate of grilled skewers and 3 large glasses of juice. He didn't wait for Jiang Ning to refuse and directly put the stainless steel plate on the small table, saying, "I've prepared the mushrooms you asked me to grill for you. There are too many customers today, so I slaughtered 2 sheep and there are some left. I put them here for you. There is also new sugar cane juice, which I specially squeezed with a machine. Please help me taste it and see how it tastes." After saying that, Boss Yang said, "There are too many people. I have to go and be busy." He left in a hurry, leaving a table full of grilled skewers. Jiang Ning laughed. He picked 2 mushrooms from Huqi Mountain today and asked Yang Fei to grill one for him and the other one as a reward so that he didn't have to do it himself. Zhu Yuantang sniffed the aroma of grilled mushrooms and quickly slipped down from the throne. Jiang Ning, "Why don't you play games?" Zhu Yuantang, "Humph, I'm afraid you'll be too lonely eating alone, so I'm here to keep you company." Jiang Ning, "It's okay, my name is Chachu." Zhu Yuantang lied. Chachu is on a diet. She doesn't like to eat. As she said that, she first took a big sip of sugar cane juice. The sugar cane selected by Boss Yang was okay, not particularly sweet, and had a refreshing fragrance. Then she bit into a string of roasted fresh mushrooms sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, which was so fragrant. Zhu Yuantang, "Jiang Ning, you take a sip too." Jiang Ning did as she was told. Now the sugar cane juice in the 2 cups had dropped a little, so Zhu Yuantang picked up Chachu's cup of sugar cane juice and mixed it between the 2 of them, then made a voice call to call Chachu. Chachu agreed lightly, but it came very quickly. The 3 of them ate a small barbecue, the computer screen played a movie, and the comfortable environment in the room made it particularly comfortable. After eating the barbecue, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning had a conflict and ignored each other. Finally, Zhu Chuchu had to give the stainless steel plates and cups back to Boss Yang. Tuesday, during the break, Kyo-kun and his deskmate Jiuo-kun walked back to the classroom arm in arm. Kyo-kun, once a prominent figure in class 5, suffered a heavy blow because of Meng Xian's betrayal. His lover left him, and he saw through the fickleness of the world. Jiuo-kun was his deskmate, and he was also frustrated, so the two usually had a good chat. On days without Brother Kwan's company, Jiuo-kun would take a walk with his deskmate. Brother Ma, I saw two good-looking girls today. One of them is really pretty. It seems to be the goddess of Tiba, Zhao Jinglan. Jiuo-kun estimated. Kyo-kun, I think they look alike too. Jiuo-kun, I'm really moved. As time passed, Jiuo-kun found that he was getting further and further away from Xin Yaoling, and the other party had become a person out of his reach. He didn't understand why Xin Yaoling wanted to be the class monitor. Didn't she know that this would make the distance between him and her father and father? Ma Shiqing, if you are attracted to someone, just ask for their WeChat. Don't just talk, and don't do anything. Jiuo-kun sighed, I know myself well. Ma Shiqing, IE browser has the courage to ask you if you want to set it as the default browser. Why don't you have the courage to ask the person you are attracted to for contact information? Jiuo-kun suddenly realized Lukaki has also been playing computer games recently. She sneered, then have you agreed to IE's request? Jiuo-kun cursed inwardly, damn it. Ma Shiqing calmly, you are always wrong sometimes, right? Good student Shinkai was relaxing in the back row. Hearing these words, he said, don't feel that you are unworthy. If you don't have enough courage, I suggest you read more books. Reading will make you realize yourself. You will find the answers in books. When he spoke, he was surrounded by the righteousness of a scholar. Lukaki almost laughed out loud. What does love have to do with studying? Whether you study or not has little to do with whether you study or not. Girls like rich men. Can you get rich by studying? Chen Qian, the golden house is in the books. Lukaki laughed. Okay, then let me ask you. People like boys who are 1.8 meters tall. You are 1.7 meters tall. Why would they accept you? Chen Qian is barely 1.7 meters tall. He doesn't think so. He keeps saying, everything is inferior, only reading is superior. Lukaki was choked. She asked again, you are ugly? Chen Qian put his hands behind his back. If you have poetry and books in your belly, you will be elegant. But, you are awesome. Lukaki continued, girls also like those who love sports and have good figures. Chen Qian held his head high. Reading thousands of books is like traveling thousands of miles. Lukaki, you are so eloquent. Why don't you go to heaven? Chen Qian calmly said, books are the ladder of human progress. Lukaki was stuck. Afternoon break time. After more than a day of rest, Wu Yun's scars on his body almost all disappeared. He is a young man with a good physique and often plays basketball, so he recovers quickly. However, the scars on his body have recovered, but the pain in his heart has not healed yet. Wu Yunzi was depressed, painful, and angry. He wanted to tear the person who attacked him the night before to pieces. He told his father to ask his connections to find out who attacked him that night. His father had been able to mine safely for so many years and had a network of connections of his own. It is said that today, the cameras on the streets around number 4 middle school have been retrieved for personnel screening, but due to the huge flow of people in number 4 middle school, it is still under investigation. It is estimated that the results will be available in the next 1 or 2 days. By that time, Wu Yun's face suddenly turned cold. Kill those people first. As for Qian Heng and others, he asked someone to investigate and knew that the other party's family was doing a serious business and had invested in a factory in Beijing. The size was much larger than Th's, so they could not be moved for the time being, but Wu Yunzi would humiliate Qian Heng in another way. When the time comes, after he catches up with Lan Zichen, he will hug Lan Zichen and show off in front of Qian Heng, trampling all his dignity under his feet. At this time, Chang Yi from the class shouted, Brother Wu, I've called the team members. Let's go to the playground to play basketball. Wu Yunzi, okay. When they heard that he was playing basketball, many bored girls in the class paid attention. Let's go to the playground to cheer you on. After hearing this, the boys in class 16 felt sour again. They had never seen a boy as outstanding as Wu Yunsky since they were young. He was rich, handsome, and good at playing basketball. They could not compete with him at all, and only felt frustrated. Wu Yunsky said, "Let's go. When our team wins the game, I will treat everyone to cake." Another series of praises. At the same time, Wu Zhaoqi from class 8 picked up the basketball, put on headphones, hummed DJ, and left the classroom. He passed the corridor and saw Zhuang Jianhu, who was wearing sportswear and holding a basketball, and went to the playground with Lin Zita and Wei Ziyuan to play basketball. Zhuang Jianhu has also been upset recently. He thought that the person who was vulnerable always made him upset. What's more, Jiang Ning threatened Li Shi in front of him. It was too disrespectful to him. Even if he was an Ancheng, he would not encounter such experiences very often, let alone Yazhou, a small city that he never took seriously. So, he planned to play basketball today to relieve his mood. After the expansion of the first year of high school and number 4 middle school, the number of new students almost doubled. The basketball court is being planned and expanded. It was afternoon after school, which was the time when the most students played basketball. When Wu Zhaoqi and Zhuang Jianhu rushed to the basketball court, there was only one basketball stand left. After Wu Zhaoqi suffered a series of blows from the 4 golden flowers in class 8, the once arrogant iron-headed kid has now restrained his temper and learned to compromise with reality. He glanced at Zhuang Jianhu and took the initiative to propose, "Let's fight." Zhuang Jianhu looked down at Wu Zhaoqi and had some impression of this student. He was from class 8 next door. Although he was not tall, he could often see him playing basketball. His love for basketball was real. Since they were playing basketball together, Zhuang Jianhu was not so aloof and agreed, "Okay, let's play together." He was quite curious about the other party's basketball skills. Just as they were preparing to play basketball, Wu Yunsky, who was fiercely competing with the basketball stand on the opposite side, rushed over with the ball, and Wu Zhaoqi and Zhuang Jianhu dodged to the side. Wu Yunsky made a handsome jump shot, which went into the basket perfectly, and cheers from the girls around them could be heard. Wu Yunsky stopped, glanced at Wu Zhaoqi and Zhuang Jianhu and others, and said lightly, "Sorry, we are playing a game, so you can't use this basketball stand." Zhuang Jianhu was stunned. He looked at Wu Yunsky and a group of boys playing basketball behind the other side. He was also depressed. "I consider myself unlucky to meet Jiang Ning. Who do you think you are?" Zhuang Jianhu did not get angry but laughed. "It's against the rules, right? The court belongs to everyone." Chapter 696 Punisher. Wu Yunsky asked back, "Does the court belong to everyone?" Then, he laughed out loud, and as his laughter resounded, the atmosphere around him became strange. Zhuang Jianhu stared at his laughter with cold eyes. After laughing, Wu Yunsky looked up, with a hint of amusement on his lips. "It's true that the court belongs to everyone, but there must be a first come first served, right?" Chang Yi next to him helped to cheer. "Yes, we got here first." Lin Zita and Wu Zhaoqi didn't say anything. Zhuang Jianhu reasoned, "When we came, the court was obviously empty. According to your logic, as long as you came first, does it mean that the entire basketball court belongs to you?" "Brother Wu, why bother to tell them? We will just play the game directly, and they deserve to be hurt if we bump into them." Some boys cheered for Wu Yunsky. After all, Brother Wu said that after playing basketball today, and after the evening self-study, he would treat them to mutton hot pot. Eating mutton hot pot in winter is so happy. Wu Yunsky raised his hand to stop him. "Let's do this. Don't let people say we are bullying you. Let's have a one-on-one duel. The loser will get out." Wu Yunsky said calmly. He has been playing basketball since he was a child. Whether it's skills or physical fitness, they are all at the best level. He is not afraid, unless he meets a professional player. He has played many one-on-one duels. From the 3rd year of high school to the 1st year of high school, he almost never met an opponent. Wu Yunsky only lost once in the match with Wu Zhaoqi, because he underestimated his opponent. As for why he simply proposed a one-on-one duel, it was because Wu Yunsky felt that the boy in front of him made him inexplicably uncomfortable. The other party had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and in terms of handsomeness, he was not inferior to him at all. Girls were peeking around from time to time. Wu Yunzi was pretentious and his genes were destined to be aggressive. If he could step on the other party, the sense of accomplishment would be unparalleled. One-on-one duel? Okay. Zhuang Jianhu agreed. His expression did not change, and his heart was full of disdain. If they had seen the scene of his dunking during military training, I'm afraid no one in number 4 middle school would dare to propose a one-on-one duel. Linzada handed Wu Zhaoqi a piece of Zhuangmei chewing gum and prepared to watch the show. As Zhuang Jianhu's brother, Linzada knew Zhuang Jianhu's strength. Although he gave up his professional dream, he had been to a country across the ocean before and had played several games with the middle school league team there. He was not beaten. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhuang Jianhu's strength is so strong that he can sweep the field even in the university team, not to mention high school. Seeing that he was willing to fight alone, Chang Yi shouted, 1v1, everyone make way, make way. 3 goals and it's over. The people around made way to make enough space for the two. Zhuang Jianhu and Wu Yunzi's appearance is quite outstanding. In the entire number 4 middle school, they are definitely the first class. The girls walking on the playground track saw the two tall figures and cast their eyes. Wu Yunzi threw the ball to Zhuang Jianhu and said, you go first. Zhuang Jianhu was not polite. After he received the ball, Wu Yunzi stood in front of him with his hands open, making a defensive gesture. The students around him focused their attention, and many female students held their breath. Chang Yi, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuang Jianhu dribbled the ball straight to the basket. His movements were extremely fast and violent, like a brutal weapon. At this moment, the physical fitness of both sides showed a gap. Zhuang Jianhu made a powerful turn, and Wu Yunzi was hit hard, and the whole person was knocked 2 or 3 meters away. Zhuang Jianhu made a jump shot for 2 points. The atmosphere on the court was in an uproar. Zhuang Jianhu then said, if this is all your skills, then there is no need to play anymore. Wu Yunzi's face changed. I'll give you a ball. Linzada, brother, this is not good. In the next round, it was Wu Yunzi's turn to get the ball. Zhuang Jianhu had some understanding of his strength. After Wu Yunzi got the ball, he quickly changed direction left and right. He was quite strong, and he pulled out a shooting space and made a direct jump shot. Chang Yi immediately shouted, brother Wu is awesome. Too strong. Zhuang Jianhu spread his hands and said, I almost didn't defend just now. I'll let you back. Wu Yunzi stared at him. Do you think you can defend if you take it seriously? This round, it was Zhuang Jianhu's turn to attack. Wu Yunzi learned a lesson from the first game. He stabilized the chassis and defended closely to Zhuang Jianhu. When Zhuang Jianhu found space to shoot, Wu Yunzi reached out and pushed him. Tend to be a self-protection mechanism. Zhuang Jianhu tried to control his body balance and the ball went off. After Zhuang Jianhu landed, he said coldly, brother, is it a foul? Before Wu Yunzi could speak, his classmate Chang Yi stood up and shouted, no minor rules, no minor rules, this is not a standard basketball game. Wu Yunzi was fearless. Wu Zhaoqi frowned and criticized, no basketball spirit. Linzada was not anxious at all. He knew Jianhu's strength. Keep watching. Zhuang Jianhu had a blank expression. Well, no minor rules. The next ball was Wu Yunzi's turn. Wu Yunzi dribbled the ball and broke through. Zhuang Jianhu deliberately left a gap for Wu Yunzi to dribble past him. Then, Wu Yunzi rushed to the basketball hoop with the ball. At the same time, Zhuang Jianhu's footsteps suddenly jumped out, and he chased after him. Wu Yunzi ran to the basketball hoop, jumped up, and the basketball flew out of his hand. The basketball was about to enter the basket. Zhuang Jianhu jumped up from behind. His jumping ability was much better than Wu Yunzi. He knocked Wu Yunzi down in the air and swung his hand at the same time, knocking the basketball down from the air. The whole process was so handsome, and he completed a set of purely humiliating blocks. Zhuang Jianhu stood there, looking down at the fallen Wu Yunzi, and said mercilessly, garbage is garbage. After that, he turned around and left. Before he took a few steps, Wu Yunzi jumped up from the ground. He caught up with Zhuang Jianhu and slapped him on the back of the head with a bang. Wu Yunzi said in a deep voice, you are looking for trouble, aren't you? Zhuang Jianhu was hit hard in the face, and was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned around quickly, stepped forward, punched Wu Yunzi in the cheek, and before the people around him could react, he punched Wu Yunzi in the stomach again, and kicked him to the ground. Every move was ruthless, and Wu Yunzi sat on the ground in pain, frowning and shouting, looking for death. When Chang Yi and others saw brother Wu being beaten, their brains were immediately filled with blood and they rushed forward. A hero cannot fight against forehands, especially punches and kicks coming from all directions. It is impossible to defend against them. Even a boxing champion cannot defend against them. He can only rely on his ability to resist blows to fight back. In an instant, Zhuang Jianhu was hit 7 or 8 times. At this time, a basketball came through the air and hit the chaotic crowd with a bang. Chang Yi touched his head and shouted angrily, "Who? Wu Zhaoqi, your grandfather." The last time he and Wu Yunzi played basketball one-on-one, they were beaten up by a group after winning. This damn Chang Yi punched him several times. "Get him." Chang Yi called for help. At this moment, Lin Zida shouted, "Director Wang is here. Director Wang is here." As soon as these words came out, the scene stopped immediately. Zhuang Jianhu took this opportunity to break free from the encirclement and retreated a distance. "Chang Yi, where?" Lin Zida took out his mobile phone and started recording. "Director Wang is not here, but if you continue to fight, Director Wang will really come." The students calmed down. With the video record, if they continued to fight, they would definitely face severe sanctions from the school. No one was fighting. Zhuang Jianhu and Lin Zida met up and said, "Go back to the classroom first." He didn't even look at the group of students, because Zhuang Jianhu knew that he would not see them anymore. Lin Zida said to Wu Zhaoqi, "Thanks, buddy. I'll buy you a Coke next time." Wu Zhaoqi held the basketball. That's right, the ball he threw out to hit someone bounced back again, with amazing control. I have a grudge against them as well. Chang Yi helped Wu Yunzi up. Wu Yunzi was knocked to the ground by Zhuang Jianhu's combo, and did not participate in the roundup just now. Wu Yunzi injured the pain and looked around, seeing that the students had different expressions. Strictly speaking, Wu Yunzi's basketball skills were not as good as others, and he lost face. Wu Yunzi said, "This grandson is too sinister." He stopped at the point. "Thank you all, you are very loyal. I will treat everyone tonight, and give everyone something fun." The high school students had different thoughts, but on the surface, they all shouted enthusiastically, "Brother Wu is handsome." Wu Yunzi coughed twice. "Let's go." The group did not continue playing basketball, and chose to return to the classroom of class 16 of grade 1. Wu Yunzi suffered such a big loss, and with his character, he would never let it go. Wait, blood debt must be paid with blood. Wu Yunzi's eyes were dark. First, he was attacked at night, and now he was beaten in front of so many people on campus. When Shan Kaikun confessed to his class, Wu Yunzi was pushed, and he found someone to go to school at night to deal with Shan Kaikun, not to mention the humiliation he suffered now. He was trying every means to get revenge. Director Wang of the security department, the dean of academic affairs, and the vice principal suddenly appeared at the door of the classroom. Wu Yunzi, Chang Yi, and 7 or 8 other students were all called out of the class. The class was suddenly empty. Lan Zichen coughed twice and wondered, did they make any mistakes? A female classmate who had experienced the whole basketball court described, "Today the second class, the evening self-study break." "What's the matter, Quanzi? Are you unhappy?" Wang Lang cares about every injured soul. Shan Kaikun sighed, "You're not in a good mood." Wang Lang, "There must be a reason, right? I remember you didn't eat dinner in the cafeteria." Jiuo Kanan leaned on the edge of the desk, "Because you didn't eat in the cafeteria and went to the Good Days restaurant outside the school, Brother Quan was in a bad mood." Wang Lang, "Isn't this just asking for trouble?" Today, Shan Kaikun and Jiuo Kanan were craving for the bean sprouts, green vegetables and egg fried rice outside, so they skipped dinner. However, when they arrived at the Good Days restaurant, Shan Kaikun unexpectedly ran into the girl. Shan Kaikun was in a low mood. "I was eating fried rice today and ran into Lan Zichen in the store. I saw her holding a rice bowl and standing in the corner to eat fried rice. There was no seat and she was coughing while eating." Wang Lang, "Oh, she's sick. You feel bad?" Shan Kaikun sighed again. "It's not that she's sick. that I feel bad. It's that I feel bad that she's sick and can only eat fried rice standing up. The girl I once cherished so much. Now, Wang Lang Lang asked, do you two have seats? Shan Kaikun, no. Wang Lang Lang was confused. Yes, she followed you. Didn't she still stand to eat fried rice? Hu Jun was confused. What's the difference? Shan Kaikun, shut up. Front row. Tong Tong, why don't you sleep? Chen Xiaoyu asked. Zhu Yuan Tong, because I'm anxious. Chen Xiaoyu, why are you anxious? Zhu Yuan Tong, because I can't sleep. Jiang Ning listened quietly to the conversation between the two women. At this time, the loudspeaker in the school emitted a short electric current sound, followed by the voice of Director Yan. On December 10th, 2014, during the afternoon after school, a serious incident occurred in our school. After investigation and verification, the students involved were Chang Yi, Li 20th and 8 others. They assaulted another student in the basketball court. This incident was of a bad nature and had a very bad impact. It seriously violated the school's management system. After research and decision, Chang Yi and 8 other students will be expelled from school. At this point, all the movements in class 8 stopped, and countless students were shocked. Jiuo Kunan, fuck, expelling 8 people at once. Shan Kaikun, this punishment is too severe. Zhang Kai was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Open the champagne. At the same time, the head teacher of class 16 of grade 1, Mr. Liu, was speaking at the podium. He said loudly, our school has always emphasized creating a safe campus environment. Why did this happen? Wu Yunsky, get up. Mr. Liu shouted. Wu Yunsky looked extremely ugly. He escaped because he did not participate in the gang fight, but all the other students who participated were held responsible and expelled directly. The basketball team he had worked so hard to form, not to mention the main force, now even the substitutes were gone. Wu Yunsky went up to the podium with a gloomy face. As soon as he got on the podium, a large group of people appeared at the door of the classroom, including the security guard, Director Wang, the physical education teacher, and the students in their class, all crowded in the corridor outside. Chang Yi's eyes were red. Not only him, but also the eyes of other students were red. Obviously they had cried. They worked hard to get into number 4 middle school, but now they were easily expelled. They didn't even know how to face their parents, and their hearts were full of fear for the future. This fear easily broke the psychological defenses of high school students. They stared at the head teacher with hopeful eyes, hoping that he could speak for them and beg for mercy. Teacher Liu was stared at by the students, and his throat was a little dry. He did not expect that the school's punishment would be so severe, and it was merciless, without even giving him time to weigh the pros and cons. Director Yan, this matter. Before Teacher Liu finished speaking, Director Yan interrupted him rudely. Fortunately, no big mistake was made. Otherwise, Teacher Liu, you should replan your career. Teacher Liu collapsed and lost his momentum. Wu Yunsky turned his head and saw the classmates who had fought side by side in the past. He was extremely depressed and couldn't breathe no matter what. Although he was indifferent, these students had helped him a lot, but now they are all gone. Wu Yunsky thought of the figure on the basketball court, and his hatred became stronger. I will destroy you. Teaching building number 3. Zhuang Jianhu and Lin Zida stood in the east corridor, admiring the night. When they came to me, they were like ferocious tigers, but when they went to the office, they cried like kittens and puppies. Zhuang Jianhu talked about this, without sadness or joy. Lin Zida didn't say anything. Although he didn't think it would be so, he never interfered too much with Zhuang Jianhu's behavior. It's a pity Zhuang Jianhu touched the back of his head that Wu Yunsky was not eliminated. It was a blessing in disguise for him not to attack me. Lin Zida, I heard from Director Yan that he often entertains guests and spends money lavishly. Zhuang Jianhu showed an attitude that everything was under control. Well, I'll ask my uncle to check his house and see if he can catch a few mice. These are just trivial matters to Zhuang Jianhu. He thought of another thing, with appreciation and expectation in his eyes. Xuan should be back tomorrow. I know a good store. I'll invite her to come with me then. Chapter 697, Ensnaring. December 10th was the last class of the evening self-study. Xin Yaoling sat high on the podium, guarding the class. She was flipping through the registration book, which recorded the programs for the New Year's Eve party that her classmates had signed up for. First, there was Jiuo Kunan and Shan Keiquan's martial arts that combined ancient and modern times. Following closely, Wu Zhaoqi created his own basketball dance. After that, Hu Jun signed Cuiu up for the spider swallowing show. HMM. Xin Yaoling picked up the pen and crossed out this program. Then, Yuan signed up for the monkey king marrying. Xin Yaoling didn't understand it, but she always felt that it was not very reliable. It was finally a little more normal later, with Bai Yuxia's dance. Xin Yaoling marked it with an asterisk to represent that she attached the most importance to it. After that, Jiang Ning's was very brief, with only the word magic. Xin Yaoling couldn't figure out what magic he was going to perform. Thinking about the New Year's Eve party, Xin Yaoling thought of the instructions from the head teacher that a joint entrance examination for high school students would be held before New Year's Day. This joint examination covers a wide range, including the strongest schools in Yuzhou City, Yuzhou No. 2 Middle School, and 2 County No. 1 Middle School, as well as other schools in Anhui Province, Wuchang No. 1 Middle School, Jiuhua No. 1 Middle School, and Shicheng No. 2 Middle School. The above schools are not inferior to the strongest No. 2 Middle School in Yuzhou, and are even better. In comparison, Yuzhou No. 4 Middle School seems so small that it can't even be ranked. Xin Yaoling sighed. This is just a joint examination for the second year of high school. In the future, after entering the third year of high school, there will be another joint examination for 8 schools. Although it is called 8 schools, there are actually hundreds of high schools in the province participating. The test questions are more difficult than the college entrance examination and have a very high gold content. After rounds of tests, they finally met in the examination room called the college entrance examination. Xin Yaoling thought of her grades and sighed. She picked up the test paper and thought to herself, no matter what, I will first stand in the top 3 in the class. For high school students, grades are the basis for confidence. Compared to the worry of the female monitor, Chen Xiaoyu moved closer to Jiang Ning. Rumor has it, we are going to take the exam soon. Zhu Yuantang rested his head on his arm and fell asleep. Great, I don't have to go to morning self-study. Chen Xiaoyu's eyes jumped over the little Zhu Yuantang and stared at Che Wei with a fighting spirit in her eyes. This time, I will take Bai Yuxia back. Oh, Bai Yuxia is not sitting at the same table with Che Wei now, but sitting next to her. But, this is because Zhenglu has further studies. Once Zhenglu comes back, Bai Yuxia will stay away from her again. What Chen Xiaoyu wants is not a one-night stand, but a long-term stay together. Compared with Chen Xiaoyu, Bai Yuxia's learning motivation is very strong. Her current grades are ranked 4th in class 8. She is quite satisfied with her class ranking, mainly because her grade ranking is too embarrassing. Chen Kan is 3rd in the class and in the top 10 in the school, but she is hovering in the 20s and 30s, a huge gap. Bai Yuxia was tutored one-on-one by Jiang Ning, and Chen Xiaoyu didn't understand and couldn't join in. She motioned Tang Tang to come closer, and she started to gossip. Zhu Yuantang picked up her blanket and moved to Chen Xiaoyu's desk. I'm telling you, this afternoon after dinner, when I came back from washing the dishes, I saw Pang Jiao asking a boy for his contact information. Chen Xiaoyu lowered her voice. Zhu Yuantang, why did she ask for it? Chen Xiaoyu, I saw it clearly. When she returned to the dining table, she deliberately bumped into a junior in the first year of high school, and then deliberately threw the bowl on the ground, asking the junior to pay her money. Isn't this a scam? Zhu Yuantang's eyes widened. Chen Xiaoyu, who said it wasn't? It's a scam. Bai Yuxia, who was studying, frowned. Her bowl is stainless steel, right? I remember. Because Pang Jiao's bowl is very big and unique. Bai Yuxia remembered it. However, she would not say that other people's bowls are big, which is not good. Bai Yuxia, who has received a good education and has a high quality, does not like to belittle others. So the question is, why did Pang Jiao's stainless steel bowl break? Chen Xiaoyu said, when Pang Jiao picked up the bowl, she took the opportunity to bend the bowl. Bai Yuxia was speechless. Then what? Zhu Yuantang was curious. The junior paid to compensate for her bowl. Pang Jiao said she wanted to top up her questions coins, so she added the junior on questions and received a red envelope. Did he add her? Zhu Yuantang asked. Chen Xiaoyu shook her head. No, the junior left 10 yuan and ran away. Bayuxia, ahem. Chen Xiaoyu. Later Pang Jiao found another junior, and that person left 20 yuan and ran away. Zhu Yuantang suddenly had an idea. Hey, isn't this a great way to make money? Make a lot of money easily. Chen Xiaoyu agreed, and then she fell into deep thought and discovered her blind spot. It's not easy. It's a hard job. First of all, we have to be able to bend the bowl. Zhu Yuantang. I mean, if we find someone who can bend bowls, can we do this business? Chen Xiaoyu suddenly had an idea. Tang Fu. Although she is not smart enough, she is strong enough. Tang Fu is a sports student. Bayuxia heard Chen Xiaoyu's sharp comments on Tang Fu. She secretly thought that Tang Fu was strong after all, unlike Chen Xiaoyu, who was neither smart nor strong. Chen Xiaoyu keenly noticed Bayuxia's subtle expression, and she asked, don't you think Tang Fu is stupid? Bayuxia felt absurd when she heard it, as if a blind man pointed at a lame man and laughed at him. Hey, you are disabled. Bayuxia's beautiful face was calm. I don't like to comment on others behind their backs, especially to say bad things about others. It doesn't feel good. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Yuantang immediately felt that Bayuxia was really pure and innocent, a moral model. Chen Xiaoyu couldn't stand her holy appearance the most. She racked her brains, exerted her wisdom to the extreme, and performed the art of grafting. She said, but Jiang Ning sometimes speaks badly of others. Bayuxia said lightly, he is different. December 10th, 10:30 in the evening. In the private room of Xianfu Niyuding, 8 or 9 young men gathered around a round table. The atmosphere should have been enthusiastic, but it was unusually quiet. Wu Yunzi picked up a glass of beer and drank it in one gulp. He had a serious expression. Brothers, I'm sorry, don't worry, I'll tell you the bottom line. My family has a little money and some influence. So, you can still go back to number 4 middle school to continue your studies, believe me. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere was silent for a while, and Chang Yi, the usual number 1 younger brother, stepped forward and said, Brother Wu, what if you can't come back? Yeah, that vice principal is determined to expel us. Damn, who would have thought that a fight would have such serious consequences? The guy surnamed Zhuang also started fighting. Why is he okay? The private room suddenly became excited, and a student cursed with saliva flying. If the school doesn't give me an explanation, we will find parents to make trouble at the school gate. Chang Yi, yes, why? Then we will call all the parents, and there will be more than a dozen parents making trouble at the school gate. Burn paper and send wreaths. Some students shouted. After a while of excitement, Wu Yunzi said a few words to comfort them. Everyone gradually calmed down. The confusion about the future in their hearts was relieved a lot. In addition, after experiencing intense emotional excitement, everyone was hungry and ate the hot stewed beef. Wu Yunzi watched all this, and the coldness in his eyes became even more serious. December 11th, noon. Suburban Yazhou. A black car stopped at the side of an abandoned garbage dump, and a boy wearing a hood got out of the car. After a while, another van drove up in the distance. The door opened, and 3 middle-aged people appeared. The sturdy bald man among them shouted, Xiao Wuzi, what do you want to call uncle for? Although his attitude was polite enough, there was a sense of fake smile on his face, giving people a neurotic feeling. Wu Yunzi glanced at the 3 people. The other 2 middle-aged men, one with high cheekbones and the other with short eyebrows, had a distinctive appearance, but gave people the feeling of an indescribable hostility. Wu Yunzi said, Uncle Jia, you have been hanging out with my father since you were a child. Today I want to ask you for a favor. He handed over a photo. The face in the photo was Zhuang Jianhu. 20 minutes later, Wu Yunzi got back into the car. Well, he was the one driving the car himself, without a license. This time, Wu Yunzi was much more cautious. Last time, he asked someone to teach Pang Jiao a lesson, and because he left his phone number, his true identity was almost exposed. After learning from his lesson, he communicated offline throughout the process. Even if something went wrong in the end, he could hide it well. Because the people under Uncle Jia were separated by his father in the early years, many engineering matters were all handled by Uncle Jia and his people. Wu Yunzi thought of Zhuang Jianhu's face, and his expression gradually became sinister. Wait for me. At night. 9:20. Experimental Class 1. Zhuang Jianhu at Ding Xuan in the WeChat group. I have booked that store. The boss uses all wild yellow croaker. I heard that the taste is good. Many Changqing Guy employees often patronize his store. I will order a bullfrog pot when the time comes. Hukishan Villa District. Ding Xuan sat on the sofa, looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the mountain view outside and the moonlit Qinghai Lake. Her shadow was also printed on the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The girl was wearing a white dress with a perfect waistline. But for some reason, when Ding Xuan typed the word OK, her sixth sense suddenly sounded. An unspeakable palpitation swept over her body. It seemed that, if she replied OK, something bad would happen. This feeling rarely occurs, but every time it occurs, it must have an ominous meaning. Ding Xuan's brows were locked. She gently stood up, adjusted her skirt, walked through the living room, and went downstairs along the circular staircase. She stared at the kitchen door, touched the wall with her hand to transfer the static electricity, and then she carefully opened the door and sniffed it gently. Well, there is no odorizer added to natural gas. In this case, the problem probably lies in Zhuang Jianhu's invitation. She picked a few grapes from the refrigerator and went back to the second floor. Lin Han, who was walking on the treadmill, saw her series of actions and felt very strange. Ding Xuan noticed her curiosity, so she gave Lin Han some grapes and said, "Auntie, do you want some grapes?" Although Zhuang Jianhu invited her again and again, Ding Xuan refused because of her sixth sense. "I don't want to go out at night, and you don't have to go either." When Zhuang Jianhu was disappointed, Lin Han sent a message to the group. "No, go to the store to buy it, cook it and bring it back to me, and we'll eat it at home." Zhuang Jianhu, okay. Ding Xuan was not very reassured and sent a message, "Be careful." Zhuang Jianhu didn't care. "We are two grown men. What danger do we care about?" Lin Zida, who was in the back row, was playing games with the thirds and didn't read the group message. Riverside Fish House is located on Nanhang Road. Although the location is not superior, it is famous for its fresh ingredients and delicious taste, even in Yazhou, where there are many delicious foods, and it attracts a large number of customers. After school in the evening, Jiang Ning rode an electric car and Zhu Yuantang carried a pot. Because Jiang Ning won 200 yuan in scratch-off lottery at noon, he planned to spend it. Along the way, Zhu Yuantang kept muttering, "It's too expensive. Why don't we go to the river to catch fish, and I'll cook it for you. Or let my mother cook it for you." She didn't want Jiang Ning to spend more money, and she felt bad. "It's okay, just have a good meal occasionally. Besides, the money was won from the lottery, it's ill-gotten gains, and it must be spent as soon as possible." Jiang Ning said that they passed by Nanhang Road after school, and every time they passed by this store, he could always find Zhu Yuantang's curious eyes. Jiang Ning thought of his previous life. Every time he finished evening self-study in high school, he went home alone, accompanied by the neon lights of various high-end restaurants on the roadside. He walked for 3 whole years, but he could only watch, and never had the idea of stepping into it to consume. Perhaps for him, his poor background in the countryside naturally made him think that such a place was isolated from him, and it was not something that people like him could get involved in. Jiang Ning didn't want Zhu Yuantang to be like this, so he wanted to take Tang Tang and trample on this store. Zhu Yuantang tried to dissuade Jiang Ning several times, but Jiang Ning didn't listen at all. Finally, she hummed, "Okay, since you want to eat so much, I'll accompany you to have a look." The battery car drove to the small fountain pool, and Jiang Ning parked the battery car. He was invited by the waiter at the door to the fish pond inside, and chose 2 pounds of yellow croaker. Zhu Yuantang kept staring at the decoration inside the store, until Jiang Ning pinched her. Zhu Yuantang handed over the pot in her hand. Jiang Ning said, "Put it in this pot, and take it away. Please wrap it with a few layers of plastic wrap." The waiter was stunned and said quickly, "Okay." Because the business was good, and they had to wait, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang found a seat and ate popcorn while waiting for the dishes to be cooked. 10 minutes later, a taxi drove outside, and Zhuang Jianhu and Lin Zida got off. Zhuang Jianhu looked at the sign of Riverside Fish Shop and said with a smile, "The owner of this shop used to be the manager of the chain fish shop in Ancheng. Later, I heard that there was a problem internally, so this manager came out to start a business." Lin Zida put down the game console and said, "Since this shop is doing so well, the boss must have learned some real skills." Speaking of this, Zhuang Jianhu said, "The fish shop in Ancheng is really good. There was a period of time when Xuan and her friends often went there to eat." Just as the two were about to step into the store, a thin girl suddenly ran over from the small road next to her. She was limping, and her chest and pants knees were covered with dust. When she saw Zhuang Jianhu, she was like a savior and begged, "Brother, can you help me? I just fell off my bike and I can't find my phone. Can you help me make a phone call?" Zhuang Jianhu looked at him, and then he and Lin Zida looked at each other. Lin Zida had just been playing 3DS in 3D mode, and he was playing it in a car, so he felt a little dizzy. His mind was a little more relaxed than usual, so he didn't say much. Zhuang Jianhu took out his cell phone and said, "Give me your number." Thank you. 138,552. The girl quickly gave her number. Soon, the call was connected, and the girl ran to the intersection and looked inside. She took a few steps back and said awkwardly, "Brother, can you help me find it with a flashlight?" Zhuang Jianhu felt that he had wasted some time, but he didn't think much about it. He walked to the slightly dim intersection with Lin Zida. Unconsciously, he gradually stepped into this path. With the help of Zhuang Jianhu's cell phone flashlight, Lin Zida suddenly saw that the girl had a tattoo on her neck, and the shape seemed to extend downwards. Lin Zida's heart twitched, and he subconsciously stepped back. At this time, several figures walked out of the darkness on both sides. A bald man smiled with a fake smile, and his voice was extremely creepy. "Are you here, brother?" Chapter 698. Aren't you very touched? Time goes back to the break of today's evening self-study. Lin Zida and Zhuang Jianhu stood in the east corridor. Under the night sky, a cold moon hung high in the sky, its light pale and lonely. Lin Zida said, "I heard that some students who were expelled had their families use connections to ask people from the education bureau to talk to the principal." Zhuang Jianhu disagreed. What was the result? Lin Zida, "Since they have been expelled, it will not change." Find connections? Zhuang Jianhu laughed and felt absurd. Those people think they have a little connection and want to change the established reality. It's really funny. Lin Zida understood. It's a normal phenomenon in a society of human relationships. Zhuang Jianhu said lightly, "Ignorance." Then, he said, "But it's good. After they find connections, they will understand what it means to be a gnat in the sky." Lin Zida listened to Zhuang Jianhu's words without saying a word. This is indeed the case. The children of the Zhuang family have layouts in various important departments, like a towering ancient tree with branches and leaves. Ordinary people can only hope to achieve such power if they work hard. However, not everyone will follow the rules honestly. For example, the yellow turbans in ancient times. For example, the first male gun in later generations. Riverside Fish House, an unnamed path in the north. The cold moon was still hanging high in the sky, and the air around them was chilly, gently brushing over Zhuang Jianhu and Lin Zida, making the two feel cold. Under the moonlight, the concrete floor was shining with a faint luster, as if covered with a thin layer of frost. "Brother, are you here?" The sudden voice was creepy. The thin girl who was originally anxious changed her previous begging expression and became indifferent. At the same time, two figures walked out from the back, a strong man with short eyebrows and a middle-aged man with high cheekbones. Lin Zida's heart was alarmed, and he quickly observed the environment. Not counting the girl, there were 3 people in total. But, it made Lin Zida even more chilled. Steel pipe, dagger, steel pipe. Although there were only 3 of them, they were all armed, and their lethality was greater than that of 10 ordinary people. Moreover, these 3 people were different from ordinary gangsters. Their temperament was so strong that it made people's scalps numb. The bald man stared at Zhuang Jianhu, confirming that he was the man in the photo. he said. "In order to lure you here, we specially use the beauty trap. Are you touched?" Linzida quickly put on a smile and said flatteringly, "Thank you for your hard work, brother." As soon as he finished speaking, the short-browed man next to him stretched out his hand and slapped him hard on the left cheek. Pa. The calluses on the palm of the short-browed man were very thick, making the slap very hard. Linzida felt a burning sensation on his face. The bald man looked cold and said, "Did I ask you to speak?" Linzida hated him very much. He had never been insulted like this since he was a child. He wanted to kill the other party, but he did not show it. He just smiled awkwardly. The bald man then looked at Zhuang Jianhu. "Boy, I'm asking you a question. Are you touched?" Zhuang Jianhu stared at the bald man and forced himself to remain calm. "Who sent you? Okay, no matter who you are, you leave now, and we will pretend that what happened today never happened." Suddenly, a sharp steel pipe broke through the wind and smashed down. Time was too short, and Zhuang Jianhu instinctively raised his hand to block it. The hard steel pipe hit his arm and shattered everything. The sound of crack of bone fracture suddenly rang out. Time seemed to freeze. Zhuang Jianhu only felt countless needles piercing his skin and bone marrow at the same time. The severe pain instantly spread throughout his arm. "My hand." He watched with his own eyes as his forearm twisted into a terrible angle. The pain and fear intertwined, making his breathing almost stop. Zhuang Jianhu's facial features were distorted, his eyes were about to burst, and his arm was broken. Linzida was also extremely shocked. He had never expected that these people would act so decisively. A dagger pointed at Zhuang Jianhu's eyes, and the short-browed man's hoarse voice rang out, "Try if you dare to scream." Looking at the sharp and cold dagger, Zhuang Jianhu groaned and gritted his teeth, and dared not speak. "That's right," the bald man said slowly, "don't talk nonsense to me." Linzida's mouth moved. With the previous experience, he didn't dare to speak at all, and he couldn't use his set of words. Linzida felt a strong sense of helplessness in his heart. Their prominent background and endless wealth were of no use in the face of absolute violence. The bald man's eyes gradually moved down. "There is still a leg." As soon as these words came out, Zhuang Jianhu's body couldn't help but tremble. He was afraid. Faced with such a situation, no one would not be afraid. But the dagger was hanging in front of him. If the leg was broken, it was broken, and it could be restored. If the eyeball was gone, it was really gone. Zhuang Jianhu gritted his teeth and prepared to endure it. After this was over, he would definitely kill these people. Kill them in the most cruel way. Violence filled Zhuang Jianhu's eyes. When the bald man saw it, he knew what the other person was thinking. So he laughed and said, "Your eyes are quite fierce. How about this?" said the bald man. "Old ghost, let's use the same old trick." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man with high cheekbones raised his hand, put the steel pipe to Zhuang Jianhu's mouth, and said, "Open it." Zhuang Jianhu felt extremely humiliated. 3, 2. The bald man began to count down. Faced with life and death, Zhuang Jianhu gave up his dignity and slowly opened his mouth. The middle-aged man with high cheekbones directly put the steel pipe into his mouth and said, "Bite it tight." Zhuang Jianhu did as he was told. His teeth touched the cold steel pipe, which was extremely uncomfortable, as if he was about to be tortured. The mental pressure was very uncomfortable. The bald man put on gloves. Then, the middle-aged man with high cheekbones also put on gloves and held the other end of the steel pipe. The bald man held up a steel pipe aimed at Zhuang Jianhu's mouth and said, "This thing is called hitting the steel pipe. I will only hit it once. If you break more than 5 teeth, I will let you go. If I can't break them." The short-browed man put the dagger in front of Zhuang Jianhu's eyes, and the meaning was self-evident. Zhuang Jianhu was very reluctant, but he didn't dare to resist. Linzida, who had been watching, clenched his fists. Just by listening, he could imagine how painful it would be. At this point, Linzida could probably analyze who called these people, and it must be related to Wu Yunzi and the others. They really dare to fight to the death. Linzida was extremely angry. How could he ignore this point? And these 3 people are too professional. So professional that people have no power to turn the tables. The bald man raised his hand and held up the steel pipe. The moonlight shone on the silver-white steel pipe, coating it with a layer of cold light, making it extremely sharp. Zhuang Jian, who was held at the dagger, and his life and property were threatened. He had no chance to break free. Like a fish to be slaughtered, he could only open his eyes wide, bite the steel pipe tightly, and pray to get through this. Fish shop by the river. La la. Zhu Yuantang carried the pot, humming softly, in a very good mood. If she didn't have the pot in her hand, she would have jumped forward. The sisters are so nice. They also gave me popcorn, fruit, and small cookies. Zhu Yuantang said happily. Jiang Ning, because you are too young, they gave you more. Humph, I have done a great job. Zhu Yuantang was pleased. You don't have to buy drinks. There are honey lemon slices in the refrigerator at home. Soak them in warm water when you get home, and add some coconut fruit. It's super refreshing. Zhu Yuantang calculated. The main thing is to save some money. After all, this small fish is very expensive. It costs 128 yuan. It's just a rip-off. The two chatted. Jiang Ning pushed the battery car, and Zhu Yuantang followed behind. She didn't get on the car first, but planned to wait until she crossed the road. Zhu Yuantang walked briskly, holding a heavy pot in one hand, and holding Jiang Ning's sleeve with the other, swinging it back and forth. As they passed the path, the moonlight in the sky shone on the surface of the steel pipe held high by the bald man, reflecting a cold silver light. Zhu Yuantang noticed the light in the dark path. She shook Jiang Ning's arm vigorously and called out in surprise, "Look, there is something glowing. Is it a treasure?" At this time, in the path, the bald man was about to swing the steel pipe and suddenly heard a sound, which startled him. He was relieved to find that it was just the voice of a child. However, Lin Zida recognized a familiar voice. That was Zhu Yuantang's voice. If Zhu Yuantang was also there, did it mean that Jiang Ning was also there? Thinking of Jiang Ning's martial arts, he had hope in his heart. Jiang Ning was very skilled, and he might not be unable to fight against these three men with weapons. If Lin Zida took the opportunity to fight to the death, and with Zhuang Jianhu, at least he could escape and ask for help from others. However, under the threat, he did not dare to look back. Zhuang Jianhu did not hear Zhu Yuantang's voice. He bit the steel pipe tightly and endured the severe pain of his broken right arm. Jiang Ning's consciousness was in full swing, and he had already noticed everything that happened in the path, but he did not mean to intervene. Everyone has their own destiny, and it has nothing to do with him. Yeah, I saw it. It's pretty. Jiang Ning replied. Am I good at treasure hunting? Zhu Yuantang said nonsense. His voice was crisp. Jiang Ning, I will appoint you as the chief treasure hunting boy under this immortal. Zhu Yuantang was dissatisfied. Why are you an immortal, and I'm just a boy? No, I must be an immortal. Jiang Ning pushed the battery car and walked forward leisurely. When you can cultivate immortality in the future and come into contact with magic power, you will know how profound my magic power is. Zhu Yuantang felt that Jiang Ning was too arrogant and must punish him to kill his spirit. She thought for a while, pointed to the dark path, and said excitedly, I just found a treasure. When I get the treasure, I will become an immortal on the spot and ascend to heaven on a certain day. Her words floated into the path. The bald man twitched his mouth, and the steel pipe he raised could not fall down. He shouted coldly, get away. The fierce words came from the dark path and reached Zhu Yuantang's position. She was stunned for a moment, then shut her mouth and stopped talking. She didn't want to get into trouble, so she pulled Jiang Ning's hand and whispered, let's go. When encountering such things, Zhu Yuantang often chooses to admit that she is unlucky. She plans to go home and have meet happily with Jiang Ning and Chu Chu to celebrate that she has avoided a trouble. The originally relaxed and happy atmosphere was destroyed in an instant. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. He looked into the path and replied bluntly, is this the road your family built? Lin Zida was originally still worried about whether Jiang Ning was there, but now it seems that he is really there. Lin Zida stared at the dagger in front of Zhuang Jianhu. His brain was working frantically, looking for a way to escape. The bald man didn't expect that the man at the intersection was so tough that he ignored the warning directly, leaving him in a dilemma. Just as he was making a decision, he heard someone at the intersection shouting, apologize to us quickly. The veins on the bald man's forehead jumped. Big brother? Do you want to? The man with short eyebrows made a motion of scratching his neck. He looked indifferent. Anyway, after finishing this matter, they would all leave Yazhou. It would be better for him to deal with the people outside. After all, the bad things have been done. It doesn't matter if he does 2 more. The bald man gave up. He swallowed his anger and said, I just drank too much. Sorry. After this, Linzida was dumbfounded. Immediately, the fear of the bald man rose to another level. This kind of person is the most terrible. He can bend and stretch, and will do anything. Zhu Yuantang heard the apology from the dark path. Her little face was stunned. She didn't expect it to be like this. It's too bullying. The other party was so scared that Zhu Yuantang felt a little ashamed of her cowardice just now. Jiang Ning taught, remember to think before you speak next time. Damn it. After hearing this, the man with short eyebrows couldn't help cursing. Grass mud horse, come in. Zhu Yuantang's body tensed up. Things got out of hand. Jiang Ning parked the electric bike, pinched Tang Tang's shoulder, and said softly, wait for me to come back. Zhu Yuantang put down the pot, his eyebrows full of concern. Let's go home, okay? The man with short eyebrows, either get out or come in. He was a little excited, and the dagger was shaking Zhuang Jianhu's heart. At the same time, he finally heard who was at the intersection. It was Jiang Ning. Although he didn't think much of Jiang Ning before, at this moment, his appearance was like a savior falling from the sky. Zhuang Jianhu bit the steel pipe and gradually relaxed his left hand, ready to risk his life and fight to the death. Linzida took a deep breath. He had to remind Jiang Ning to prevent him from being attacked and losing his attack power. Zhu Yuantang didn't stay at the intersection. She couldn't sit and watch Jiang Ning take risks. She was very upset. If she had just passed by, it would have been better. Instead of activating her previous talent for treasure hunting, Jiang Ning turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone, holding Zhu Yuantang's hand, and walked towards the path. Zhu Yuantang was very nervous. Jiang Ning had conflicts with others before, but they were usually forced, and he fought back out of helplessness. Today was different. He started a fight, just because of a verbal dispute. Jiang Ning stepped into the alley step by step. At this time, the man with high cheekbones holding the steel pipe hid silently. Just as Lindsay was about to open his mouth to remind him, the man with short eyebrows took out a rope and tied Linzida's hands behind his back. The little hope that Linzida had just had was instantly dissipated. Zhuang Jianhu also did not escape. He was transferred to the back of the electric pole and tied to it. Zhu Yuantang held Jiang Ning tightly. It was the first time she had seen such an opening that seemed like a fight. Jiang Ning strolled in the dim alley. He stood straight. The moonlight sprinkled on his white clothes, adding a bit of elegance and brightness. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the right front. The sharp stick brought a whoosh sound of wind and rushed straight to Jiang Ning's face, clearly rushing to kill him. Jiang Ning did not move, but kicked out at a faster speed. His toes instantly broke through the restraints of the air, and with unparalleled force, he suddenly kicked the black shadow. Bang! There was a loud bang. The black shadow was like being hit by a huge hammer. The huge force blocked it fiercely and flew more than 3 meters away, hitting the wall heavily. Linzida, who was tied up with his hands behind his back, only saw that the wall seemed to be unable to withstand this force. It trembled slightly and made a dull echo. The next second, the black shadow slowly slid down the wall until it collapsed to the ground. Linzida was shocked, and a word popped up involuntarily in his mind. Hanging a painting? Chapter 699 Disaster. A dim path. The light from the cell phone flash hit the surface of the building wall, illuminating the limp figure clearly. This scene was also seen by several people present. What a powerful force. Linzida's feet were cold. He had witnessed Jiang Ning fighting 4 people at a barbecue stall, but the scene at that time was far less shocking than it is now. The last few people were small hooligans commonly seen on the street, but the 3 people who surrounded him and Zhuang Jianhu today were far different. Whether it was the weapons they carried or the temperament they exuded, they all proved that they were definitely a group of desperate criminals, and breaking people's bones was not the first or second time. At first, Linzida was worried whether Jiang Ning would be defeated, but now he underestimated him. Jiang Ning kicked the man with high cheekbones to death. According to the momentum of the man swinging the steel pipe just now, if Jiang Ning was just an ordinary person, I'm afraid his skull would be smashed alive. He stopped looking at the useless man and slowly shifted his gaze to other people, asking, who scolded me just now? Jiang Ning was scolded just when he passed the intersection. He and Zhu Yuantang were in a good mood to eat fish, but the pleasant atmosphere was directly destroyed. If it were an ordinary person, he could only swallow his anger and leave silently. But Jiang Ning's cultivation was constantly improving. If he continued to endure, what was the point of his cultivation? As for saying that the other party apologized just now, he should forgive the other party. Isn't it funny? Others slapped you inexplicably in front of your relatives, and then let you slap back, and you feel relieved. The dog bites you, and you bite the dog, and you feel relieved. The man with short eyebrows saw the miserable state of his companion, and he stared at Jiang Ning. The bald man looked stunned, and then he reached for the dagger at his waist with his left hand. A few seconds later, he changed his fake smile and smiled. Brother, my brother is impulsive and reckless. He deserves to be beaten. Are you satisfied now? Jiang Ning glanced at the environment and noticed Linzida and Zhuang Jianhu, especially Zhuang Jianhu's broken arm. Zhuang Jianhu was tied to a telephone pole with a steel pipe in his mouth. Jiang Ning saw his humiliated and embarrassed appearance. Jiang Ning was dressed in white, and the moonlight sprinkled on him, making him look bright. He looked calm, as if everything was under control. The contrast at this moment gave Zhuang Jianhu, who claimed to be proud, a heavy blow. The mental pain was even greater than the pain of the broken arm. He couldn't help but lower his head. Jiang Ning had no sense of being in danger. He reminded, hey, isn't this Mr. Zhuang? What's wrong? Zhuang Jianhu didn't have the face to look at Jiang Ning directly. As soon as these words came out, the bald man and the man with short eyebrows were stunned at the same time. Do you know each other? Linzida's expression was bitter. I suffered a lot from the boss. The man with short eyebrows threatened. Since you know each other, it will be easy. Be smart. As he said, he pointed the dagger in front of Linzida's eyes and kept slashing. Jiang Ning flicked his finger, and the magic power gathered at his fingertips instantly turned into a blazing flame, like a spirit snake, suddenly rushing towards the man with short eyebrows. In an instant, the fire illuminated the dim environment and dispelled the shadows. The flames were so fast that the man with short eyebrows felt a blazing heat rushing towards him. He was so scared that he immediately took 2 steps back and slapped his face in panic. When the fire was extinguished, the eyebrows of the man with short eyebrows were burned. Jiang Ning said calmly, I hate people threatening me the most. When this move was made, Linzida screamed, what the hell? Zhuang Jianhu was also extremely shocked. He saw it clearly. Jiang Ning flicked his fingers just now, and a flame shot out of thin air, just like the tricks of an immortal. The bald man thought he saw a ghost. Only Zhu Yuantang was surprised and said, magic. I want to learn. After the eyebrowless man put out the fire, he approached Linzida again, trying to control him. Jiang Ning made a finger-snapping gesture, and the eyebrowless man was startled and said hoarsely, playing tricks. Jiang Ning flicked his fingers. This time, although there was no flame, the eyebrowless man still hid behind Linzida, letting him serve as a cover. Seeing him extremely frightened, Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. The bald man finally gave up. He was a man with good eyesight. The kick just now from this kid was too sharp, and he also mastered some strange techniques. They still didn't take advantage of the sneak attack just now. The night is long and dreams are many. If they continue to be involved, they may not be able to leave. Help him up. Let's go. At the same time, he was annoyed. If he had acted faster, he might have broken another leg of Zhuang Jianhu, but it was a pity that he talked too much. Jiang Ning said, you haven't apologized yet. The bald man's forehead jumped, and finally said sincerely, I'm sorry, we were impulsive just now. I will never curse again in the future. I apologize sincerely. Jiang Ning stretched out his hand. What's the use of apology? Pay money. 300. The bald man's mouth twitched, and he honestly took out 3 banknotes and carefully put them in Jiang Ning's hand. Originally, he relied on the hidden dagger and had the idea of taking the opportunity to attack, but under Jiang Ning's piercing gaze, he gave up. The bald man retreated to the side of the high cheekbone man, helped him up, and quickly disappeared into the alley next to him. Zhuang Jianhu spit out the steel pipe and said angrily, "Leave them." Jiang Ning glanced at him and said playfully, "Oh, I will call them back for you." Zhuang Jianhu's face froze instantly. Linzada suddenly shouted, "Jianhu, shut up. Are you crazy?" Then, he looked at Jiang Ning with respect. "Thank you, Jiang Ning. If you were not here today, I really can't imagine the consequences." Linzada could foresee the horror. Jianhu had broken an arm. If the steel pipe hit him, he didn't know how many of his teeth would be saved. And would the other party really let them go easily? Thinking of the bald man's cruelty when he attacked, Linzada felt that there was no way he could escape. With this thought, the feeling of surviving a disaster came to his mind. For the first time, Linzada felt that living a healthy life was so wonderful. For him, even if one of his hands was crippled, it would be an extremely heavy blow. It meant that he could no longer hold the controller to play games. Jiang Ning, it's just a matter of convenience. After being scolded by Linzada, Zhuang Jianhu was silent for a long time and said, "Thank you. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to me. Anything." He deliberately emphasized the last few words. He was not a person who didn't know what was good for him. He was just blinded by his innate superiority. The bald man's stick woke him up. Jiang Ning waved his hand. "Forget it." Linzada said again, "Thank you very much today." He struggled to break free from the rope. Seeing this, Jiang Ning and Tang Tang left together. Linzada helped Zhuang Jianhu untie the rope and walked away from the path quickly until he appeared next to the hotel. Zhuang Jianhu hugged his broken right arm and got out of the tense range just now. The pain of the fracture was particularly clear and his face turned pale. Linzada called Lin Han and quickly explained everything, asking her to help contact the hospital and send someone to pick him up. Hukishan Villa. Lin Han, who was originally looking forward to a midnight snack, suddenly changed her face after answering the phone. Ding Xuan's eyes were dark, and she asked, "Is there an accident?" Lin Han nodded. "Yes, Xiaohu's arm was broken." "Anything else?" Lin Han. Xiaopang didn't say much. "I'll contact the hospital first. Will you go there later?" Ding Xuan put down the teacup, and the palpitation disappeared completely. She knew that the crisis was over. She slowly stood up. Her soft white dress fit her body, and her perfect curves gradually appeared under the moonlight. "Well, let's go and have a look." Nanhang Road. The battery car broke the cold silence of the night. The road was particularly quiet, and Zhu Yuantang blinked. "I haven't seen the speeding gang for almost a month. I remember that, when I went home in the past, there were often many yellow-haired young people riding modified motorcycles, making a huge roar, and then overtaking them at a very fast speed, ignoring the red light, and speeding past. When I was in junior high school, my mother almost got hit when she came home from the night shift. Recently, almost all of them have disappeared." Jiang Ning, very good. Zhu Yuantang, is it because the weather is getting colder and they are afraid of the cold, so they don't race? Jiang Ning, the strong never complain about the environment. He saw that there were often groups of racing gangs, so he suddenly had an idea and used his magic power to arrange 3 invisible speed bumps in front of the pedestrian zebra crossing. According to his observation, the group of racing gangs who like to race at night seemed to have 7 or 8 injured. Gradually, Nanhang Road became a taboo place for racing. Zhu Yuantang said, "The strong don't complain about the environment, because the environment is messed up by the strong." Jiang Ning was stunned and didn't say anything. After a short silence, Zhu Yuantang said, "We don't need to pay attention to what happened just now." Jiang Ning didn't answer whether it was right or wrong. He asked, "What do you think the ideal life should be like?" Zhu Yuantang, the current state. She is extremely satisfied with the current situation. Okay, Jiang Ning felt that he asked in vain. Facing Tang Tang, Jiang Ning was particularly patient. "We are in society, and we will meet all kinds of people and many unfair things in our lives. In the past, I could only strictly demand myself, maintain restraint, and accept unfair things. Because my power and ability are limited, I can't do anything to others, so I don't bother with evil people, because that will only make me dirty. But, have you ever thought that people actually have another way to live? And after provoking me, he didn't kick cotton, but kick steel? Jiang Ning explained to Zhu Yuantang bit by bit. Zhu Yuantang listened carefully. She understood what Jiang Ning meant. She understood, but this road is destined to encounter many difficulties. Zhu Yuantang was not tough before. In junior high school, all the students were intimidated by the pressure of the math teacher, and she bravely resisted the other party. Although the result was not good, Zhu Yuantang was never a coward. But when she thought of the danger Jiang Ning had gone through, she was full of worries. She pinched the flesh on his waist with her small hands. How can it be a steel plate? It's still soft. Jiang Ning tightened his muscles. Try pinching it again. Zhu Yuantang pinched it again, but it didn't move. Jiang Ning, is it hard? Zhu Yuantang was surprised. Oh my god, it's so hard. Jiang Ning smiled. Don't worry, it's harder than a steel plate. Zhu Yuantang pouted. You are showing off. Don't you feel sorry for the money? You offended our people today and paid us 300 yuan. The money is back. Aren't you happy? Zhu Yuantang was of course happy. Jiang Ning said, I'm the #1 immortal in the world. Invincible. Zhu Yuantang, then I'm also an immortal, and I have mastered immortal magic. Jiang Ning, what immortal magic? Zhu Yuantang thought for a few seconds and said, my immortal magic is the rarest spiritual spell. I can designate an immortal to be my bodyguard forever and ever. Jiang Ning joked, oh, who are you going to designate? Zhu Yuantang said with a smile, I have already used it. The laughter along the way dispelled the unhappiness. After Zhu Yuantang returned home, she saw her mother waiting for her at the door after school. She held the pot and boasted, Mom, Jiang Ning bought me fish. Come and have some. Aunt Gu made an excuse to refuse. Mom has no appetite. You and Jiang Ning can eat it. Zhu Yuantang, eat something. Eat something. Aunt Gu waved her hand. No appetite. Zhu Yuantang took back his words and pointed. I told you not to eat snacks every day, and now you have no appetite at night. Aunt Gu was in a trance for a moment, feeling upside down. Why does this sound so familiar? Zhu Yuantang carried the pot and moved to Jiang Ning's room, preparing to have a midnight snack. She found a can of honey lemon slices from Jiang Ning's refrigerator and began to brew warm lemon tea. While she was brewing lemon tea, she hummed a tune softly, and Jiang Ning sat on the sofa and listened to her humming. 2 minutes later, Zhu Chuchu appeared in Jiang Ning's room in a black dress. Zhu Yuantang opened the pot, and a pot of braised yellow croaker appeared in front of the 3 people accompanied by hazy steam. Beep beep, the induction cooker made a light sound, and the soup was boiling. Eat, eat. Zhu Yuantang picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of boiling hot yellow croaker. After taking a bite, the fish meat fully absorbed the soup. The taste was rich and delicious. The meat was very tender, and it was much better than ordinary fish. On an early winter night, a pot of braised yellow croaker is simply the ultimate enjoyment. Jiang Ning tasted the popcorn and ate a green grape. Zhu Yuantang ate meat happily, and Jiang Ning always stole her lemon tea when she wasn't paying attention. After he stole half a cup of lemon tea, Zhu Yuantang finally noticed him. She immediately slammed her chopsticks and glared at Jiang Ning. Zhu Chuchu, who was addicted to eating fish, held the fish bone in her mouth and looked at the 2 of them through the curling steam, her eyes full of confusion. What's wrong? Zhu Chuchu's voice was soft. Zhu Yuantang accused. He went too far. Do you know what he did? Zhu Chuchu found it difficult to understand Tang Tang's anger. She felt that being able to eat fish was already worth being happy about. So Zhu Chuchu picked up the glass and sipped the honey lemon tea. The natural sweetness blended with the sourness of the lemon, and the taste was excellent. Don't get angry about trivial things. Zhu Chuchu comforted. Zhu Yuantang, don't you need to? If you are provoked, will you be angry? Zhu Chuchu's mind was wandering. She knew Jiang Ning's character, so she said, no, eating is the most important thing. Zhu Yuantang immediately said, okay, Jiang Ning just stole half of my cup of lemon tea. After that, she picked up Chuchu's cup, poured half of the lemon tea from her cup, and filled her own cup. Zhu Yuantang said, Chuchu, you won't be angry, will you? Zhu Chuchu lowered her head and stared at the half cup of lemon tea left, and her heart suddenly felt blocked. Chapter 700 Immortal Technique. December 12th. Friday, 7 a.m. Yuzhou Third People's Hospital, single room. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Zida, Lin Han, and Ding Xuan entered the ward one after another. As soon as I stepped into the ward, I smelled disinfectant. The floor was slightly damp. The cleaning lady had just left. Zhuang Jian, who was lying on the bed, with a medicine bottle hanging above his head, dripping drop by drop. His eyes were full of bloodshot. The severe pain after the operation made him unable to sleep in the second half of the night. His usual high spirits disappeared, replaced by confusion and pain. Sitting on the small bed next to them was a middle-aged man and woman, both of whom were equally worried. Seeing the movement at the door, the couple immediately got up and greeted the front. "You are here so early." Lin Han looked at the middle-aged man. Even if he was accompanying him all night, his hair was still combed meticulously. He is Zhuang Jianhu's father, one of the most powerful people in Yuzhou's team, and he has an advantage in age. In the future, he will definitely not be limited to a weak third-tier city like Yuzhou. Lin Han went to Yuzhou with money before, and the first thing she did was to visit Zhuang's father. Lin Han said, "Come and see Xiaohu's situation." She looked at the middle-aged woman again. "Sister, you are back too." Zhuang's mother nodded, and her well-maintained face was full of sadness. "How did Xiaohu get hurt?" "I was just about to go to bed last night, but I heard that he was in the hospital, so I hurried back. It turned out to be so serious." Hearing this, Zhuang's father said, "Okay, don't say these things. I will take care of Xiaohu's affairs." As soon as this was said, Zhuang's mother was instantly furious. You handle it all day long. What's the use of you? I didn't let Xiaohu come to Yuzhou in the first place, seeing that a quarrel was about to break out." Zhuang Jianhu's voice was weak, and he forced to shout, "Can you stop arguing? If you want to argue, go outside and argue." The ward immediately became quiet. Zhuang's mother looked embarrassed. At this time, Lin Zida held up a thermos bucket and offered it to you like a treasure. "I'll stew you some bone soup, all good meat. Eat some to replenish your body." Zhuang's father, "It's not been 6 hours since the surgery. You can't eat yet." Lin Zida calculated the time. "Soon, it's kept warm anyway." Zhuang Jianhu had no appetite at all. He felt so uncomfortable. Even when he saw Ding Xuan coming, he could only force a far-fetched smile on his face. While they were talking, several doctors in white coats suddenly walked into the corridor outside the ward. "Come to make rounds." A doctor in his 50s, with a smile on his face and an extremely gentle attitude, he greeted Secretary Zhuang. The intern doctor who followed behind was surprised when he saw it. "You know, their director Liu is not ordinary. He is not only the chief physician, but also the vice president. He usually has a very high status. When he scolds people in meetings, he has a stern face. The identity of this Secretary Zhuang must be unusual." Zhuang's mother asked quickly, "Dr. Liu, how is Xiaohu?" Involving professional fields, Dr. Liu immediately said, "He suffered a violent blow to his forearm, resulting in butterfly fractures of the radius and ulna. 2 steel plates were installed last night. The operation was very successful. I will teach him the later rehabilitation. There won't be much impact." Zhuang Jianhu was worried. "Will there be sequelae?" Dr. Liu thought for a while and said, "Fractures in these 2 parts may affect the function of the wrist and hand, such as hand weakness and decreased grip strength." Zhuang Jianhu's face changed, and he couldn't help asking, "Doctor, can I still play basketball in the future?" Dr. Liu, "Yes, you can after you recover." Zhuang Jianhu turned his head and looked at his right arm wrapped in gauze and asked again, "It won't leave scars, right?" Lin Zida and Lin Han wanted to laugh, but it cannot be denied that this is indeed important. Dr. Liu said, "For the operation last night, I specially called Dr. Feng, who is the best at suturing in the first hospital of the city, to sew you with cosmetic needles to ensure that the scar is minimized, but there will definitely be scars." Zhuang Jianhu reluctantly relaxed a little. Dr. Liu asked several more times with concern before reluctantly leaving the ward. In the past, he was just a chief doctor, and he usually had the most contact with various patients' families. When he became the vice president, he barely touched the most high-end circle in the city, and then he realized how tempting it was to improve his social status. And the father of this patient today is also one of the top in that circle. Lin Zeta was not in a heavy mood. He smiled and said, I won't go to school today. I'll play with you in the ward. Lin Han glanced at his face and said, you can't go to school at all, okay? Lin Zeta, ha ha ha. Zhuang's mother noticed that Lin Zeta's face was bruised, so she asked, Dada, your face? Lin Zeta waved his hand, hey, it's okay. However, thinking of the thrill of last night, he was still very grateful in his heart. Lin Zeta fumbled for the remote control and turned on the TV in the ward. Seeing this, Zhuang's mother gave Lin Han a look and walked out together. Zhuang's father also followed. At the end of the corridor, Lin Han said, Xiaopang suspected that the people who attacked them were probably related to a student named Wu Yanxi from their school. She told the whole story of the conflict on the basketball court and the subsequent handling methods of the school, and also described the process of being attacked at night. Zhuang's mother was distressed and hated. How could he be so cruel as a student? Zhuang's father did not say anything. He was not an unreasonable person. His own Xiaohu's handling method was indeed a bit rough. But this was not the reason for the broken arm. Zhuang's father said, I asked someone to adjust the camera. Those 3 people must not be able to escape. I said. Lin Han believed that Zhuang's father's responsibility was to be responsible for this. Zhuang's father looked at Zhuang's mother. It is true that I neglected it, but I will handle Wu Yanxi's family affairs. Lin Han said, Wu Yanxi's parents are not simple. I have heard before that their brothers have won the honor of moral model of Anhu province. Zhuang's father said without much words, yeah. In the ward. On the TV screen, the female host of the Anhu provincial satellite TV channel is broadcasting a news report. The launch of Mu Changqing by Changqing Liquid Group has attracted global attention. Its biotechnology leads the world. It is understood that Mu Changqing is a product developed based on the latest biotechnology. Through a large number of clinical experiments and scientific research, Changqing Liquid Group has proved that Mu Changqing has significant effects in controlling myopia and other aspects. He expressed high praise and affirmation. He emphasized that biotechnology is the future development trend and will strongly support the development of Changqing Liquid Group. He emphasized. The scene changed to the interview session. The reporter put the microphone in front of Xiao Shuangshan, and the flashlight flashed. Mr. Xiao, what is the reason that your group has continuously developed 2 globally best-selling products? Faced with such a scene, Xiao Shuangshan was graceful and her appearance was still stunning even through the official interview screen. I think, first of all, it is because of the strength and prosperity of the motherland that provides the soil for scientific research. Lin Zeta was watching TV, shaking his legs, and said, Boss Xiao is really smart, but my aunt is not, and her level is obviously much lower. Ding Xuan, say it in front of her. Lin Zeta was indignant. She only likes to hear good words. If this goes on, her level will only get further and further away from Boss Xiao. Ding Xuan said calmly, isn't it because of flatterers like you? Zhuang Jianho saw their chat and felt that he, the patient, was forgotten. The patient's psychology is often very fragile. He suddenly reminded, little fatty, don't forget to help me with the drip. Lin Zeta raised his head and glanced at the medicine bottle and said, morning. Zhuang Jianho, oh. Finding a little sense of existence, he felt a lot more balanced. Lin Zeta said again, when my face recovers and you are discharged from the hospital, we will go to Jiang Ning to thank him. Zhuang Jianhu was silent for a while and said, okay. The fracture surgery alone tortured him so much. Moreover, the fracture plate surgery required not only 1 operation, but also 2 operations to remove the plate, as well as the risks and sequelae after the operation. Before the operation yesterday, Lin Zeta joked that the pain of the 2 operations in total and the psychological impact were no worse than giving birth. If Jiang Ning had stood by and watched last night, Zhuang Jianhu would at least lose a mouthful of teeth, or even break a leg. He didn't know what kind of torture he would be in. He should thank him. Only by experiencing it personally can you know the fear. Zhuang Jianhu didn't even dare to imagine how miserable he would be if no one rescued him. What power and status are not worth mentioning in the face of life-threatening dangers? Only one's own strength is the most important. However, the human body is extremely weak after all. A bullet or a small car accident can kill. Zhuang Jianhu sighed. At this moment, he was enduring pain and wished he could give up everything in exchange for a healthy body. Linzada, don't worry about whether he needs it or not. We will bring gifts to his door. Zhuang Jianhu, okay. Speaking of this, Linzada thought of the scene last night when the man with high cheekbones flew out. He smacked his lips and said, Jiang Ning is really good at fighting. He has so much practical experience. As far as I know, the world's top boxing champion, who once defeated Ali, was hacked to death on the spot by street thugs. There was also a national Sanda champion who was seriously injured. Zhuang Jianhu didn't say anything. He and Xiaopang were taken down directly. However, Jiang Ning, facing the state of being attacked by surprise, was able to defeat the enemy with one move. There is no comparison at all. Linzada said, with his ability, he will have no problem going to the ring. Not to mention anything else, he will definitely have no problem winning the domestic championship. Then, he said, forget it. With his grades and family conditions, it's totally unnecessary. Just kidding. With the level of a top 985 university, as long as he studies hard, his future will definitely be bright. The most dazzling thing is the magic trick. Linzada said. Ding Xuan suddenly asked, magic? Seeing that his cousin was interested, Linzada stood up and gestured. Just like that, whoosh, a stream of fire burst out. The scene was simply amazing. No wonder I heard from their classmates before that he was very good at magic. Linzada's words were slightly excited. Ding Xuan said calmly, oh, amazing. She looked at Linzada's appearance and thought to herself, it's not magic, it's clearly magic. Of course, if she said this, she would definitely be laughed at and no one would believe it. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would definitely not believe it. Magic trick. Ding Xuan's heart ignited a flame. Compared with power and money, extraordinary is everything. Because she has extraordinary, she has everything. She has never forgotten that the essence of the human world is violence. During this period, Ding Xuan did not contact Jiang Ning rashly, fearing that it would lead to bad luck. However, she did not do useless work. Relying on the relationship between her aunt Lin Han and Xiao Shuangshan, she cooperated with the Changqing Liquid Group and conducted many investigations in secret. She understood a lot about its operation mode. She got the rare original samples of Changqing Liquid and Mu Changqing and asked the laboratory to analyze them and found the same special substance contained in both. In addition, she also obtained a kind of mushroom from the farmhouse of Mr. Yang in Heba, which also contained. Others only know that the substance is strange, but Ding Xuan believes that it is the key substance needed to become an immortal. However, Ding Xuan is not good at the next experiment. With her current ability, she can't touch the higher level laboratories at all. Even if she touches them, any research results will only belong to others. What Ding Xuan needs is not for everyone to become an immortal, but for her to become an immortal. Ding Xuan exhaled and worried. Do I have to do scientific research myself? She is not that kind of material. Class 8 of Senior 2. As soon as the big break came, Chen Kan rushed out of the classroom in a hurry, as if he was in a hurry. Jiuo Kunan was very surprised when he saw it. He walked to the back row and said, what's wrong with Kaianzi? Did he go to pick up girls? Wang Lang was shocked. Good guy, brother Nan, you are so smart, you really guessed it right. Jiuo Kunan was stunned, and then said, doesn't he just love to study? He studies like crazy every day. How is it possible? Wang Lang analyzed. It's true that brother Kaian loves to study, but he likes to share knowledge more. That is the driving force that makes Chen Kaian study like crazy. As for Chen Kaian's personality characteristics, Wang Lang gave a rough analysis after a little contact. Jiuo Kunan, then where did he get the girl? I didn't see him contact with girls at all. Wang Lang glanced at the people around him and lowered his voice. I bought it, don't tell anyone. Jiuo Kunan was shocked, and he nodded quickly. Don't worry. Wang Lang knew that brother Nan was a playboy, but he was really tight-lipped and loyal to his brothers, so he was willing to say it. Here's the thing. You know I'm the moderator of our school's forum. I know what's going on in the school. Sometimes when there's a job for a power player, I'll give it to a reliable friend. He boasted about his identity. Jiuo Kanan nodded repeatedly. Then what? Wang Lang continued. Recently, an alumnus from the second year liberal arts class came to me. We're old friends. He talked to me about business and asked if I was short of a partner. He has a female netizen from our school. After chatting for a week, he doesn't want her anymore and plans to sell her for 100 yuan. Jiuo Kanan was furious. Damn, isn't this a scumbag? Scumbag. Scumbag. Wang Lang spread his hands helplessly. Yeah, who would have thought that he's such a scumbag? Even worse than CUIU. But I have to buy it, otherwise he'll sell it to a bad guy and harm the girl. What should I do? So I bargained down to 50 yuan, bought it and gave it to Qin Kaian, asking him to save this innocent soul. Apart from anything else, Kaian's character is obvious to all. Jiuo Kanan clenched his fists and was filled with resentment when he heard this. Wang Lang thought he would rebuke him for aiding and abetting the evil. But Jiuo Kanan angrily said, "Why don't you sell it to me? What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" As class was about to start, Chen Kaian returned. Wang Lang gave him a look, and Chen Kaian immediately approached. Wang Lang spoke in underworld jargon. "Where did you date?" Chen Kaian answered frankly, "The calligraphy room in building 4. Wang Lang, tell me about the date, and I'll analyze it for you." Chen Kaian changed his usual nerdy look, and he was immediately beaming with joy. As soon as the junior sister saw me, she immediately gave me a cup of milk tea. Hearing this, Jiuo Kanan beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting it. Wang Lang, that's great, she's willing to spend money on you. Then the junior sister asked me how my academic performance was. Didn't this hit the nail on the head? Chen Kaian smiled faintly. Jiuo Kanan said sourly, "Is it great to have good grades?" Wang Lang reminded him implicitly. That person said that the junior sister likes boys with good academic performance. Otherwise I would not choose you. Chen Kaian put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "In terms of grades, how many people in the whole number 4 middle school can compare with me? Let's see if I can get the top 5 in the grade in this joint exam." Wang Lang was very supportive and responded immediately, "That's amazing. By the way, what else did you talk about?" Chen Kaian raised his face with a romantic expression. "I taught her mathematics, sets, functions, and trigonometric functions. We swam in the ocean of mathematics." Wang Lang was speechless. Jiuo Kanan laughed. "Ha ha ha, you are also a talent. You actually talked about these things on a date. Which girl likes to listen?" "No." Chen Kaian shook his head. "She likes to listen. We had a good chat. She also took notes and praised me for my good lecture. We made an appointment to meet again in the calligraphy room after school in the afternoon." Damn it. Jiuo Kanan ate lemons. He could listen to boring mathematics. How stupid must this junior sister be for love? It's obvious that she likes Qin Kaian very much. Damn, his teeth are about to break with jealousy. Class 17, Grade 1, in front of the classroom, in the corridor. Shang Wanqing tied her hair into a ponytail, looking pretty, attracting the side eyes of many male classmates. At this time, a girl with above average looks walked towards Shang Wanqing, holding a compulsory mathematics course. The girl's face was full of joy. "Wanqing, your method is so useful, and what he teaches is really good, better than the tutor my parents hired." Shang Wanqing smiled as kindly as a girl next door. "So, remember to treat me to barbecue on the weekend." The girl made a yeah gesture. "Don't worry, you saved me a lot of tutoring fees. If I hire a 1v1 tutor separately, it will cost at least 100 or 200 per hour." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.